Well, a very good morning to you all from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin's Road America. We are trackside on DriversEye Live for round 4 of the 2021 World Racing League season. Happy to have everybody's company from our fourth race this season, third one on DriversEye. I'm Brendan Kazmarek, joined this weekend in person for the first time, I think, in about a year and a half by Ryan West. Hello, Ryan.
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
Yeah, it's our first. Working on trackside levels here. It's our first opportunity to be trackside as a group this weekend as DriversEye Live. Happy to be here at Road America. We've got a 75-car grid ready to take the green flag next time around. We're on the first of our two pace laps, at least for the GTO field, the top class in WRL competition. GP 1, 2, and 3, the general production classes, will be starting after a short gap, a little further back in the field. 8 hours on tap today, 8 hours on tap tomorrow, all of it here on DriversEye Live, the WRL YouTube, and of course the DriversEye Live and World Racing League Facebook pages as well. A selection of 8 trackside cameras from our end and a handful of onboard feeds to come for you this morning as well. Very, very loud trackside. But this is the first time we've had cars on course today, so we'll get everything set up here. Ryan. Let's talk about what we expect to see today. It's been cold this morning. We had a freeze last night here in Wisconsin. And even though the sun has been out for a couple of hours now, and I'm sure the track temperature will come up a little bit, it's not the work of a moment to get the tires up to temperature and everything up to sort of your operating temperatures and pressures and get these cars up to speed.
No, especially when you've got a series that's biased towards more of a road tire, I think. And then you've also got some cars that are pretty light. So you've got Boxsters, you've got Miatas, you've got the NPO1, you've got front-wheel drive touring cars. So I think they're all cars that are going to need a little bit of heat in the surface to make good time, heat in the surface of the tire, if you will. And you're really only going to get that as soon as the track starts to warm up. We are looking at about 41 degrees right now. It is sunny. There's a few clouds off in the distance, but I don't think that the weather's going to play a part today. So I expect that the track will get progressively warmer, especially since I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of shade. There are parts of the track that I think will take a little bit longer because you get less direct exposure to the sunlight. Like right now we're looking down at the carousel. That might take a little bit longer to come up to temperature just because you got the tree cover on both sides.
Sure.
So I think that'll be something to watch at least in the beginning part of the race. But I also think that'll probably work in people's favor as far as tire wear as well.
I think in particular, at least for this opening 10 to 15 minute stands of the race, we have the Elan NP01 on pole from Stratus Racing, the number 59, set a pole time yesterday in the 224s, which is awfully quick. But that car being so light, even though it is balanced by power to weight, I think is probably going to end up taking a few laps to get its tires up to temperature, get the brakes up to temperature, and be able to attack the way that, say, the front-wheel drive Audi TCRs from Hammer Motorsports might be able to attack, or even the BMW GT4 from Tons of Gas Motorsports that'll start on the outside of the front row. I think it'll be an interesting sort of dynamic to watch over the first lap or so here at trackside, or the first couple of laps anyway. Quick rundown of our starting field. Stratus Racing is on pole, like we mentioned, the number 59 Elan NP01, or Speeco NP01 as it is now. Tons of Gas Motorsports on the outside of the front row. 702, the round 3 racing Porsche Cayman, starts in third overall inside of the number 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR, one of 3 Hammer Motorsports cars for the first time since the finale of the 2020 season at Circuit of the Americas. Bonsai Racing, the number 19, will start 5th. The second Tons of Gas GTO car, the number 124, will start 6th. A little bit further down, like we mentioned, our split start as we get ready to go green from Road America. GP1 pole is Montgomery Motorsports. GP2 pole will be Chill Out Systems, the 678. And GP3 will see the 198 Overnight Motorsports car start on pole. The 30-something GTO strong field heads up the hill out of the final corner, and we await a green flag from the starter stand halfway up the front straightaway. The pace car is into the pits, the blue C8 Corvette you see in the center of the screen, and just to the right, you will see an Elan NP01 and the BMW M4 GT4 rocket away at the front of the field. The NP01 got the initial jump, but I think on the way down into turn 1, it's going to be the M4 on the outside with all the extra power it's got on the brakes, and they'll chuck it into turn number 1. We'll see them reappear here in a few seconds at the bottom of turn 3 and get an apex shot as the GP1 to 3 field heads up to start the race. If we can get a shot down at turn 3, I think we'll have the angle of... Oh, no, we'll wait on that. Turn 3 or turn 5. There we go. There's your turn 3 shot. And the leaders have come through, but this is the back end of the GTO field. The Audi TCRs have actually slipped quite a long ways back. The GP 1, 2, and 3 field goes 3 wide down the front straightaway at the green flag as the leaders head into turn 5, and that is the round 3 Cayman. I think at the head of the field, the M4 GT4 there in second. The NP01 has been swamped something like P10 after the initial start, and that was exactly what we were talking about, Ryan, where that car was going to take a minute to come up to temperature, and whatever has happened to that car has seen it drop from the pole position all the way down to the mid-pack of the GTO field.
Well, it's not only getting the tire temperature right, too. You've also got, and we talked about this last time out, I believe, where the NP01 is not going to be at a major advantage here, given that it has a lot less power. Now, it is a lot lighter, so you're better in the braking zone, but it has a lot less power than the other cars in its class. So I think it might suffer a little bit on the straights as well. It's very aerodynamic as far as, getting through, you don't have to punch as much hole in the air to get the car down the road, but it just doesn't have the power because it's too light. So I don't think this is going to be an ideal racetrack for them. Joseph and I had spoken about that prior. So I think we'll see some mixing up the front. I do think that they're going to be there, especially when the tires do come up to temperature. They'll have a substantial advantage in a lot of these sweeping turns.
Yeah, I think you're right. And they were able to string together a pole lap yesterday, but that doesn't equate to stint-long pace,
right?
Or pace right off the bat. For a car that's that light and has that low power. Here comes the GP1 field. I think it's Montgomery Motorsports still out in front in GP1. It's a very evenly matched field here this weekend. We've got about 30 cars in GTO, which is to be expected. Pretty much par for the course in the World Racing League, and then another 45 cars back through the general production class. It's the number 19 that's rocketed away at the front of the field, so I was incorrect there in believing that was the round 3 car. It's Bonsai Racing who leads the field away, 2:32 flat for its first flying lap. Hammer Motorsports is into second with the number 02. Tons of Gas Motorsports comes across the line in third, the number 242 M4. Round 3 racing in fourth, and the 124, the second of the Tons of Gas cars, in fifth. Stratus Racing 59 has slipped back to 8th, so I was reasonably close there. A 240.4. It's given up 8 seconds on the first lap from pole to the leading GTO cars. Team GTR 99 this weekend, you see just in 7th, just ahead of the NP01. You'll have seen that car many, many times before in the World Racing League, and including in races here on DriversEye Live. However, that car is not the M3 we've grown accustomed to seeing from GTR. That is a brand new BMW M4 GT4. It's expected to be even quicker than the M3 was, which is magic for a car that was in contention virtually every time we saw it on track. So not only do they have the strategy and consistency, now they've got the on-track pace to go with it, and we'll be watching the 99 Team GTR BMW closely throughout today and tomorrow. BMW Motorsports finished the first lap there in 9th, and Will to Win Racing, the number 981, rounds things out in P10. Edge Autosports, the number 26, leads GP1 after the first lap, ahead of the number 44 from Pre-C Racing and the 24 of Montgomery Motorsports. GP2 leaders in the 35th. That's still the 678 Chill Out MX-5. We'll have an onboard from them.
Looks like we have the 178 making the early pit stop here.
Yeah,
that's Civic.
That's the Team J&R Honda Civic, I believe. A regular, it is, back in 70th now. A regular in the World Racing League, and I can't tell if they're on their way into their pit box. They are. They're pitted up at the very south end of pit lane to our left here, just in front of the start-finish line in our commentary area. And that car, unfortunately, they seem to have these teething problems on a fairly regular basis. They get them sorted out, and the car ends up finishing most races, as a matter of fact. But a rough start there for the 178 J&R Civic.
It's interesting, too, that I think that car in particular, the 178, used to be a World Challenge car.
It did.
So it had a decent racing history behind it. You'd think that the level of prep was pretty high.
Also a sprint racing history. Which is as you would expect it to complete more than a few laps, but still, right? I mean, the car did reasonably well at Barber. So it's thereabouts, and it has the pace. They just, I think, need to get some of these teething issues with that car sorted out.
So Hammer still only 2 seconds down the number 19 Bonsai Racing. So they're hanging in there, and the 702 Round 3 racing car just turns in the fastest lap that time around, a 2:27, and they're 3.5 seconds off of first place. So the 19 is not checking out nearly as quickly as I think they would like.
This is the back end of the GP2 and 3 field. You see the 9.4 Motorsports Lexus IS 300, another regular in the World Racing League. I think, Ryan, they're fairly local up here to the upper Midwest, are they not?
No, I believe they're actually down further south. I think
they
they're
are?
kind of near Barber-ish.
Oh, is that
a couple
right?
hours away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, I'll take that. You had a conversation with them.
I did.
Not?
I did, absolutely.
Gotcha, but that was for being up here, not being based up here. I understand. Okay, very good. GP1 leaders out of the final corner, head up the hill to start finish once again. The number 44 leading GP1. It's nice to see Montgomery Motorsports back here as well. The number 24 blue and green BMW M3. It's a great looking car, but it's always been in contention whenever it comes out to a World Racing League event. We usually see them down at Circuit of the Americas. It's been a little while since we've seen them in 2021, but they're back and obviously picking up right where they left off, pace-wise at the very least. But it'll be fun to watch that car throughout the day in the battle for GP1, which I expect to be one of the better battles throughout the 8-hour race today. And, of course, again, the 8-hour race tomorrow. Thank everybody for joining us this morning. We're 3 laps into the Saturday race at Road America.
Looks like another car to the pit lane early. It's the Cooper Tires Porsche Cayman coming in.
Is that the 702, Ryan?
I believe so.
The GTO car. It's
We'll have to make sure when they come through here. I think they stopped right where I can't see.
A little hiccup there for a roof camera.
Yep. Well, it's the 701. My apologies. Yep. So the 701 also making a little bit of an early unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, that car will have dropped now all the way to the back of the GTO field at the very least. He's just come across the line. I'm sorry, let's find that 701 here. 75 cars on the grid this morning. That's a lot of cars to keep track of. We will do our best here, but to try and find these cars in timing when we see them come across the line out front of our window here at start-finish is not the work of a minute. So GP3 is that Porsche Cayman, the number 701. 2 laps completed and into the pits. Quite far to our left, actually, most of the way up.
We got the number 72 BMW coming in as well.
Lots of
early stops. Early stops. I wonder if the cold effect looks like they're taking. I wonder if they're taking tape off the grills. I was in the paddock briefly this morning, and even yesterday as well. There was a little bit of rain out. A lot of the teams had brake ducts and or parts of the grills covered. So I wonder if they're starting to get a little bit warmer temperatures, and we're going to start taking some tape off the grills. With it warming up. I'm guessing it's warming up faster than the teams would have expected.
That wouldn't shock me. And actually, we mentioned as we were setting up cameras this morning, it's not unpleasant out. It was chilly last night, but the sun has been out for a couple hours now already. Sunrise was around 6 o'clock this morning. The temperature has come up, and there's no wind. So even though you're running at 120 miles an hour down the straightaway, you're feeding lots of that air into the engine. If it was cold, you would tape a fair bit of the grill off. And
exactly. And there were a lot of cars yesterday, like the MX-5s, for example. There were a lot of those teams that had quite a bit of tape on the front grille yesterday. Just to, again, try to preserve some heat in there. I think the engines run a little bit better when they're a little bit warmer. You want to be at operating temperature. Yes. You don't want to be too cold. You don't want to be too warm. So if you can get it right to be perfect, and all you need to do is cover some of the grill, you'd be wise to do that. Especially yesterday, we're setting the grid.
From our turn 3 camera here. This will be drivers left just at the end of the braking zone coming down the hill from turn 1. Angles are challenging here at Road America. There's a lot of hills on the insides of corners that don't lend themselves terribly well to long distance shots.
Yep.
But this is a good angle here at turn 3. Cars are right up next to the edge of the track. The camera's right up next to the edge of the track, and it's a good braking zone and passing opportunity. We saw
all
that
3 AOA cars on the front straight. Starting to get a little bit close coming down into turn 1. So hopefully on this turn 3 cam we'll be able to see what happens there. Another getting it in the E46 BMW. A little bit loose.
Really nicely into the apex and jumped on the throttle, and it just settled the back end of the car there. and powered it on through.
And the
right
O2 has actually gone through into the lead. I just saw them flash across. So they're now 8/10, or excuse me, just about 9/10 up on the number 19. So they ate that 2-second gap. Brendan, I'd say the tires are hot now for the O2.
I think so. That Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 picked up 2 seconds, well, let's call it a second and a half on the Bonsai Racing number 19 that last lap. And if anything, I think it was probably a slightly slower lap for the Bonsai car rather than the 02 being exceptionally fast that time around. But at least in this case, it's meant our first lead change of the day, other than the opening lap.
There's the gaggle of AOA cars coming through. They just went through turn 5 here.
See if we can pick them up at turn 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Nope, that'll be turn 13.
We really ought to label these.
We should,
or
yeah.
even if we had like a nice sign sitting right here, it would be lovely, right in the grass. We just start using that green space that we have.
I think you're right.
The 178 looks like I think they're about to either pit out. I think they've gone around the back of the paddock, so I think they're about to head back onto the circuit. So we've already had a little bit of a mix-up at the front with the O2 coming by the 19, but everything else, you know, these first couple laps you got to shake out. And then the other issue we're having is it's quite a big track here at Road America. What is it, 4 miles, Brendan?
4 miles,
something like
yeah.
that. So our coverage as far as a percentage of track surface shown is a lot lower. So it takes a little bit longer for us to pick up, you know, what's occurred with the camera setup that we have here.
Yeah, we are working on the onboards, just getting them live and involved this morning. Here we go. This is
there it
onboard
is.
the 134 from Big Mission Motorsports. Nice to see their onboard. I think it's the first time we've had an onboard from them this year. They may have sent it to us. Wow, these cars. So that's our first view of what it's like on track from Road America this weekend. That car is not settled at all at the bottom of the hill in the braking zone for turn 3. I don't know if that's a product of just being a little softer or set up to be a little softer this weekend, which wouldn't necessarily be my choice of setup here. I think I'd go stiffer for the reaction you get as you turn into the corners, but the car really bouncing around a lot and moving around a lot in the braking zone for turn 3. And again at turn 5, it's back nicely to the apex though, and then out over the just about out over the rumble strip, the exit of 5 up the hill into turn 6 and under the Corvette bridge.
Yeah, I've noticed while we were out setting up cameras yesterday during practice, I noticed there was a lot of cars that have been a little bit loose on entry, a little bit loose on exit. I think that might just be part of the character of the track, too, that you really need to maximize the amount of throttle you have on exit because the straights are so long. So you need to be on the gas as soon as possible so you can get the maximum amount of speed out of the straights. And that will lead you to having to get a little bit squirrely sometimes. If you're a little bit too early, you'll end up, you know, running wide, having a spin here or there. So I think we'll see a fair amount of that as well. And then it remains to be seen how that's going to handle with regards to rear tires. If you're sliding the car around, you know, on entry and exit all the time, you're going to start to blow through rear tire at a minimum pretty quickly. Now, granted, tire wear is not a huge thing that we see in WRL specifically, just because of the tire rules they have in place. You have to use a street tire, and usually the street tires they use, they try to pick tires that they can do the whole race on, most of the teams. So, again, we might see a pace drop-off towards the end because people have run out of tire. I'd be curious to see how that shakes out, of course.
Well, we saw a fantastic tire sort of strategy race develop at Marlboro.
Right.
Of course, it was the Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR. I believe it was a 01, but it's been a while. Up against the Team GTR 99 BMW, the old M3. And whereas the M3 was able to go, I believe, the full race on a set of tires, the RS3 being a front-wheel drive car, the only front-wheel drive car in GTO, ended up needing a pit stop at the end to be able to have any semblance of pace up against the 99. They changed tires under a code 35, both front tires on separate stops. They sent the car back out, and when they did, not only was it able to hang with the 99, it actually went head-to-head with it and was able to beat the 99, taking home the race win on what essentially ended up being a tire strategy call. Another fantastic strategy development from Tim Myers and the boys down at Hammer Motorsports, but it's that kind of thing that can win or lose races in the World Racing League. Even though it is an 8-hour-long race, those little strategy calls can make a big difference. And like you said, Ryan, if we do end up being involved with or having a race that depends on tire war or tire wear, and that ends up being an element of strategy, and I wouldn't be shocked if it does. We have a lot of long braking zones here.
Ooh,
You've got,
see, the NC gets a little bit shaky.
it is. That's the number
there.
That is the number. Is that the 678 in front of us? The erstwhile leader of GP1? Or excuse me, GP2. It is. So this is not a class battle. This is the GP1 number 134 big mission car we're on board with, along with the number 678 Chill Out Systems, like you said, the NC Miata that leads GP2 at the moment. And then behind this car, there's a GTO car. So there's a long string of cars here that aren't necessarily racing for class position, but are doing battle for overall position way back in 33rd. Still the top half of the field.
Yep, exactly. Just as we have the onboard kind of cut out. Oh, there we go. We're back. Probably just switching towers there. Yeah, so it's great. You know, we just talked about that and we showed it. And then, you know, yeah, the cars are going to be squirrely. It's going to happen. I think we're going to see that develop over the course of the race. Now, what I didn't see yesterday was a whole lot of spins. It seemed like because the car, I think maybe because the cars are set up so soft, you can gather it up a little bit. If you do start to get a little bit leery, you can catch the car, whereas if you had a little bit stiffer setup, you might not get that opportunity. That rumble strip on the outside there, the camera doesn't do it justice. You're moving the car around a lot on those. I remember standing back there trying to put cameras up and stuff. There's a lot of those. That rumble strip is
dive
deep.
up the inside here from the 678.
And okay, keeps it clean.
I thought maybe he had thought better of it there, but it actually looked like the car out in front of the 678, the number 58 from Hunter Racing, kind of saw him at the last minute there and decided to just hang around on the outside line. It was awfully close though. It's a good passing spot down there at turn 14. The car in front of you doesn't get a solid run up over the crest at turn 13, or they drop a wheel or something like that. It's a good opportunity to dive down the inside. That being said, we're 18 minutes in. Something like 7 or 8 laps here.
Yep.
And so maybe not the time for a lunge, but later on in the day, if you're trapped in traffic, that's a good spot to jump a little late on the brakes and dive at the apex.
Absolutely. I do want to call your attention to the front of the GTO field again. Hammer Motorsports. Woo! That's a loud onboard. Anyway, the O2 is now 3.7 seconds ahead of the 19, so they are starting to come out a little bit. Ah, that's better.
There we go.
Lovely. So this is the leader. We're on board with the leader here, the O2 Hammer Motorsports car. Tim Myers told us yesterday that they actually just switched to using the Candelaria camera system here. So we got speed, we've got driver, we've got all the cool stuff here.
On board the 02. So this is, like we said, this is your leader, and finally into traffic as he goes past the Triumph TR7 from the number 144.
Yep.
Who actually is just pulled into the pits in front of us. So on the delay, we're on board with a little delay there, about 20 seconds, thanks to YouTube, the fine folks at Google. But there's a good shot from with the Sentinel camera, like you mentioned, the Candelaria Racing Products system on the Hammer cars for the first time this weekend. It's a good-looking camera. It's a great-sounding car, that little four-cylinder, which we think, after our conversation with Tim yesterday down in the paddock, Ryan, this car being a smaller engine and a turbocharged engine, we think will be a little better on fuel, and for a track like Road America where you spend so much time at full throttle, will play to their advantage over the course of the 8 hours today.
I think so too. It is a little bit, the one thing that I kind of keep in the back of my head is that it is a wide body car, and it is pretty, the car itself is wide in addition to the fenders being wide, and it's a sedan. It's not a natural like sports car shape. So I mean, I buy it. If the team, you know, if we're thinking that they might get better fuel economy out of their run, then by all means, I'm sure that's the case. But, you know, I always wonder about things like that as far as like frontal area, you know, having a little bit bigger car.
It's a very tall car, very sort of stout standing car.
Exactly, which is probably what you want. You really would like a stout car that matches the silhouette of the road car. That's the whole point of TCRs, have it be production relevant. And there's plenty of production cars here too. But if I had to, you know, all things being equal, my assumption would be that a Cayman with a 3-liter motor would get better fuel economy than, say, a BMW 3 Series with a 3-liter motor, just based on the shape. So, you know, I always have that in the back of my head. But other than that, yeah, I would expect that a 4-cylinder turbo should do all right, especially down the straights, as far as, you know, fuel economy run.
This is the fastest part of the track here, the run down from the kink. Not quite flat in the TCR. We know these cars have been pretty well trimmed out.
Yeah.
We talked with him yesterday. Pretty much minimum downforce on the rear. There's no dive planes or anything on the front this weekend. And the end result is that, okay, maybe you're not flat out through some of the quicker corners.
Right, like right here, there's a big lift. There we go. Yep.
The other thing that if you are trying to push the front tires by running flat out through the faster corners, you're just scrubbing the tread away on the front tires, especially. And in a front wheel drive car, okay, maybe we're in a better position here than we would have been at Barber, say, with tire wear on board these front wheel drive RS3s. But you want to conserve that as much as you can, and if you can avoid having to make that extra stop for tires, then, or spending extra time in the pits for tires, then you should do that. But it's a very smooth ride from Mike McCarthy this morning.
Absolutely. We just had several cars come through and set their fastest lap now.
Okay.
So I do think we are starting to get heat into the tires. Also, the number 19 and 702, a couple laps ago, might have been one lap ago, the 19 was only 0.3 ahead of the 702, and that pass has now been made. So the 702 Round 3 racing car is now up into second place. They're 1.9 seconds behind Hammer Motorsports. So maybe the 19 holding up the 702 a little bit. The 19 now down to 9 seconds back of the leader. And then the next car after that is the Horseman Motorsports number 14. It's a whole 15 seconds behind the leader.
It's a good start for that number 14, though.
Absolutely.
That Horseman car. He's, like you said, up in fourth. Started 8th, but that's come at the expense of the 124 tons of gas BMW, and especially the 242. That was the car that started on the outside of the front row next to the NP01.
Yep.
That car has dropped back to 6th. And even though, like you mentioned, it just set its fastest lap of the race at a 2:28.7, it's lost 4 positions since the start of the race. Equally as troubling is the number 59 Stratus Racing NP01 that started on pole. That's back down to 10th.
And they're 30 seconds back. And so you're talking about a 2-minute 30. So they're a whole fifth of the lap down now.
Interestingly, that car has gone fairly quickly already. A 2:28.2 is its fastest lap of the race, which is really not considerably slower than than the leader or any of the leaders have done it. A lot of cars in that 2:27, 2:28 bracket.
Right.
And, it's there. It can do the laps, but it's just been a tough start for that car this morning. Maybe it's a matter of driver and car combination at the moment. But just for the minute, that NP01 is struggling. We'll have to watch that through the rest of the first stint here before we get to the first round of pit stops and see if they're able to make any headway back towards the top of the field.
I agree.
Good point, Ryan. Denton Brothers Racing, the number 540, been a more regular feature in the World Racing League over the 2021 season. We last saw them at Barber. I don't remember if they were at Mid-Ohio. It was not heavily involved in the Mid-Ohio broadcast. But they're one of the Porsche GT4 Club Sports that came in.
Yep.
It's a quick car, another consistent one, kind of like the Team GTR car, actually. They're not necessarily there on pace, but you do tend to find them sort of in the midpoint of the race, now being, in contention as we come to the closing stands of the race. Do you know what that number 67 is, Ryan?
Well, it's a Mustang. It's a notchback Mustang, so it's an early model, first kind of round, so like a 64 to 66 or 7. Between that and the Triumph, I wonder if there's teams here using this as a test weekend for SVRA. That was my immediate thought.
That's an interesting thought. So that 67 car is NRG Racing, which we typically see here with a Scion. Well, FRS, BRZ. I think it's a BRZ
right,
for
that,
BRZ, technically.
Yeah.
Yep. So a 117 Braunschweig Corvette comes into the pit lane here in front of us.
Yeah.
But that is definitely not a BRZ, that number 67.
That is definitely a Mustang.
You see it on your camera now.
Yep. So that's a cool looking car. And again, I think SVRA is at the end of the month here. It's going to be their first major spectator event for Road America this year. So it wouldn't surprise me. WRL has, all things considered, a pretty loose rule set. If you're not super interested in being hyper competitive, you can run just about whatever you want as long as you're classed appropriately. So it would be a good spot, for an 8-hour race, just to test the car, make sure it's good to go. Might be a little bit more expensive than just renting the track time, but you're on track. It's a nice weekend. You've got, lovely people at WRL helping you get your car teched, helping everything out. So I think they put on a good result, and I would love to hear from that team if that's the case. And if not, and they just opted to go for the Mustang, I mean, why? I think that BRZ, likely in every single category, and I mean literally every single category, is a superior car on paper.
Oh, yeah.
So it's interesting that they've made that decision. That's really the only reason I can come up with would be because the SVRA is so soon.
I wonder if they had issues with the SVRA and this was just, like you mentioned, it kind of made sense. Hey, let's throw the Mustang out there. We're coming back for SVRA anyway, or whatever the case might be.
Right. As the Triumph's now getting pushed, that's not an uncommon sight to see a Triumph be pushed. But the 144 car now being pushed down the pit lane in no big hurry, it looks like.
That's sad. Layla and I, my lovely wife sitting behind us, first time at the racetrack in about 5 years, which is fantastic. But we've had discussions recently about how, if I think I were going to buy myself just a fun car to tool around in, I might go for a Triumph. Either a Spitfire,
at least you fit in
GR6
one.
or 7. That's true. You would struggle. You would struggle. I would not race the Triumph, but I would, tool around in it a little bit. But it looks very, very good, like a plain yellow.
Yep.
Just a very singular color. This has a racing paint scheme on it. It just makes the car look a little blockier.
I think the cage doesn't help with that
and
either.
now that's very true. And now it just looks very slow because it's
Yeah.
under manpower, not horsepower.
Yeah, 3 people to push a Triumph is probably a little bit overkill as well, I reckon.
Yeah. Let's talk about the TCR class here.
Absolutely. The TCR class, huh?
Well,
we have one of those now.
No, but TCR as a spec of car.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Some discussion in the YouTube chat, and thanks to everybody for joining us on YouTube this morning. Feel free to share the link around and bring your friends along to follow our 8 hours today and tomorrow. The TCR is an international class, as has been mentioned. It's all front-wheel drive. Right, even the Audis are not able to run.
Correct, they can't run all-wheel drive,
right.
Which is convenient because the Audi is a front-wheel drive biased system, so they're able to make that work. I believe there's a lot of overlap between that car and the TTRS that ran at Thunder Hill a while back.
Yes.
So there's a lot of overlap as far as motor and gearbox and stuff like that.
Well, the motor is interesting because TCR uses a spec motor.
Ah, I see.
Right,
okay.
so when we're talking about the 4-cylinder versus 5-cylinder, I am 99% sure that it's a spec motor from the TCR class as homologated. It's a cost-controlling effort.
Is TCR really a spec motor?
I am 99% sure that it is.
Interesting. I thought it was like a spec size and all that stuff.
So. Double-check that, but I'm fairly sure it's a spec motor.
Anyway.
See, Ryan does a little bit of research here. But anyway, that RS3 TCR, we've seen it plenty here in the World Racing League, one of the few TCR examples. Oh, it's a 68, not 67. So the 68 car is into the pits. This is the Mustang. Very, very slowly up the hill here. It's team race car. That'll do it. So for some reason, when it came by the first time, I don't know if it was clear. I believe it was a 67. The BRZ is here. We'll find that car on track. The 68 is the Mustang that's been struggling a little bit this morning. It just says team race car. It's technically GP1, but its quickest lap today is a 3:39.3. So not doing anything terribly quickly this morning, but I would like to see it on track more.
All of the engines listed here are different.
Oh,
so it is a 2-liter turbo formula, but each car has a branded specific engine. So it is the 4-cylinder in the Audi.
Yep.
But I do believe there was something about that. I think it's the transaxle and stuff is the same as in the TTRS.
That makes a lot of sense.
And that would make sense.
TTRS was just a monster of a car.
That was a heck of a car. It's running in like Australia now doing club races.
Is it really?
That was one of the drivers on that car said it was the only regret he ever had was not being able to buy that car before the team sold it. But that's the only car he really actually wants to have. He said because it was a great car. That's the same motor that's in the Seat Leon, and it's in. I don't think that's the
Well, they're all the
and the Golf GTI. Apparently, there's a GTI TCR car. I've never seen that before.
Volkswagen.
Right,
branded.
exactly.
Yeah, sure. So they'll share a common engine there.
Yeah.
I think the Golf is out of racing, isn't it? The
I think
Golf
so
TCR?
too.
Yeah, I think they've canned that car, and we'll be getting a new RS3, I think, for next year.
I think so too.
It's a reboot of the TCR car that'll be racing internationally, and I'd like to see it in the World Racing League next year as well.
I would too.
It does add a lot of variety to the GTO class. Not that it needs it desperately. I mean, we've got a ton of GT4 cars, a bunch of Caymans. We've got the BMW GT4s. The Audi GT4 won't really fit within the bounds of GTO. It's power to weight formula. 9.0 is sort of your target in terms of weight to horsepower. But it makes a ton of power and is already a heavy car. To get it down to 9.0, or up to 9.0, I guess is the case is, you can only add 200 pounds of ballast to your car in GTO to get it to make the weight.
Right.
So they're having to add restrictors as well to get the GT4 car down into the GTO sort of range.
Yep.
And the car just will not run. Or not run properly. So there are limitations. It's not like you can go grab a GT4 and run it in the top class in World Racing League. However, The Porsche seems to be reasonably well suited to it. The M4 seems to be reasonably well suited to it. As we jump on board with the round 3 number 601, rocketed past around the outside of the carousel by the number 59 Subico NP01 from Stratus Racing.
And I think that's really where we expect those cars to be quicker. Is they're going to be able to make the outside moves, the inside moves. Just
too wide through the kink is tough there, man.
Yeah,
that is really tough. And
fortunately, people were being reasonable there, and that ended up okay.
It did, and that was one of the MX-5s that got caught just on the outside line there.
But you'll see here that NP01 is not walking away like the higher class car that it should be. I think it's the C4 Corvette ahead of it.
Another nice car to see on track.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of good variety here at Road America. I also think that going somewhere different geographically, most of these races are on the East Coast, more or less. There's a lot of Midwest stuff going on as well, but as soon as you start to come up into Wisconsin, you're going to get a little bit different mix of entrants available who maybe otherwise aren't going to be able to drive all the way to, say, Alabama or Daytona.
Back through the field a little bit, GP1. I can tell you there's been a lead change in GP1. The number 24 Montgomery Motorsports BMW M3 has taken the class lead once again. PC Racing, the number 44, back into second, and the 147 ART Racing BMW up into third. That's another car, much like some of the GTO class cars that you just sort of expect to see by the end of the racing competition, or in contention for a win. That 147 is always right there. Team Frozen Rotors, the number 984, listed in GP1. That's a Porsche Cayman. I assume there's some assistance there at high-end difficult to win, but I don't know that for sure. So that car listed in GP1 this week. In the winning formula, the number 115 Miata rounds out your top 5 in GP1. GP2, led by Chill Out Systems, as it has been from the green flag. That car now 20 seconds nearly out in front of Tons of Gas Motorsports, number 42. So a solid start there from the 678. We had been riding on board with that, or just behind that car, actually, a little bit earlier. And I do believe we have an onboard from them as well. I think the C4 comes through your shot there, down at turn 3. But that 678 car, really nice looking onboard feed, I think, to come a little later in the day today. 42 Tons of Gas Motorsports M4 sits second in GP2, and third, the round 3 racing, number 601 Porsche Boxster. I believe all those round 3 cars are still being crewed by Shift Up Now, or in association with Shift Up Now.
Association with,
yep, which is the organization that helps place female drivers in all sorts of series. We've talked with Sarah Montgomery here on DriversEye Live before, up at down at Barber Motorsports Park, I guess from where we are now. She's been a fixture on board the 701 this season up in GTO, but always willing to come talk to DriversEye Live and really quick and committed. We've had some good onboards from them throughout the season, and to be able to watch both her and Lonnie Unser at work on a fairly regular basis has been a lot of fun. And I gather that there's a project in the works to sort of follow around the Shift Up Now.
I think so too. There were some media disclosures that we passed on the way into the track here, and then when I was in the paddock earlier, there was a interview going on.
Oh,
with,
very interesting.
3 people holding 1 camera and a microphone. So I would say there's a serious production in the works. If you are a subscriber to Engine
just say it.
Occasion.
You just say it. Yeah. But we believe it'll air on Motor Trend at some point.
Yeah,
we don't know the details.
There might be something on Motor Trend about this weekend at some point.
If you are here at Road America, you have already consented to being filmed.
Right.
So there is that. Back on board the big mission number 134. As we actually just had the Windy Knoll Racing number 593 into the pit lane, the 1998 Porsche Boxster came into the pits here just in front of us. I think has been sent on its way already down the front straightaway. I can tell you also that the Mustang we spoke of earlier, the team race car number 68, is sitting in the pit lane with its hood up. So some work going on there.
As the 152 liquid model car runs into the pit lane as well.
Chump Change Racing, the BMW 325i. That looks a remarkably well-prepared car.
It does. They're just going down the pit lane slowly through everyone's stall, it looks like. They're coming a little bit wider now.
Yeah, I think the pit marshals will take a slightly dim view of that.
Yeah, I think so as well. The word I was looking for was engine inclination.
Engine inclination.
Yeah, but I actually had to look up synonyms to make the bit work, and it didn't quite work, so that's all right. We do have a yellow.
Oh, yes, standing yellow at start, which means there will. Oh, there's a stopped car at pit out? Or is that a safety car?
Well, there was a stopped car just here as well on the feed.
You see it down at pit out there. If we, oh, did you see it on the onboard?
Well, there was somebody else stopped out on track as well. At least it looked like so.
Yeah, this car is just past pit out. I don't know if we'll be able to pick up maybe another onboard that's headed up the hill.
Up the hill? Round the bend?
Yeah, but doing my best James Allen impression, but it's headed up the hill down the front straightaway.
That 99 car, the Johnson Paint Supply, the GTR team, that's a good livery. I don't know if they did that themselves or if that's based on something, but it looks stunning on all of their cars. And they had several cars by their hauler, it looked like. So I do love the look of that. I think I'll end up going to get a little bit better look later. I'll wander on down there. This is also a good time to mention, and I haven't told Brendan I'm going to mention this. If we're saying something wrong or you'd like something corrected on the record, by all means, please come talk to us.
Oh, yeah.
We're up here in the tower, so if you're a team and you'd like to come have a chat, if you'd like to come see our glorious setup, if you'd like a hot chocolate, we are
only hot chocolate
up here. Yeah, only hot chocolate.
We're not giving away the coffee cake house.
Right. The hot chocolate I covered with my own money here. I know you guys have all spent all of your own money on expensive things. I bought $4 worth of hot chocolate.
We will take bribes, actually. I just admit
true.
The cups are for sale to the highest bidder. So,
okay, gotcha.
While we won't give them away, we will take bribes.
What did TJ pay?
Ooh.
For his... Oh, we're going way slow. So there's an emergency vehicle up there.
Big stack. Well, there's a flashing yellow light just at the kink here, which means there's probably a waving yellow, which means there's a car stopped on track exiting the kink. That was very sudden. It was a good catch, Ryan. Very, very sudden. We got sort of passenger yellow there.
See. Oof. That looks not good, whatever that was.
No, I don't know if the camera... Oh, Tanner's suggesting that car made contact.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, it sounded like it. I think he clipped somebody on the way into the kink there as everything stacked up under yellow.
So while you were looking ran into the back. Looking to see what was at the end of pit lane, I actually saw a car stopped on that same side of the track. I don't remember if it was the same shot or whatever, but I'm interested to see what's going on with that. Looks like there's been a rear-end collision, is what we're hearing at least. Of course, we'd want to wait for confirmation before we report that as fact.
I think this one will bear it out. This car has been moving slowly since the yellow flag back there at the exit of the kink. Well, entrance to the kink. And the incident was at the exit of the kink. Right. And here comes the 134 big mission car. We'll get a view of it as it comes up the hill.
Oof. Big oof. I wonder if they'll just head straight for the paddock, or do you have to enter the paddock at the end of the pit lane, right?
It's, I think, sort of midway up.
Okay.
It was yesterday.
And you have to do the circle back thing. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So they are going pretty. I don't know if that's what the pit speed lane or what the pit speed limit is.
I think it's 35.
Oh, if it's 35, then that looks about right.
Yep.
Ooh, the front left, a little bit caved in. That looks solvable.
It does.
It looks like a lot of bodywork damage.
And I'll tell you what, Ryan, it doesn't look like there's any suspension damage, which is your point, right?
Right.
Plenty of bodywork damage on the front end, but you can tidy up that corner of the car as long as everything is okay mechanically. I think that car's going to be in actually decent shape to hopefully get back out on track.
It needs a sledgehammer to the hood and then probably some racer tape on the fender. Now, again, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a mechanic. That was my impression as the car came down the pit lane. It's unfortunate that we don't have the rooftop camera helping us out here, but we got lots of movement down in the pits as well. Looks like people in the AOA pits are moving around, so I wonder if they're going to try a pit stop here under yellow. We're about 39 minutes in.
So I think we're going double. We going double yellow here?
I believe so. So Race Hero has just flashed to yellow.
Yeah.
So
okay, so we are
double yellow.
Interesting. I wonder what the story is here. I wonder if this is just a matter of having one too many cars to recover, or because there was a pretty pointed message sent out by the World Racing League race control staff yesterday that we can continue to do hot poles in safe zones as long as
we're leaving enough room for the emergency vehicles. Otherwise, we're going to start having problems.
Yeah.
And I'm under the impression that I think Code 35s here are going to be a little bit more strict enforcement. I believe, with the system that they're having set up now, I don't know how much of that's public or whatever, but I think they have the capability of doing Code 35 here. I think we're going to see a lot of cars take the opportunity to pit here. I see two pit boards so far, and I see maybe 10 to 15 stalls from where I'm sitting. So we've got multiple cars coming to pit lane here. Looks like the 11, the 24, the 33. AOA is about to make a pit stop.
Yeah, the 30 is a nice Corvette into the pit lane here as well. So this will be our first full course yellow of the day. 15 laps completed by your overall leader, the number 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR. Apologies for not catching the onboard incident with the 134. We heard it, but we were trying to make sense of why there was a yellow and looking at our other trackside camera feeds to determine if we could figure out who that car stopped at the kink was. In addition to the one we can sort of see all the way down at the end of pit out here, very, very far to our left are about 6 panes of glass.
The 110 also comes to the pit lane?
Yes, they've been in and out of the pit lane a couple times this morning, actually. So, tough start for the Thunder Bunny car. Let's see.
Is it a tough start, or are we just all pitting to get a little bit of a splash in?
I don't know. You're probably looking slightly closer than I have been at traffic. I've definitely, at the timing, I've definitely seen the 110 car, or one of the Thunder Bunny cars in the pits. Yeah, only 5 laps completed.
Oh, okay.
And actually, I think that's it on its way back out. 29-minute lap time. The 242, okay. Actually, we've got a couple leaders in here, Ryan. The 242 is into the pits, tons of gas car. The 540, Denton Brothers Racing, Porsche Cayman, is into the pits.
Oh,
for the
wow.
first
We have
time.
the pit camera up. We're about to see a huge gaggle of cars come down. We can't possibly list them all. We got every which type of car you can imagine. Both of the Tangerine Associates cars, the M240Is come in the pit lane. So we'll be seeing that as well. The number 55 AOA car is the ones choosing to pit now. They are putting in some fuel.
Yeah, this is a good time, actually. We're 41 minutes in, which is about halfway through your first fuel stint.
Right.
But it's such a long pit lane here, Ryan. It's you head up the hill. The pit lane speed starts very, very early up at the north end of the pit lane, and you're 35 miles an hour while your competitors are whizzing past you doing 130, 140 towards the south end of the front straightaway here. If you can make a pit stop under yellow here while everybody else is doing 35 miles an hour on track, this is the time. And this is one of the few places where I think it actually does play a bigger part in strategy.
Absolutely.
Of course, at Barber we use Code 35s, which is its own situation, but Mid-Ohio, it's a very short pit lane where you can get away with a green flag stop. Here, they're just so penalizing.
Yep.
To have to come all the way up the pit lane at 35 miles an hour, 75 cars long, while cars are doing top speed down the front straightaway to your left. So this is a good strategy call, I think, by most.
It would also behoove you, if you're in the pit lane, and I'm trying to decide if that's what AOA is doing or not, they do have the hood open. I'm curious if they're actually fixing stuff or if they're just checking the car out. Looks like they're taking some tape off the grill. It would behoove you to spend a little bit longer in the pits so you don't have to make another stop. So if you're going to spend an extra 30 seconds looking over the car, just to make sure, just to check things here and there, let's make sure there's nothing loose, let's make sure there's nothing, and that saves you the longer pit lane run. I think that'll help you out considerably as the AOA car is now being pushed. So that's clearly not the situation. Looks like they're trying to get it going. Are they having a starter issue, maybe? It looks like he's trying to drop the clutch. They're pushing it through. Ooh. Don't know how the pit marshals are going to like that. They pushed the 55
way up the front straightaway
through the pit stalls, and the 984 passed real close to that crew. So we'll see if the pit lane marshals have something to say about that either direction.
I think it's okay to push, but it does narrow up a little bit here the closer you get to the pit lane exit. So,
well, the 984 was a little bit on the close side coming into their pit stall because the 55 was right where they needed to be, clearly. So we've got a lot of cars on pit lane here.
Round 3 racing, incidentally, has taken over the lead, Ryan.
Excellent.
From the number 02 Hammer Motorsports RS3 TCR. It was a long lap from the Hammer car.
Yeah, but now we'll end up seeing that the 702 car is going to be, they're half a stint behind now on pit stops. So they'll owe us an extra stop somewhere that everybody else doesn't. And I think we're going to start to see that game play out here.
Trying to pick out the first car we had pit this time around. I think it was the 540, the Denton Brothers Racing Porsche Cayman back in 8th at the moment. So the top 7, from what I gather here on RaceHero.io, which you can follow along for timing as well at home.
Did the 702 stop? They had a long lap, and the last time we saw the 02
No,
onboard, they were right, but the 02 was right behind the pace car.
Yeah. Not sure what the situations are actually. If you know, feel free to.
As the 68 runables by, that does sound excellent. And I will revise that. It is a little bit later car. It is like a 67, 68. It's got the bigger taillights.
Yeah, here is the 702 into the pit lane, actually. So round 3 racing, your leader with
Ooh,
right
we got a black
rear damage.
flag coming as well for somebody.
No, this will be a black flag, all right. I think they're bringing everybody in.
Bring everybody in, huh? Okay, okay.
Interesting. So
we'll have to see what happens with that, I think.
Also, for those of you who asked in chat, yes, there is an IS300 out on track this weekend.
There's not only is there one, there is 2.
There are both are here this weekend.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
I'd only seen the one.
They do bring, and so this was something we talked about. They do bring both cars every weekend, and they don't necessarily use both every weekend. But it looks like this weekend both are on track and running in the race today. I was astonished. Those cars seem rather quick in a straight line. Those IS300s. That was the first thing I noticed when we got to the track yesterday. Was up the main straight, they were hauling.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be something to watch out for as well.
So that 702 was out in front of the pace car because here comes the C8
right.
Corvette with
the
number
02
02
behind
in
it.
tow. Yeah, so very curious as to how that's gone down. I wonder if there was a pass as we were coming to the yellow flag or getting ready to pick up the leader.
Right.
And the pace car picked up the 02 because it had been the leader on the previous lap. It was scored as the leader the last time around, but the lead had changed hands already, and now the 702 has been way out in front. Now, this does actually kind of, unless it's headed into the paddock, you know what, Ryan? Do we know who the 134 hit coming up to the kink?
No. And again, that comes back down to we don't quite have the camera coverage we wish we had. It takes longer for each individual onboard to come run past places, you know, all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be something we have to mess with. I do wonder, Brendan, you watch a lot of racing broadcasts, right?
Apparently not ours, but yes.
Okay,
yeah,
so occasionally we'll find that racing broadcasts show too many advertisements, right?
We show very few advertisements.
Right, no, but like broadcasts in general, like F1, sometimes they're right at the wrong time. There's too many of them. And then on the other hand, I'm guessing there's series out there where the sponsor doesn't get enough airtime, right?
Right.
Where they wish they were on the air a little bit longer.
You would assume they get what they pay for, but sure.
Right. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I guess my point is, do we have a sponsor that is just right in terms of, can we give them just the right amount of airtime for their commercial?
Cooper Tire.
Cooper Tires, which is convenient because Cooper Tire is just the right amount of tire.
Right. That would be a good time, actually.
That would be a great time. I wonder,
Mr. Director.
Yeah, I wasn't going to be so forthright about it. I thought I was doing a pretty good job of skirting around that. But
now, as we go to a black flag all here, if Mr. Director is prepared to say hello to Cooper Tires for the first time this weekend, and hello to Cooper Tires, everybody who was involved.
Absolutely.
If you're watching along or you're at the track this weekend, thank you for being a part of the World Racing League.
Mm-hmm.
A new sponsor this year for WRL in 2021, signed just before Barber, and they'll be on board as a contingency sponsor, part of the World Racing League through the end of at least to the end of the 2021 season, as far as I'm aware. But as we go red flag now.
Yep, we do have a red flag
on
here.
RaceHero.io. We'll go say hello to Cooper Tires, and when we come back, we will try and dissect what the situation for North America is.
Cooper Tires.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you.
Go with the Coopers.
Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Nestled in the heart of eastern Wisconsin, we are live at Road America for the 2021 round of WRL here in the Midwest. I'm Ryan. I was joined by Brendan Krasmerick earlier, but he is on the move, as we say. As we were trying to get a little bit more information about what happened, we think that there was a car off into the kink, and that we're kind of waiting for a recovery there. If you're not familiar with Road America, that part of the track is exceptionally narrow. And if we could get the director to pull up kind of a view, I think we've got a little bit of a something camera over there that kind of shows the straight. But the walls are very narrow through there. So I understand if that's the case, yeah. And this shot doesn't really do it very much justice, as the emergency vehicle's either driving to or from the situation. You can see the black flag there displayed. It's extremely fast through here, as well as being very narrow. You can see there's only about a car width or so worth of grass before you're right into the wall. So if you've got a crashed car in the wall, an emergency vehicle, you can't really get a car past all of that safely at speed without that car being in the grass, and you don't really want to start pushing race cars into the grass. So maybe we're hearing some noise here. Let's just wait and see what that is. That's going to be a forklift, so that's never a good sign to be seeing a forklift. Hopefully everybody's okay involved in that. We've got some people out there. So it looks like the wreck is just up the street. You can see people wandering back and forth across the track, and they are using a forklift. So it may also be that we're going to use the forklift to maybe lift the car up and over the fence, although there's not really anywhere to put it there because it's, very tight. You can see the forest. It is as it looks, that there's not a whole lot of access on the side of the track. So hopefully everyone's okay on that. I haven't really had any information either way. And of course, kind of where we're doing the broadcast from this weekend isn't super conducive to me being able to reach over to an official and be like, hey, what's going on? We're on a separate floor from them, I believe, or at a minimum, we're, 2 suites down, I think would be the closest possible person. So as I sit here and ramble and we try to figure it out, I just want to run down the list here. The 702 car is still scored in the lead, but again, I don't think that's the case because the 02 is up there in the front. I think the 702 made a pit stop and somehow scored ahead and caught the yellow weird. So we're going to wait, we'll have to wait to get back going to see how that shakes out. Now, of course, WRL, because of the way the track time works and stuff, the clock is still running during the red flag. So if there were cars that needed, if you're in a car that's going to run probably 3 stints and that last stint's really just going to be a splash, anytime we have these red flags, it's going to start to throw up kind of a strategy situation for you and your team. I'm guessing at this point you're probably going to be planning for, oh my goodness, that is a lot. And that's an M240i. It's a red car. I just missed the number because I was looking elsewhere. It is the red M240i or M235i, whichever one it may be. So the front right of that car looked pretty well damaged. The cockpit seemed in one piece, which is kind of what you'd come to expect from a professionally built race car like an M240IR at this point, that they're pretty safe. But that was quite a lot of damage. So I wonder if we had a little bit of a situation where they got pushed wide and into the wall, or, I really don't know what happened there, but it seemed that a lot of the damage had taken place on the front right of the car, or front left. Yeah, that would have been the front right because of the way that the direction the vehicle was going. So they've got that cleaned up, it looks like. We have all the emergency vehicles coming back out. Hopefully everybody's okay there. We'll try to get word on that if possible. Usually Brendan has the hookup with all of the people. And again, he is on assignment right now. It's also worth noting that I don't actually have access to the YouTube chat, so if you are saying stuff, I can't quite see it at the moment. as we're going to have, it looks like, is there someone coming back? Oh, there's Brendan. There we go. Brendan. Good news. Well, not good news. Bad news for somebody's day. But we did see the car that was in the wall be removed. It was the orange and red M240i. I did not see
One
the
of the
number.
Team ACP cars.
Was it a Team ACP car?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking.
Well, no, because I believe the Team ACP cars, there's the one that's the rainbow color one, and there's the one with like the orange and black stripes. This was a different one. So I would want to make sure and see which one it was before I call that definitively. And of course, we don't have the Joseph super fun script to show us, which one is. Oh, we have replay ready. Perfect. I think we're going to be able to see a replay of something if it's the car going by. Maybe we'll catch which car it is. With 70 cars to keep track of here.
Oh, this will be
up
the
here in the tower. So if you're a team.
with our commentary as well.
Absolutely. So I'll just shut up for a second.
Yeah,
here.
this is on board the 134. We'll let this go here for a second.
We are
Only hot chocolate
up here. Yeah, only hot
we're
chocolate.
not giving away the coffee cake.
Right. Hot chocolate I covered with my own money here. I know you guys have all spent all of your own money on expensive things. I bought $4 worth of hot chocolate.
We will take bribes, actually. I just admit the cups are for sale to the highest bidder. So,
okay, gotcha.
while we won't
What did
give
TJ
them away,
pay?
we will take bribes.
What did TJ pay?
Ooh.
For his...
Yeah,
So that's one of the incidents.
Yeah.
So that's big mission, not quite getting slowed down in time because that was super sudden. Probably for the yellow flag for this particular incident that we just saw the BMW being pulled away from. So that's one of the issues that we had, and that's why they came through with a little bit of damage. That's unfortunate there. You can't see down the chute. I was kind of just talking about that too, that not only is it narrow, but also, guys, it's pretty narrow and like you can't see it's narrow, right? It's unsighted, like you can't see because the wall comes in so far, you can't see the next corner up. So if you come around the corner and everybody's stopped in the middle of the road, there's not a whole lot you can do at that point. Physics is only going to help you so much.
It's a high commitment area of the track too. You're committed through the carousel, right? You're sort of maybe 30%, 50% on the throttle through the second half of the corner. So you get to the final sort of apex. There's a little serrated, it's a curb, not painted as such all the way around. Anyway, there's a little curb on the inside, and as you get back to that, you come back full throttle, and the car begins to track out to the exit curb. As you do that, your eyes immediately go all the way down the track, and you're setting up for the kink, which is the highest commitment corner on the track, right? In these cars, in most cars, you're probably breathing the throttle a little bit, maybe dab the brakes to set the nose. You turn the car in and just try and catch the camber of the corner just right and accelerate away through the corner. So you're stuck in between these two really high commitment, high speed, high throttle, sections of track where there's very little margin for error. And I could see coming out of the carousel, like you said, it's narrow and unsighted, but also your eyes are very firmly, fixed far down the track to set up for the kink. And as things were developing in front of the 134 car there, we heard him get on the brakes. We know he was slowing down, and the car in front of him just sort of jumped out behind I think it was a 55 AOA car. And as it did, I think it was just caught unsighted and just wasn't able to slow down enough in time to avoid the back of the car that was in front of it. I can tell you, Ryan, here, our red flag at the moment is for wall repair. So
it's for the wall repair.
Yes,
okay.
Whatever happened at the kink was enough to either damage a little bit of Armco or shove some concrete out of the way and create a leading edge, which is not acceptable for cars going very quickly on track. However, as soon as I say what we're red flag for, we're no longer red flag, and we get back to double yellow conditions. The front of the field pulls away from pit out, and we'll rejoin the racing service here. Probably, we might get away with one lap of double yellow here, probably two, to get the field into some form of order, and we can go back racing from around Road America. This will be the front of the field down at turn 5, I think. Remember, we're not starting in order of 1st to 75th like we did for the start. This will just be whatever order we were in on track, with the overall leader, I think, having been picked up as the 0-2. I think that was the way that all kind of shook out.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
That the 702 that came in, there was a peculiarity there with it not being picked up as the leader by the safety car. And I'm not sure if that's because it was listed on Race Hero as being the leader in error, or it was the pace car just picked up the wrong car. So we'll have to make some sense of that. But in any case, it came into the pits ahead of the field initially when we went red. and went straight to its pit stall with some noted damage to the right rear corner.
Right.
We saw that, where the right rear bumper was just starting to peel away a little bit. So we're on board with the 02 now, and as we see, very much in tow of the C8 Corvette C8, whatever it happens to be, that is pacing the field at the moment at something like 45 to 50 miles an hour. I think we can get our timing overlay back up if as we get ready to head back out on track here. There we go.
Hey, there it is.
So we actually haven't lost much there. It was only about 18 minutes under red to facilitate the repairs down at the exit of the kink and get everything out on track. An easier way to do it, I would say. Okay, maybe you lose track time, but you would be driving around behind the safety car anyway, and this just allows all of the necessary vehicles and all of the necessary personnel to be out there, get the job done, and send cars back out racing again with minimal interruption and minimal concern. There goes the 67, actually, the NRG BRZ we were talking about earlier today. Just come through start finish to catch up to the back of the field. Anyway, with minimal interruption and minimal risk to the safety workers from trackside. Belief is that it was a solo incident down at the kink, which is not unbelievable.
Right.
I mean, we don't frequently see car-to-car contact in the World Racing League. It does happen. This is racing. It is meant to be no contact, and there are stiff penalties if contact is made and you are deemed to be at fault, to say nothing of the penalties for passing under yellow, which themselves are pretty draconian, but fairly so. In this case, the kink, again, fastest corner on the track, very high commitment. It doesn't take much to get it wrong there. And if you do get it wrong, there's no small accident in the kink.
Yep.
Right? It's just part of the inherent risk and to be frank, some of the thrill of Road America, racing at Road America. This is a classic American track.
Right.
The walls are fairly close. The corners are fast. The apexes are not sharp. You have a lot of long corners and very quick corners that really wear on the driver, wear on the car, wear on the tires. The kink is just one of them. Unfortunately, in being the quickest corner, it also has the smallest margin for error, and dropping a wheel on the exit there can result in a big one around the other side.
Right.
So we're an hour gone into race one from Road America. Sorry, I stumbled there. I'm not used to saying Road America. I'm not used to being here. This is fantastic. It's been a great weekend so far, and just a fantastic facility up here. The folks at Road America run the facility well. It's a great track. It's been maintained well. And we were talking this morning, Ryan, as we wait to see a green flag here at start. The track has been making significant investments into the infrastructure.
Absolutely. I think the fact that we're going to have a cup race here, a NASCAR cup race here, I think is going to lend to, I'm sure they have a little bit, they know that they're going to have better ticket sales for that weekend than usual. So they might be spending a little bit of money on capital, or spending a little bit of capital on infrastructure improvements so they can give the fans a little bit better experience, especially since it's going to be the first time. I don't know if it's ever, but at least in some time that they've had a NASCAR here, the Cup Series here anyway. The Xfinity Series comes, once a year. But we're going to have both the Xfinity and the full Cup Series are going to be here sometime this summer. I have the schedule saved somewhere. Anyway, we may see here, we do have the green flag shown here as the 02 comes out ahead of the 241. I don't know if that is almost certainly not for position. But we'll have to see how that clicks through, because timing scoring is still showing the 702 out front. But that is not the case at all.
Yeah, it's almost like that car was granted a lap or had a lap scored in error.
Right.
But we'll let timing and scoring sort of deal with that. Very far to our right down the building here on the front straightaway.
Right.
And as 62 plus cars still, it's something like 70 plus cars still. I think we were just about 70 coming back to green here. It's a long strung out field coming back to the green flag. The leaders have gotten away well, but it's a big gaggle behind them. The Speago and B01 comes through the shot, 7th on the restart after a 16-minute lap there as part of the red flag. Round 3 racing comes through. My guess here, Ryan, is that round 3 car is going to be docked a lap, that it picked up a lap in error as part of the yellow.
Right.
Left at the front of the grid, circled all the way back around.
Yep.
And essentially picked up that lap in error and will be docked here as an adjustment moving forward. If you're not already following live timing, racehero.io is where we pull our data in from, all our overlays, and of course what we follow to try and keep up with 70-plus cars around a 4-mile track with something like 40% track coverage from trackside. It's a big job, but RaceHero.io makes it a lot easier. So I invite you to follow along there as well. Thanks for everybody for joining us on Driver's Eye Live this morning. Happy to have everybody's company. As always, feel free to invite your friends along, follow along with some awesome WRL action from around Road America. Shot into the carousel here. This will be the exit of turn 8 behind us. And the iconic shot under the Speedville, Johnsonville, bridge on the way into the long right-hander. Over 180 degrees. More or less constant radius, but man, does it wear on left side tires.
Absolutely. Just another one of those, sweeping turns we have here at Road America. There's a lot of modern tracks, especially, that have lots of these kind of point and squirt, get hammered all the way down to second or first gear, turn in, and then fire again. There's a lot of nice S's and sweepers, and you got the carousel and stuff like that here at Road America. And I don't think we see enough of in modern track design.
Yeah.
So I do like going to these older tracks. Coda's a great facility, right?
Yep.
But, there's a lot of those that feel very procedurally generated, if you will. Kind of like this is how you design tracks now sort of situation. So the number 02 just came through. The 24, I think it was the 124 behind it. The Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW. A few seconds away already, 6.4 seconds. So, again, the 02 doing what they need to do, getting out in front. The Stratus Racing car back up to 7th.
Yeah. Still behind the 99 Team GTR BMW, however, and a couple of seconds back. And this is where this sort of feature of the race is where that NP01, despite being, the pole time yesterday, maybe over a single lap, it is the quickest car. However, it does lose a little bit in traffic as the 498 Will to Win came in, comes through the pit lane in front of us here. It does lose a little bit in traffic. It's a momentum car, and if you lose momentum or you're balked on your way into or through a corner, it's going to penalize you in that car all the way up the straight. And I think this phase of the race where we're just coming, 3 wide down the front straightaway again.
If we could look at turn 3, that'd be outstanding because we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah. I think we also have the roof camera back up as well.
Oh, perfect.
Which if
even better.
Director to refresh. However, it should be there. In any case, this is the group that came through just earlier. The Team ACP car is in there. One of the Team ACP cars is in there. It seems like they've all sorted themselves out by the time they got there. There's a lot of cars coming through front straightaway very quickly.
Yep.
The automatic racing, Aston Martin Vantage, not one we've mentioned yet this morning, Ryan. It's 4th overall. Will probably be scored 3rd here once we understand what's happening with the number 702 round 3 car.
Right.
It's already, won't have made a pit stop. That will have been into the pits for the red flag on Race Hero. But that's another one that that car stays in contention right the way through our 8-ish hour races in the World Racing League, and it's nice to see them back. I don't think they made it to Ohio.
I don't think so
that
either.
automatic car.
Or if they did, they were out very early.
Yeah, I don't believe
they all start to run together, if I'm honest. Yeah. Especially when you're doing it remote and it's just looking at a screen.
Yeah.
Whereas being here, you get to see a lot more of it, I reckon.
You too. We're a little hamstrung for our view out the actual window here on the front straightaway. Same view as timing and scoring as racing control, all of that. So nothing terribly surprising. Car stopped on the entrance to turn 13. Ryan, your camera placement at turn 12.
Paying dividends.
A home run again. Yep.
Paying dividends, absolutely.
Unfortunately, we don't know who it is, so let's take a peek here.
Can we get a zoom in and enhance on that? I think that would make it much clearer.
I don't think that it would. It would just make it very blurry. There's a waving flag at turn 13.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that.
That is quality.
Is that a Miata?
It looks like a Miata, doesn't it?
Look at that. See, the zoom in worked. Okay. All right. That's pretty good. That's great having your producer.
It really is. So we're looking for a salmon car on RaceHero.io. That'll give us a clue as to who is due by the start-finish line and has not yet come through. At the moment, Braunschweig, the 117 Corvette, that's definitely not a Corvette.
No.
We saw that in the pit lane just before the red flag came out earlier, so I suspect that car is still in the paddock or the pit lane. Renton Race, the number 240, is missing at the moment. Also of note, I don't think we mentioned this earlier on, we did lose the number 01 Hammer Audi RS3 at the start of the race. It did one lap and then immediately came into the pits. So
maybe a little bit of teething issue. That's the brand new car, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the old one's the new one. So maybe a little bit of teething issues there. It doesn't arrive from Germany ready to go in the box.
Just confirmation from race control that the incident down at the exit of the kink was a solo incident. It was just like we mentioned. It's a high commitment corner. It doesn't take much. You're a little bit offline there, especially in a car as quick. We believe it was 240.
Right.
Oh, it was number 240, red race. In any one of these cars, even the production cars in the World Racing League, they're not slow cars.
Right.
And require a lot of commitment there into the kink. And 1 foot, makes a big difference.
Yep.
And that will have sent that car off into the wall. Again, a solo incident down there at the kink. Driver is okay, which we have reported as well, which is very good. So, moving on from that, the Mustang is back. The 68 is back.
68 followed by the 38, the C4 Corvette.
Yeah.
Stunning.
Some classic cars in the World Racing League.
Absolutely.
You got your RS3s, your TCR cars, your GT4 cars up at the front of the field, and then what comes through? A Mustang, some old Mustang. I don't know the year. Yep, and the C4 Corvette.
I will note that in the classic cars note, we are positioned right across from the Triumph pit stall.
Yeah.
They are taking their awning down, and they have stopped working on the car.
So that car, that was a 144 Rat Patrol. It's done 5 laps.
Ugh.
I saw it being pushed through the car. Actually, you can see it. Right,
yeah, you can see it.
Yeah. But the awning coming down already.
Yep.
That's brutal.
Hopefully a local team. The camera, the rooftop camera does look stunning. And you can see the AOA pit right there.
Oh, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of action there at the AOA pit lane. That is a good-looking camera. Man, it would be really nice if we could pan and zoom with this rooftop camera.
I don't know.
Oh, goodness. I joke. 6 hours and 47-ish to go here at Road America on Saturday. I'm Ryan. That's Brendan. Layla's just chilling in the press box with us, taking photos, doing stuff on social media.
At DriversEye Live.
At DriversEye Live,
on Instagram.
absolutely. Yep.
Yes. Active this weekend for the first time in a long time. Exactly. Yep. It's the first time we've had DriversEye Live active in a race weekend in quite some time. Follow along there on Instagram, Facebook, DriversEye Live. You may already be watching us there on our Facebook page, but invite you to like and follow along there.
And fun fact, she's a celebrity. She runs the best craft brew Instagram page in Eastern Pennsylvania. Did you know that?
Valley Brewed 19?
I have no idea what it's called.
That's what it is.
That's what it is?
Yeah. No. That wasn't a question. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, not to get too far off track, but Elkhart Lake has a brewery of its own now.
It does. Absolutely.
Yeah,
switchgear. Yeah.
Very, very good.
All kinds of toggles. You got switches. You got push and pull ones. Tons of switches.
They have a beer called Corner 5, which I think is appropriate. I was really hoping for one called Canada Corner, and it would basically just be a Labatt clone.
That would have been excellent.
What's that? Yeah, for
Tanner.
Our producer, yep. It was cool Labatt. Anyway, it's been good community here this weekend, too.
Absolutely.
One of our good friends, TJ Halsema, is up here running timing and scoring this weekend with My Laps, and it's just nice to see the racing community come back together after everything we had to deal with last year as the 147 comes into the pits and the
593. I think the 593 had already pitted. So I wonder what this is about.
Yeah, this is the Boxster.
Yep.
From Windy Knoll. And we'll wait to see what they do here on the... that was a stop and to go.
Something interesting. Maybe it was a penalty, perhaps.
Yeah, either that or they're... it's mostly...
Yep, the marshal's going over to speak with them about it. I wonder if it was a pit lane speeding type of deal, because he does have the gun in his hand, and he was gunning people down earlier.
They are lap penalties in the World Racing League,
that's
typically, right? So I don't know. Maybe they were headed back towards the paddock. I don't understand.
Safety vehicle just getting off the... just came through this camera shot we had.
That'll be to go recover the car at turn 13.
Yep.
Automatic Racing into the pits, the number 191. From had been 4th, possibly 3rd, depending on the round 3 situation.
The only British car still running today.
Is that entirely accurate? It might be, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Almost certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those Honda Civics were built in England. So I'm curious. They almost certainly built that Civic at HPD. So... in Santa Barbara or whatever.
Yes.
So, I'm willing to bet that that's the only British car remaining. Probably built by ProDrive, I would imagine. So we've got the emergency vehicle just tending to the vehicle. Yeah. The stricken small sports car on the right-hand side here.
I got to be honest here, Ryan. I Well, let's back
Unfortunately,
up
there's
here.
lots of salmon here, so it's
No.
difficult to tell.
I want to back up here because what you're going to see on Race Hero, we're not necessarily looking for a salmon car. If that car never made it around and cross start finish line, my suggestion here is that maybe it came out of the paddock on an outlap, did not cross start finish, or did cross start finish in the pit lane, but never made it back around and trip on track.
Okay.
So it will still be listed as pit.
Ooh, and the flatbed's coming around as well. So whatever's happened with that car, it needs to be towed, which is less than ideal, of course.
So that wouldn't be the core Motorsports Mustang, would it?
No. The core Motorsports Mustang, I think I've seen come through.
Okay, it's listed as in the pits.
It might be in the pits. That could be the case because I did see it come down the pit lane.
We are missing the Bonsai Racing number 19 Porsche. GT4 came in. Actually, it started this race phenomenally well. It led briefly.
Absolutely.
After the green flag until it was overtaken by the number 02 Hammer Motorsports RS3. And everybody doing a good job here just to stay wide of the emergency vehicles. Hot poles are very much a thing at Road America. So we're happy to take advantage of that, but it requires some cooperation by the drivers, and nice to see everybody doing their part today to make sure everybody can stay safe. We can stay racing, we can stay watching racing, and the drivers can continue racing on track with minimal strategic and
strategery
overall disruption to their race.
Yeah. I do want to talk about GP3 here for a moment.
Yeah, let's do that, please.
Let's chit-chat about GP3. We'll have a little fireside chat, if you will, about GP3. So we've got the 605 Round 3 racing car. No stranger at the front of the field, Round 3 racing. And then we've got the number 198 Overnight Motorsports car is 27 seconds off of that. The next car is a lap down, the number 93 TC Klein car. And the AOA Motorsports cars are also off the lead lap. So I wonder if everyone in GP3 has pitted except for the 2 leaders.
Well, I can tell you on Race
Actually,
Hero,
we can check that. I forgot we have the technology.
We can kind of check that because remember, everybody will have been into the pits as a result of the black flag.
So we're looking for somebody who has 2 pit stops. I think that's the case. I think the 2 leaders have not pitted yet.
So it's not quite a lap, Brian. It's a minute 40 as the TC
just clicked
Klein
through
car
to change.
comes through. Yep.
Right. 208 off the
AOA.
lead. Yeah. So anyway, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Then we've got GP2 here. Let's take a look at that. Number 678 Chill Out Systems car out in the lead over the number 42 Tons of Gas Motorsports car. That's only 2 seconds gap there. So that's going to be pretty spicy here shortly. And then the next car, the third place, number 601 Round 3 racing car, of course, 29 seconds off the lead. So we got kind of the top 3 there. Pretty close. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5-ish cars on the lead lap. Again, we got to wait for Race Hero to kind of update and do their thing. And again, we also have to wait to see how the pit stops have shaken out because some people had started to pit maybe beforehand, and then we had the red flag. Some people have pit afterwards. So we're going to have to see how that shakes out probably here in the next 30 or 40 minutes to really get an idea of who is where on the strategy side of things. And then we've got GP1 as well. We're going to just take a look here. Team Frozen Rotors, the 984 out in front. Again, scored ahead by a lap, but again, we're going to have to make sure and see what the deal is. I wonder if the 984 has pit, just given that they have a pit marker, and then the next lap was 17 minutes. So I wonder if they have pitted and already done that. Unclear. So again, just not quite what we're looking for as far as, it's not ideal to have a red flag this early in the race, especially right around the time that some people were starting to do the pit thing. So we'll have to wait and see there as well as we lose one of our cameras. That's unfortunate. We got the number 54. Oh, no, I was wrong. We also have the Ginetta here. The Ginetta is a British-built car. So we've got 66% of the British cars are here as the number 99 pulls into the pit lane. Looks like a scheduled stop, I believe, for them.
And that'll be their first stop, Brian. They did not pit when we initially went double yellow.
Okay.
Sort of 40 minutes in. So that'll be first stop for them at an hour and 20. Minus the 18 minutes we were stopped. So it's about an hour for their first stint.
Somebody just yeeted the seat insert onto the canopy from the car.
Oh, yeah, you can see
that
it
was
up on
impressive.
top of the blue canopy.
I watched him throw it. It was pretty good.
Holy cow. And now it is now stuck on top of the canopy.
we'll have to see how that pans out as well. If that's going to become a problem here in another couple hours when that driver wants to get back in. Surely it's not that tall, but I like to think that that'd be funny to watch. We'll see if they use a. What do you think, Brendan? Do you think they will use a tool of some device or of some sort to get it down, or do you think someone will jump and tap it?
I think that was it.
Okay.
Very technical discussion here on the driver.
Absolutely. Ooh, it looks like a little bit of damage on the front of the Nissan as well.
That's the 350?
No, that would be a 280 or the SX, whichever the Drifty Boy one is. That's in the Blurple color.
It's a nice. Well, I actually don't care for that car. It's just the way it looks. I don't care for the
paint.
The paint. It's the overall look. It's a very long car. It kind of looks like a boat.
That's all right.
Sounds great.
Sounds good. It's got a nice V6 motor in there.
Yeah.
They did actually climb up on the pit wall. Climbed up on the pit wall and then grabbed the foam piece off.
Okay, I got it.
So glad we got to the bottom of that.
Do we have a standing yellow flag at? I can't tell if the camera at the exit of the kink is behind, or if we actually do have a standing yellow there.
So Hammer Motorsports has gone through into the lead now, and the 702 is falling, but it also registers them in the pit lane. So I don't know if that's been fixed, or if they just happen to be pitted, or how that all pans out. 198 car, Pellegrini comes in. Looks like probably another stop. I don't think that's the first time they've stopped today, actually.
A shakeup at the top of the field here, Ryan. Sorry to interrupt. The 702 has pitted the round 3
We were
car.
just talking about that,
Okay,
actually.
yep. So, but what that's meant, along with the 99, is the 02 leads again.
Mm-hmm.
We think, well, not just corrected, but now absolutely leads again. The Horseman car, the number 14,
right,
is right up into second, and just set its fastest lap of the race at 227.732. That last time picking up just about a tenth of a second on the 02 Hammer car.
And Will Ferrell's favorite car, the number 59.
I don't get that reference.
You don't watch SNL, do you?
I mean, I
drive a Dodge Stratus.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, the number 59, and now up into third place. So that car starting to now that we've talked about the tires coming into their own, we've got the traffic a little bit more spread out. I think we're going to see that car hang around up there. They're only 10.9 seconds off the lead. So we're starting to get a little bit of a rhythm here at the front of the field at least.
Yeah, I heard you mention the G-Tech Janetta as well, up into fourth now, just set its fastest lap of the race, 228.2. So it's, I think now that we're sorted through most of the traffic after the double yellow a little earlier on, as we ride on board your leader, it's allowed some of these GTO cars to find a little bit of open air, and it's the grip the 02 has. So the 99 will have been stuck in behind one of the BMWs there through the carousel. So I was just shocked that the TCR was pulling so much on the M4, or through the corner.
Right.
Not so much down the straightaway, but now through the kink. The 02 gets back on the throttle and just motors by the 99 M4 GT4.
Even more bad news, the Triumph is now on the trailer and being pulled away. So that's the end of the day for them.
End of the weekend for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's tomorrow as well, yeah. Still got the Pellegrini car in the pits. They're doing something. This might be just a driver change. We'll have to see.
Is this 198 in front of us? The number is being blocked by
so.
the pit marshal at the moment.
We can just get on the PA and have the pit marshal move.
There we go.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I am looking at GTO only. That one's right. Stratus car into second. So the 59 NP01 has gone past the number 14 Horseman Motorsports entry on this most recent lap. We jump on board the round 3 number 601, with whom, I don't know who's on board, but I'm hopeful we'll get to chat with a few of the round 3 entrants a little later on this afternoon or throughout the day today.
Absolutely.
A rep come up and chat with us, and with any luck.
That's the 198 that was in the pit lane.
Yes.
They're just pulling out. Keep it close here. The round 3 racing. That's 601. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Kind of update. So they did make the pass. And again, genuinely, as the 241 comes into the pit lane as well, if you have people who are interesting, if you have people who are not interesting, anybody, the 99 coming in again, that seems like a drive-through, because I believe their pit stall is a little bit closer than that. So I wonder if that's a drive-through or if they just came out of the paddock.
Nope, we just saw them on track.
Okay. Again, 70 cars here is a little bit much. We're down to 60 now, but
well, it's just trying to get a sense of why the 99 is back in the pit lane. Unless it was pit stall here in front of us, just to the left, so that he did just drive through and then leave again. It's very peculiar.
Interesting. As the 241 comes back out of the pit lane, they have now left. Just a standard service for that team.
Even in the onboard that came in here, the number 601, the end of the front straightaway in a GP2 car, you're still pushing 130 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
These cars are just like so much fun to drive.
Absolutely.
Not just the Caymans in general. I know they've been around the World Racing League for a long time, and there for a while were pretty much the car to have in GP1 back in our early days of covering the World Racing League, especially down the U.S. Endurance Championship. But now, I mean, we ride on board and get a really good look at the round 3 cars. They just look so stable and planted, and like whoever is driving them. Now I know we have Sam Montgomery, Lonnie Unser that have been on board these cars for the last couple of races. As our leaders in the pits. We'll come back to that in a second. But they're able to really hustle the cars, and they just look so planted and natural to drive. And I think if I weren't going to jump in a GT4 car, in GTO, this would be the place I would go to come hang out and drive an endurance racing car for a weekend. They just look so well prepared and like just a blast, man.
Well, they're well prepared, and that really shows you the advantage of having a mid-engine car versus not. That you can make a little bit more stable platform, and then the Caymans are still pretty light.
Yeah.
And I think you'll notice too that even in the lower classes that the Boxsters do okay as well. That they're not super powerful. I've driven a base Boxster before. You're playing with maybe 200 horsepower in the 2.7, maybe on a good day. Not knowing what they've done to this one specifically, but it's not a tremendous amount of power. But you do get the balance. The steering is really great. The car turns in nice. You get all the good stuff that you'd want out of that. And again, it's a car that's going to be fun to drive. You daren't want to slide one around. You don't want to be putting that car sideways on entry or anything because you're not going to catch it. But otherwise, that's going to be a pretty fun way to do it. I think all of these cars here, especially at this track, you're going to get a different driving experience, drastically so, here versus maybe some other tracks that are a little bit smaller, because the way you're going to attack these corners, because there's fewer of them, is going to matter a lot more, because again, you're going to try to maximize your speed on the straights.
Leader into and out of the pits, that was the erstwhile leader, the 02, the 95.
The 95, that's a 240SX. I finally remember what that's called.
Okay. That is into and out of the pit lane as well. It's No Name Motorsports. Solid run for that guy.
Great platform to talk about. I do think that Tanner would not appreciate you calling the 240SX a boat. Tanner specifically.
Because he likes drifting?
Because he likes drifting, and it's quite a good drift car.
It just looks so long.
That's the whole point.
I don't know. I want something nimble. And like we were just talking about.
They are nimble.
Every car is going to give you a different experience in traffic, alone, at different tracks. I mean, some cars may be stronger at one track versus another. That car just doesn't look like it's fun to drive anywhere. It just looks so big. Not really what I would go for. But I'll tell you what, if it's quick and you've sunk hours and hours in developing that car and extracting the absolute most you can out of it,
right,
then it kind of doesn't matter what it's going to drive like, because it's your race car, your team's race car, and your goal is to outperform the expectations, right? So like I standing here trackside, I see a 240SX on track, and my reaction is, oh my God, I don't want to go anywhere near that thing. So the expectations are super low. But if they're
so you're telling me if that team came up here right now and said, Brendan, good news, I've got a helmet, I've got a suit.
I don't know that I would.
RJ said you're good to go. You're not going to drive that.
I don't know that I probably would, actually.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's what I
thought.
anyway, my point was going to be here as we shuffle back to GP1 to talk about the no-name car. With 17 entries in GP1, the car's just pitted, and I think will have actually been considerably higher. Definitely pitted out of the top 10. So, the car looks like a boat. It doesn't look like it's going very quickly. It's still running the top 10 in GP1. You are exceeding expectations, right? Which is the absolute most you can ask of anybody is to make a car go as quickly as you can. They're making a car that doesn't look like it's supposed to go fast, go very fast.
Exceeding Britain's expectations anyway.
My expectations, sure, yes. Yes. I don't know who else has expectations in WRL races.
Everyone and no one.
I'm not even sure I have expectations.
Would you say they're great?
No, probably not.
They're not great expectations.
Not for that car. So let's reset the top of the overall field, and then we'll walk back through a couple of classes now as we crest an hour and a half.
Let's do it.
Through the first
the paint scheme on the 777.
Oh, Phelps car. They haven't been to
beautiful
WRL racing.
I don't believe so. Look at that. Oh, with the cream and the orange, that's lovely.
Yeah, Layla's take on that car was that it looked a little bit like a conversion van paint scheme.
That's totally fine. Love it.
Yeah?
Looks stunning.
Burnt orange and cream.
Stunning.
Yeah. It's a good-looking car anyway. It's nice to see Ronnie Phelps Motorsports back out at a WRL race. Layla wants it. Burnt orange and cream BMW. Let's make it happen. Your overall leader for the moment is the 59 Stratus Racing Subico NP01. You may be mistaken if you were to tune in and believe that car has landed a pole. It very much has not. That car has had a tumultuous sort of opening stanza to this race, not being able to get the tires up to temperature or have the car at pace right from the drop of the green flag this morning. However, it's finding its feet a little bit here, and as we see pit stops from the rest of the leaders in GTO, that car has stayed out on track, 29 laps completed. Last lap at 2:31.4. So, when that car makes its first stop, I think it'll shuffle back towards the lower end of the top 10 where it had been because it's not picking up oodles and oodles of time on track. So, that has left the number 54 Janetta from G-Tech Motorsports in second, 16 seconds behind, and just dropping a little bit of time to the MP01. Not a bunch, but enough.
Look at the round 3 car trying to step out on a Cayman. Yeah, outstanding.
Up over the apex curb. We think this is Mododka on board, according to Skierman64 in chat.
Let's see.
Yeah,
ooh, shut the door there. Ooh,
yeah,
that's not what you want to do.
So that's the 14 we're following behind. Like you said, one of the Caymans. It looks like a GT4 Cayman.
It is.
I think the Club Sport.
It's the Club Sport,
the
right?
First
it's not
iteration.
Well, there's the Club Sports, and then there's the, like, we built them for prior to the GT4 Club Sport being a thing.
We think this is the GT4
so this is a 718. The other ones are like Caymans.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As the 23 pulls into the pit lane as well. Speaking of Caymans.
Yeah. It's a nice looking car as well.
Absolutely.
Mostly white, but with this metallic orange stripes down the left side and the roof, I think that's a metallic stripe as well.
As Gordon Ramsay would say, lovely.
Let's just recap the top of the field here again quickly. Denton Brothers Racing in third, the number 540 Porsche Cayman, the GT4 Club Sports, round 3 racing, the number 702. Oh, car off the gravel at turn 12, I believe is the 94 Motorsports Lexus IS 300.
Ooh.
Undecided as to which one it might be.
As the number 1 comes into pit lane. So the team car to the leader. Looks like they're making their stops now.
Yes.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Straight away again. Actually, this is what we just saw, Ryan. Now on board with the Sentinel camera, the Candelaria Racing Products system on the 601. And as he motors past the Mustang.
199 back in the pit lane again.
Yeah, it's a Pellegrini car. The second time.
That's not going well for them today. So they've had a lot of time in the pit lane.
GP1. Let's get through our classes here. Team Frozen Rotors leads GP1 by what says a lap on Race Hero is almost certainly bound to be less than that. As our leader is in, the 59 NP01 leads at 984 leads Hunter Racing, the number 58. The 1994 325 IS. Rensport KC in third. Another team it's nice to see back at the World Racing League weekends, the number 23 Porsche Cayman. So it's third there in GP1. Fourth in GP1 is the 44 PC Racing M3 that led very early on, I believe. And Team LMR, the number 151, rides in P5 in GP1, excuse me. Tons of Gas Motorsports leads GP2. It's number 42. From North Loop Motorsport, the number 21 BMW 3 Series. 1999 Porsche Boxer for round 3, the number 601 that we've been riding on board with. Third in GP2 at the moment, leading the Chill Out Systems number 678. Now, I'm fairly sure that Chill Out Systems car has been in the pits since the full course yellow this morning. It has. It's made its first stop already a couple of laps ago, actually, whereas most of the leaders in GP1 have not pitted yet. So, we know that Chill Out Systems car has good pace. And I wonder if what the pathway back to the front is like there for them, if there is one, because pitting earlier and more often does not make for a particularly easy pathway to victory in the world.
No, it does not.
In fact, more frequently, if you haven't followed along on DriversEye Live before, more frequently what we see in WRL races is it's actually very rarely about pure on-track pace. It tends to come down more to pit stop time, number of pit stops, and just playing the strategy right when you're given the opportunity. And it's not necessarily to say that you have to have bang-on strategy, but in cases where we know that strategy calls have made the difference, like we saw at Barber with the Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR on Saturday, and like we've seen so many times before, that strategy can be the difference maker. And you know, if you have that edge over your competitors, if you don't have just raw pace, you know, it's made the difference for Hammer before, and you know, take the opportunity when you can get it, and that'll be your difference maker when you come to the end of the 8 hours on the Saturday. In any case, Tons of Gas leads, and now into the pit lane, the number 42 we just saw come through in front of us here, North Loop Motorsports from round 3. Chill Out Systems in 4th, and Fat and Furious, the number 581, sits 5th in GP2. GP3, being led by the 605 round 3 racing Porsche Boxster. We have an onboard from them as well, I think. The number 93 TC Fine Racing BMW 330i in 3rd, and the number 57 Silver Martini Racing Mazda Miata in P3. As second place comes into the pits, so we've had the Subico NP01 into the pits for the first time. From the GTO lead, we've had now the 54 G-Tech Motorsports T55 GT4 into the pit lane, and that cycles the number 540 Denton Brothers Racing Porsche came into the lead, and that, Ryan, will have been the first of the cars that pitted under yellow.
Okay.
The 83 94 Motorsports Lexus IS 300 that was backwards, appeared to be backwards down at turn 12 anyway, at Canada Corner, has come back to the pit lane on the back of the car. So that car's been recovered and will, I think, just be towed all the way up the pit lane and either drop in the pit box here or make the hard right into the paddock at the end of the pit lane. Yes, those of you in chat discussing the antique cars, I know that was a little while ago, but to have the Mustang and the C4 Corvette is fantastic. And I think goes to sort of refute the idea that WRL is becoming exclusively let's say, a professionally built car series for like the TC4s and the TCRs and the GT4s. Right, together call it TC4 for all I care. It's just, it's simply not true. You can be competitive in, you know, what essentially appear to be cars that are built up from spec boxers or are spec boxers in some of the cases of the lower classes,
right?
Or at least some years ago. Up in GTO even, for that matter. Okay, you've got the BMW M2 Club Sports, but when we were at Circuit of the Americas last year, pole was taken by the Choice Racing BMW M3. That car's a rocket ship.
Yep.
And it was just built up from a road-going E46.
Right.
So it's nice to see the GT4s and the cars that, you know, are internationally homologated. And it's fun to see the NP01. That car's quick. But there's just as much interest and intrigue in GTO and in the general production classes with cars like the C4 Corvette, the Braunschweig C5 Corvette, the 33 car. Beautiful car. Well prepared, very, very pretty paint scheme, and just fantastic to have, you know, those sorts of cars with us in the World Racing League, and they're all very competitive. The 33, by the way, is KBT Racing. I didn't want to short them on a team, but I couldn't remember it offhand. Back in 42nd overall. Tough GTO car, but it's nice to have the Corvette here. We don't have the Will to Win Corvette this weekend.
We do not.
Number 91. Yeah. I think they were out at Mid-Ohio as well, or missing at Mid-Ohio.
Got a yellow here.
Yeah, I'm curious, because we're struggling with the connection on this camera as the cell tower here becomes more and more, I don't want to say overloaded, but used. I do wonder a little bit if that is if that camera's maybe a little behind and we're seeing the yellow flag we saw at turn 12 for the Lexus IS 300.
Right.
Unless an onboard reveals to us that there is actually another car down at turn 12. It's possible. We'll wait for that, actually. See if we can get an answer there.
I do think it's worth noting as well, on the subject of professionally built cars versus, when I say professionally built, I mean like factory built race cars versus something that you have, you know, built up from regular
factory
road car.
built is a better way to
Yeah.
put that, yeah.
You have the, as the 38C4 comes in on the lane.
Yeah.
You've also got the, I was curious and I looked around for a while at the last race we were at, or that I was at anyway, doing the commentary for, you know, remotely for WRL, and some of these cars, for what you would sink into a E46 to make it as competitive as it is here today, unless you yourself are super handy and going to do the work yourself, I'm guessing if you wanted to buy the old number 99, that's probably a $50,000 to $70,000 car. And
the old number 99.
The old number 99, the M3.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm guessing that's an expensive car. $100,000 to have it, if you wanted to have it built like that, probably. $100,000 buys you a lot of car. That gets you in the TCR range. That gets you close to a GT4 car. That gets you, you know, you're right there or thereabouts. You can get an MX-5 pre-built. I believe the Cup car for the MX-5, the whatever they call it now, the MX-5 Cup.
Yeah, global
that they
Cup,
run with the global MX-5 Cup. Yeah, I believe you can buy those new from like 65 to 70, which would tell me that used ones are probably substantially cheaper at this point, like under 50, I would imagine. So if you're not super handy, these cars that are factory built, or at least built by a preparer in a series, that, you know, are very safe, very reliable cars, it would seem, are not tremendously expensive when you look into what you would spend on a comparable GTO or GT1 car. Now, if you're in GT3, you're saving some cost there and you are getting cheaper cars. And that's why, you know, you can pick up a road-going Boxster for $5,000, throw a cage in it, that's another 2 or 3. You know, maybe spend a G or 2 on some suspension updates, maybe get a little bit nicer brake pads, and you can be all in for probably less than 15 or 20 grand on a car to run the GP3 or even GP2, depending on what you pick. But if you're already operating in that kind of that GP1 to GTO range, the manufacturer-built cars aren't that much more money.
Yeah.
And we've seen even today that M240IR, you know, hit the wall. It must have been at some speed, and it sounds like the driver is okay. So you're getting a lot of safety built in. And again, there's great cage builders out there as well. But when you have the, you know, factory-built cage in a modern chassis to start with, built at the factory, you know, no expenses spared type of thing, you know, you might be a little bit better off there as well versus, you know, I would rather hit a brick wall in a current BMW 2 Series than I would a 90s 3 Series.
Oh,
just
sure,
across the board in general. Yep. So, you know, if you want the safety of stepping up into that, I don't think the cost is that much higher. I'm sure there's a lot of things you've got to do as far as buying parts from the factory that are probably less fun than being able to pick your own. As far as, you know, an E46, there's a whole gamut of parts available for it. So there's a couple ways to go, but I don't think that the factory-built cars are as high budget as it would seem.
No, and you know where I think this is going to come to a head, Ryan, is the 24 Hours of Sebring later on this season.
Right.
It's notoriously a car breaker of a circuit, and that's not to say that, you know, 24 Hours is inappropriate or anything there. I think it is the ideal fit. If you're an amateur endurance racing series, or any endurance racing series, frankly, but especially something like the World Racing League, you have the opportunity to create something special down there. One of the tracks in the country, notorious for, testing cars to their limit, testing drivers to their limit. I think you'll really see there what the difference is, if any, in the longevity of factory-built cars versus these home-built cars. I honestly don't know what to expect there. Obviously, the factory cars are going to be over-engineered, right?
Right. Well,
there's no question about it, especially the GT4s, right? Because almost certainly you will be expecting them to – you want them to live long. You want people to feel like they're making a good investment for themselves long-term.
Right.
Right? So they'll be over-engineered. However, Sebring's a tough place, and – and not normal. It's not normal that you do 24-hour races at a place like Sebring.
Exactly.
They're not meant. Those cars aren't meant to do 24-hour races at a place like that. However, some home-built cars might be. They might be meant to go do an entire season's worth of racing with little to no service.
Right.
And I think that 24 hours of Sebring is really going to separate the cars that are prepared and engineered well for endurance racing, and the cars that are basically sprint racing cars that are thrown on track for 16 hours a weekend. Taken home, stripped down, rebuilt, done it.
Right.
They do it again. I'm very, very much looking forward to that event at the end of October.
Well, if you recall, where we cut our teeth doing this broadcasting thing at Thunder Hill, especially in the earlier days, the car to have for the first 23 and a half hours was a Porsche GT3 Cup car.
Yeah.
And that was a matter of, those cars are built really sturdy.
Yeah.
Very few of them were ever broken. What happened was you reached the end of the service life on the gearbox. So if you ran them hard, I think it was either a 20 or 25 hour service life.
Yep.
So if people ran them hard in practice and qualifying, they would not get to the end. The gearbox would get stuck between gears. It was the same thing every time. It was painful walking down the pit lane and seeing the same issue every time I walked down there. It's stuck between gears. We can't get it to shift. Every year.
Yeah.
Every single year. So I don't know off the top of my head. I wonder what the service interval is on a TCR car. I'm sure Tim Myers has that figured out. I wonder what the service interval is on a GT4 car. Now, GT4 cars we do see around the world in endurance races, but what would be the next most rough track? The Nürburgring, maybe?
I mean, parts of the Nürburgring get resurfaced every year.
Right. Well,
every winter they go out and resurface another kilometer or two. Right?
Exactly. So what's going to really be the most similar race that has GT4 cars in it? I'm curious to see how that shakes out. And it could be that the GT4 runners here run a whole season, and that's fine. But now we're adding substantial mileage midway through the season.
Yeah.
So maybe if not at Sebring, then you may start to have issues later on. It is going to be interesting. I agree with you that we have we're going to have something that's unique that I don't think has been done before ever, and it's going to test all of these teams and how well they've prepared their cars. So I think it'll be good. That's a track that eats LMP1 cars.
Yeah. Yep.
In half the amount of time.
I'm very, very much looking forward to that and what that presents us as part of the coverage for the World Racing League, number one. But number two, we're going to be much, much closer to having championship implications, in air quotes, right, by that point in the day, or that point in the season. That is the second to last round. I mean, we'll go to Hallett. 2 weeks later, we'll go to the 24 hours of Sebring, and then we'll finish up the Circuit of the Americas in December.
Right.
So it's not something to be taken lightly. If you spent your entire season, we know there are teams here that have a real focus on the championship. Hammer Motorsport, focused on the championship. Now, some of that is just by being competitive in almost every race.
Right.
But that is with a view towards competing for a championship at the end of the year. AOA Motorsports, another one, really has a view towards winning the season-long championships, both in class and the overall points, national points championship.
Yep.
So that race is going to have particularly, substantial implications. I also wouldn't be shocked, Ryan, if we get to Daytona, which is the next race in the World Racing League. Daytona, yep, 14 hours. It's a single endurance race there. I wouldn't be shocked if that race, that track even maybe tests the limits of the cars a little bit.
You're up on the banking. These cars don't run the banking that often. You've got oil sloshes. Now, I would imagine any of these cars that have issues with oil pickup probably already have baffles in the pan.
Sure.
But you know, the transition as you come out of the infield up onto the banking is pretty sharp.
Yeah, and turn 6 itself is very, very bumpy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of quick corners and a lot of hard braking zones.
Yeah.
Coming off the oval into turn 1, coming off, well, again, off the oval, but into the bus stop chicane on the back straightaway.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a good braking zone into turn 6, and into turn 3, or, I'm sorry, turn 5 and turn 3. And we're going to have almost 90 cars again at Daytona. We've got 88 registered as it is.
Right.
Right? I 3.5 miles, 88 cars, and 14 hours of consistent racing. It's not like you get a chance to do any work overnight, right? We start at 8 a.m., we finish at 10, or something similar to that.
Yep.
I think that will be a little precursor to what we see at the 24 Hours of Sebring.
I think so,
and
too.
I think that it will be good to make some notes when we get to Daytona next month on, you know, what cars handle it well, what cars don't, and what the specific issues are, because some of them will be amplified when we get to Sebring in October. The rest of the World Racing League calendar, for what it's worth, the weekend after Daytona, which will be June 4th through 5th on the High Banks, 14 hours there. Weekend after that, we'll go to Topeka. I want to call it Heartland Park Topeka, but I believe it's Heartland Motorsports Park now is the official name for it. Former Craftsman Truck Series venue is, I'm sure, what it's most famous for. Never mind the IMSA GTP races in the 90s, the SCCA runoffs in the mid-2000s. They've done a lot of work to that facility from what it looked like on TV in the 90s. And it's a good-looking track. It's nice to see the WRL getting back to the Midwestern roots here. We've got this Road America swing here. We'll have Topeka a little later on. We'll get to Hallett in October. But that Topeka stop is nice for what I think will end up being a race that allows the general production cars and the local teams that have been a part of the World Racing League since the early days to get out and flex a little bit.
I think so.
So that'll be good. We'll see them the second weekend of June there at Topeka. July, mid-July, 17th through 19th, we go to Road Atlanta.
Right.
Back into the Southeast, which is another well-subscribed event. I think registration opens for that here in, I think it's next week, actually.
Excellent.
Out sort of 2 months in front of that. A warm one, but 16 hours of racing over the weekend from Road Atlanta in July before we go back west. The farthest west stop will be High Plains Raceway, August 6th through the 8th, about an hour east of Denver. Former home of the 24 at 5280.
Yep.
The World Racing League flagship 24-hour event. We changed out High Plains for Sebring this year, which is very exciting.
I think that's a better move, to be honest.
So.
I think the novelty of doing the Sebring 24-hour race will be interesting.
The first Sebring 24-hour race, by the way. We didn't mention that.
I wonder, and to jump onto that, I wonder how many professional or near professional drivers will have trying to get seats for that event to prepare for the is it Creventic doing the race the following week or whatever?
It's not the following week anymore. They bumped it out.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's after the IMSA Petit Le Mans week. Yes, after Petit Le Mans.
In much the same way that we had NASCAR drivers participating in COTA.
Yeah, of course. I'd totally forgotten about that. That's a good point.
Absolutely. I think that we'll start to see some of the guys who run the Creventic series who haven't done the Sebring super often. I think there will be people looking to buy seats for that.
The counterpoint there is, can you do 2 Sebring 24-hour races back-to-back in like a 3 or 4 week span? That's asking a lot of a driver.
That's also true. Yep, I'd agree.
To say nothing of the cars, of course. I don't know if there's a whole lot of crossover there anyway, but the drivers in particular, that is brutal. And I know for certain that, you know, we've given the choice. There are guys who will come out and run World Racing League just as a value proposition.
Right.
These events are essentially back-to-back, right? Okay, the 24-hour series, we have competitors in both. Team ACP, Tangerine Associates. KGB Jones and the boys run those M2s and the M240s in the 24-hour series. They've been to Dubai. They've been to Mugello. They've done the 24 hours of Paul Ricard or 12 hours of Paul Ricard, whatever it is that particular year.
But, the Bernie Eccleston Grand Prix.
Yes, exactly. Brutal facility. We're at Road America talking about Paul Ricard. Something's gone horribly wrong. But as a value proposition, the 24 hours of Sebring up against the Creventic series, or the 24-hour series coming over and doing a 24-hour there, to me, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, no question.
Right? You don't have to go buy a factory-built car. You don't have to rent a seat in a factory-built car.
Right.
Your entry fees are less than 50%.
I was going to say they're probably half at least.
At most, they're half.
Right.
Right, because they have tiers in the 24 hour. World Racing League is flat entry fee. You get the test day on the Friday, and then you go 24 hours of racing Saturday and Sunday. You're not paying for all the extra things that another series is going to lump into their package to bring people over from Europe, and all the travel costs and the logistics costs. And to see those two events back to back is slightly humorous to me, but more than that, I think it highlights all the positives of the World Racing League and what it offers the amateur driver. It's the same race.
It is. It's exactly the same race.
You're
doing the professional event. IMSA doesn't run 8 hours here. IMSA runs a 2-hour and 40-minute race here. And I believe the Pilot Challenge race is shorter than that. I want to say it's only 90 minutes.
I think it's 2 hours.
Or is it 2 hours here? Okay. Yeah. But still, I mean, you're going to the big name tracks.
Yep.
And you're getting lots of track time out of it. So it's a good proposition for a team owner, because maybe you only want to run 2 hours. That's fine.
Yeah.
Come on Saturday, run your 2 hours, go home. We'll find somebody else to fill your seat.
I just want to stop you very quickly. We'll touch on that in 1 second, but we've had a change for the lead. Tons of Gas Motorsports, number 242, has passed the number 540 Denton Brothers Racing Porsche Cayman. So we've had an on-track pass for the lead again. Both of these cars pitted under our full course yellow that preceded the black flag. So, correct. Interesting to see here. We've sort of got two different races going on at the moment. The top five all pitted early and will be coming up to make their second stop here probably within the next 5 to 6 laps.
Yep.
And then from Hammer on back, the number 02, the Stratus car actually pitted later than everybody.
Right.
But the Hammer car, split decision car, I think PMW did not pit under the... Oh, they pitted a couple times, actually. But anyway, my point is, two separate races going on. Top five all pitted under the yellow. Behind them, mostly cars that did not pit under the full course yellow, and as such, have only made one stop and will cycle back through into the lead.
Right.
I would say, not to, pat somebody on the back here, I am tempted to follow him. When it comes to pit strategy and caution, strategy and how you call pit stops under the yellow flag, I am tempted to sort of blindly trust that approach. So we'll use that as a starting point, but as always, it's going to take us another 3 or 4 hours until this all shakes out and we understand what it's going to look like towards the end of the race.
Right. And not to mention, I'm still curious to see what's going to happen with the tires.
Yeah.
I really do think that's going to be an issue at the end. If not today, tomorrow.
Yeah. On board the leader, the 02.
The 02. I want to dice through some traffic. Well, the 02 is not the leader anymore. The
leader
of that pack.
Right.
Yeah.
It was the leader, yes. Leader of the group that pitted after the full course yellow.
Yeah. This is not what you want when you're trying to make up time for, to come out ahead of people into pit stop. A gaggle of 4 slower cars in much lower classes. You're going to try to get around when you can, but it's just, yeah.
2 Pellegrini cars here in a row, I think, too.
I think so. Running nose to tail, or at least they were a moment ago.
Woo! Out over the exit curve at turn 8.
Yep. That's a lot of curve there.
Just sort of squared the car up as it got out over the curb and on the throttle.
Right.
Long car. This is the corner here that's going to hurt front tires.
Yep.
On the front-wheel drive cars.
Oh,
it's not so bad because you're not full throttle all the way through the corner. You're a lot of time at like 30% throttle, but as you come back into it with the wheel, cranked most of the way through the corner, that will chew up a left front.
Yep. Well, especially through here as well.
Yeah.
While we were setting up the camera, they were getting pretty hard on. You can just hear the tire start to squeal as he tries to bring it out wide. That you really need to open it up, and it's like we talked about earlier. You've got to open it up to get on the straight.
Pit stop for the number 9, Team ACP Tangerine Associates, BMW and M2.
They're part of that top 5 group, so they are pitting again.
The first of the top 5 to make their second stop of the day.
Yep.
Listen to that tire squeal. Through the final corner there for the number 02 PCR that will come through, I think, and take, has already come through. There's a little delay here. But we'll take 5th overall away from that Team ACP car.
Just eating the positions. Eating them up.
On board the Thunder Bunny BMW. This will be the number 110.
No, this is going to be the
Nissan?
Nissan. You can tell because of the 1 sound and 2.
It also says Z up here.
Oh, well, there you go.
There we go.
And then you've also got these 3 cages at the top are very much a Nissan thing.
See, this is why we have you here.
This is why I'm here.
You get cars.
This is why I need an entry list that has the cars on them.
Oh, I have that.
Oh, I asked for that earlier in the chat.
Sorry.
Anyways,
we do have to piece things together manually.
oh, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. So we've got the Thunder Bunny car. That's one of two cars. I talk about them every weekend, I feel like. So I want to chill out on that.
Yeah.
But between the 350Z and the 128i, two similar-ish cars. Like, they sound very different. Both are a 6-cylinder. Both have roughly the same amount of power, give or take, 20 or 30 horse. And you got a little bit narrower, longer car in the BMW versus kind of a wider, shorter, stubbier car, if you will, in the 350Z. You're not going to get the advantage of having, one set of parts if you had two identical cars, but I like the idea of having two bullets in the gun.
Yeah, for sure.
And those cars always well prepared, always running near the end, always able to give us onboards, which we love. Love having the onboards.
I want to make sure we're still talking about the Thunder Bunny car.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So the 350Z, I think they only had the BMW at COTA last year, the end of the season.
Okay.
And then the 350Z, I don't know if it was a new car, a new build, but it rejoined this year for the first race we covered anyway at Barber.
Okay.
We had Nolan before that, but we weren't part of that. You're right. It's nice to have both cars. I've enjoyed seeing the one. I think the 1 Series is
such a good car.
It's a good car. It's been quick. It's been consistent, both mechanically and in terms of just raw pace. I mean, it seems like they're getting the most out of that car every weekend and every lap. I mean, it's just been a real gem of a car to have and a gem of a team to have in the World Racing League.
You just don't see that car around club racing either. You
1
don't see
Series.
the 1 Series around. And everybody has, and I understand why. The E36 and E46, the 90s through like 06 3 Series. Ooh, as the 75 AOA car got pulled to the pit lane. So that may have been the car that had been stopped earlier. Anyway, those 3 Series, there's tons of parts out there. The book is out. People know everything about them. You can get a zillion parts. There's companies that specialize in BMW that have a bunch of stuff. Everybody's built a cage for one. I get it. That 1 Series was designed at a time when the BMW 3 Series got a little bit bigger, became more of an executive car. That's when they started pairing it with the V8 and the twin turbo straight 6. So it became more of a muscle-y car as opposed to a handling performance car. That's when many say BMW started to lose their way, however you feel about that. But the 1 Series, they really designed to fill the role that the old 3 Series had. It was about the size of a 3 Series, an older one like an E36. It was supposed to have performance like one, and it was really one of the last cars they had where they really wanted to make it a good driver's car. And most of them that you see out on the roads nowadays are the 135i, which again has that same straight 6 with the twin turbo, which is a lot of car, but probably not what I would want for endurance racing. That motor that they put in the 135i, not super reliable. Does not surprise that you don't see 135s or 335s in endurance racing at all, because the engines are horrible.
Really?
Make a ton of power, but they all break very easily. They're not super sturdy. So to have that 128, which just has the regular 3-liter with the straight 6, super reliable engine, you got a really lightweight body, probably a little bit more room for a larger driver than you would have in, say, a Miata. The 350Z is not tremendously large on the inside either, so you may have something a little bit more comfortable. Every time I see that car here at WRL, I'm surprised there's not more of them. I'm surprised people don't use them, and good on Thunder Bunny for running that car, because they're a great car. AOA, not in a hurry, currently talking to a official on the pit lane about the number 75. Not trying to, perfect. Not a super big hurry to fix stuff. They are going to push it back into the paddock, it looks like.
GP1 leader into the pits, right? The 984 frozen rotors.
Okay.
Porsche comes in again, and this one I think will be unscheduled. He was last in at 31. It's now at 40.
Slink will take you here, yes.
Yep. Mustang into the pits as well. That's the number 68.
Oh, we are in business here.
There we
Thank
go.
you, Brendan.
I did my best.
Woo! There we go.
Do my best. Denton Brothers into the pits. Will to Win Racing, the number 981 is into the pits, which cycles the number 242 from Tons of Gas Motorsports, the BMW M4 TT4, into your overall and GTO lead.
So here's something I want to point out here. The M4, not typically a car that we've seen be super competitive, especially compared to the 2 Series and the Caymans. Now that we're at a little bit bigger track that's got a little bit longer straights, we're starting to see these M4s come more to the front. And I think I talked about that before, that M4 is a very beefy, muscly car. I was just talking about it a second ago with they've switched the 3 and the 4 Series. The 4 Series is the 3 Series. It's just the 2-door one. That they've become a beefier, musclier car. And so before, we'd always see that these Cayman GT4s, which are ostensibly supposed to hit the same kind of performance number, killing it at Barber and at Mid-Ohio tracks. They're a little bit smaller. So now that we're here at a big, power circuit, you're going to start to see, I think, these M4s, and we're seeing it here in the timing, that the M4s are doing a little bit better, I reckon, than they were before. And it's really telling that the 99, who have a really well-known quantity in that E46 that they've built, that's a stunning build, switched to an M4 for those tracks. That's a team that they know what they're doing. And even they decided, hey, you know what, we're going to, Team GTR, we're going to invest in a GT4. Probably because they know that at this track, that's going to help you out a little bit.
I gather that wasn't necessarily even done for performance reasons. Not that they felt that, obviously, they didn't feel they couldn't compete.
Right.
They were right in it with the TCR at Barber.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, it was literally head-to-head over the last 2 hours between those two cars. I gather it was just... the E46 was showing its age a little bit. And if you're going to invest, like you say, $100,000 or something like that, into a new race car to come out and do your WRL racing, that's not a bad way to go.
No,
especially if you're going to have to go test it over 24 hours. At a place like Sebring. I think it's a smart move from them, and like you said, I think it speaks to the strengths of what the BMW M4 platform and the GT4 platform offers.
Exactly. And that's going to, I think that'll continue to help them out at Daytona as well.
242. There we go. On board the Chattanooga Touring Wagon car, the number 348 for the first time this weekend. Good punch out of turn 6 there, up behind is this the 23, I believe, in front of us?
Or is it the 14? Just can't
quite
quite see. Anyway, one of the Caymans up there, a GT4 car. Not a Club Sport, but just a regular GT4 Cayman. See, as he comes around, people have been getting quite the punch on this Cayman all day. So I wonder if they're taking it a little bit easy on the tires, for example.
Sorry, 3 wide down the front straightaway with the 702. Just across start-finish. I think this is where our coverage, our LTE issues come in here. Is just back there at the carousel.
Right over there at the,
and then it reappears as soon as you get to the other side of the kink. So tons of gas into the pit lane. As everybody cycles through, we'll promote the number 02 Hammer Motorsports RS3 back into the overall race lead. That's just up ahead of the Stratus Racing number 59 that pitted, very late relative to everybody else. They were 30 laps on their first stint. Hammer Motorsports was 27. So Stratus, good fuel mileage there, but it's left them a little ways behind that 02 car. Although it was the fastest car on track that last time, Ryan, a 2:28.1. If you're watching, this is sort of the stands of the race where I would expect that MP01 to flex a little bit. It did struggle at Mid-Ohio with some reliability issues. Started well early, got out in front of the field until it got into traffic, started to slip back, and then ultimately spent some time in the paddock for a couple of really long stops on both Saturday and on Sunday. Here, though, this hasn't had the pace right from the off, but now that the race has settled into a rhythm, the track is a little clearer, there's not as much traffic to contend with. There's still a lot, but not as much, and things warm up. I think all of those things are going to lead to that MP01 getting more competitive as the day goes on, and we see it now riding 3rd overall, soon to be 2nd overall.
Yeah, I think we're looking at about 60 runners right now, give or take.
It feels right. It's definitely thinned out since the green flag. And we know we've lost the Triumph, permanently, for the weekend.
It was not a Triumph of the will.
It was not. No. The 68 Mustang, that doesn't have a year on it, does it?
It doesn't have a year, no.
Okay.
It is older. It's not a first year because it's like it is a 68. It's not quite a 70, quite a 68 or a 69. We really need those people from the Barrett Jackson auction who would have identified it in like half a second.
Yeah, maybe.
But then the second any modern car comes up, they're well, it's pink and the wheels are gray, so.
Let's stay on this camera shot here for a minute. Not that we're looking at anything in particular, but as a matter of atmosphere, as the V8 Vantage thunders on by.
Good sounding car.
Yeah, it's a fantastic sounding car. It's a shame that era of Vantage has moved on to the Mercedes engine. And that's just, it's a big throaty V8 in that Vantage. Anyway, my point was going to be here. My first time here at Road America, haven't, you see the camera shots, the run down towards Canada Corner and all that. And I think it's hard to get an appreciation for what this stretch of road between the Kink and Canada Corner is like.
Yeah.
It's very intimate, was the first word that came to mind, right? There's a walking path that goes along driver's right, down to between the Kink and the braking zone for turn 12.
Yep.
But it's really quick, and there's no runoff.
None.
Right? So cars are coming through absolutely full throttle every time. These corners are just sweepers here, these little left-handers.
Right.
There's passing going on because you've got guys who've been stuck behind somebody through the Kink. You have guys that are trying to set up a pass on the way into the braking zone. So usually they're coming through too wide, both full throttle, around these sweepers, no runoff, concrete barriers either side with some catch fencing, sure, but you're still in amongst the trees, a nice canopy overhead. I don't get spooked at racetracks very often, but this one I took a step back from the wall. I set the camera up, and instead of watching for a second, I just walked away and let the sounds do the talking instead of the visual impression. It's much quicker than it looks on this camera.
Yeah.
And frankly, much quicker than it looks on board. And this is really one of the iconic stretches of racetracks in America, never mind just here.
Right.
Ooh.
Just coming a little bit wide there.
Is that one of the Will to Win cars?
Yes, it is. It's the
it
green
is.
one. There's a green one and an orange one. There's two.
It's the green one.
It's the green
I like
one,
it.
whichever one that is.
We didn't get a number as it came through here, but
if you're at Will to Win, you know which one's green and which one's orange. So you probably also know because the driver went, coming through. We'll see here in just a moment.
guys, whatever you do, don't watch the onboard.
Everything was fine. I don't know what they were talking about. Good paint on the 702 there.
Yeah, the Haggerty
They've done
car?
that looks good.
Yeah.
Round 3 Racing spent some cash on that wrap. Or Haggerty spent some wrap.
Haggerty spent
some cash on the wrap. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. It's been cool to see the Haggerty activation, not just in WRL through round 3, but so much in so many other places in American motorsports. That Haggerty name, that was, at least from my perspective, I had just always assumed it was classic car insurance, and that was basically all they did. But they're everywhere now.
It's collector car insurance, and I think they realized that was the difference, though, right? Haggerty did all their activation through old car shows. Hot August Nights in Reno, for example, had a huge Haggerty presence. The aforementioned Barrett Jackson was always heavily Haggerty sponsored as the number 1 comes into the pit lane, the Hammer Motorsports car. Not nearly as good as the sister car, the O2, which is currently scored in the lead, actually, by 16 seconds over the Stratus Racing car. So, like Brendan was talking about earlier, that has now come to pass that the 6th through 10th runners have now cycled through to the lead. Anyway, so just to get back on the sort of Haggerty tangent, I think they saw the writing on the wall, which was that how do I put this delicately? The core buyer for Barrett Jackson and the cars they typically had listed there at the time is starting to become less of a player in the market. I think I'll put it that way. And that they needed to diversify. And there's a whole 2 more generations of car people coming up who haven't had a central. There's the Will to Win racing car, the green one, as I said, coming down the pit lane. But they needed to diversify because that market base wasn't always going to be there. Yeah. As classic car prices start to come down a little bit as far as 50s and 60s cars, they've kind of plateaued and are starting to creep down a little bit as the next generation is not interested in those. Whereas I think Haggerty saw you've got Integra Type R's going for $100,000 or 60 grand or whatever. You've got 90s and 80s cars starting to become collectible. starting to appreciate in value, and they wanted to capture some of that. So not only have they shifted their advertising over there, they've done a great job of forwarding car culture in general. They pay lots of really prominent car culture figures to make really nice YouTube videos. When Top Gear isn't what it once used to be, there's this huge content vacuum, if you will, for people trying to watch stuff on YouTube, trying to watch stuff on Motor Trend, you know, whatever. And Haggerty puts out some of the best content. They also, I believe they own Race Hero. Is that not correct, Brendan?
They do now, yes.
So they're starting to become an insurance company is starting to become a huge player in motorsports in much the same way that a drinks company is a huge player in motorsports over in Europe.
Ah, yes. Yeah, no, that's
So
actually a fair...
We're starting to see that a little bit.
Yeah.
And the amount of money they're spending on it, I can't imagine that they're actually seeing a return on investment.
Not immediately.
Well, maybe not immediately, but even so, I don't think it's covering all their costs. I wonder if they're coming out ahead somehow, some other way, via promotion, via, you know, fees for Race Hero, something like that. You know, I'm a Haggerty member.
Right.
I have their roadside assistance and stuff all set up. It's very
Interesting.
reasonably priced. You should look into that. If you're a track day type person, the Haggerty limits are a little bit longer as far as distance than the AAA ones at the same tier. And you get their very, very nice magazine in the mail. What I like about the Haggerty magazine is it's not like the magazines of old where it's 200 pages of the thinnest paper possible with crappy ink, and half of them are ads. The Haggerty one is smaller, really, really nice paper, really, really nice photos, not a whole lot of ads in there. And so it's a really nice thing to have. So I would recommend that if you're into the track car culture-y type of game. Brendan.
Oh, no, I was going to say an obligatory hello to Brian Guidanelli, because I try and do this every time we're at a racetrack. And thank the people who are supportive of what we've done here at DriversEye Live and previously Endurance Radio. But Brian essentially developed Race Hero with his team and is now involved at Haggerty Motorsports in a big way. Was kind enough to let me come on and do a little live streaming webinar during the COVID experience. And just super nice guy, the right kind of person to have involved in racing.
Exactly.
The right kind of person you want to meet at a racetrack. And just mostly wanted to say hi and thanks for everything he's done in getting DriversEye Live to what it is, and for that matter, you know, developing Race Hero as the phenomenal product that it is.
Absolutely.
If
We
you're
use
not
it every weekend.
We do.
If we didn't have Race Hero, this would be much harder.
And if you're not using it already at home, you should be. racehero.io. All of your live timing and scoring needs. Just oodles and oodles of data being output by, well, it's the Orbits and MyLab's equipment, but all processed through Race Hero, and makes it digestible for us.
Absolutely.
19, I'm sorry, well, it's 19 on the car. 191 Automatic Racing, the Aston Martin V8 into the pit lane. Waiting for word from Tim Myers on what happened to the 0-1 there, why we saw that into the pits early.
I gotcha.
It was definitely a short stint. And it looked like maybe somebody was in the driver's side door fiddling with something around the backside, maybe, of the driver's seat.
Oh, okay.
It was kind of tough to tell.
Interesting. Yep, just a little bit. It's a brand new car.
Yeah.
You know,
This is the one. This will be the number one.
Oh, it'll be the number one.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
I think the 01 is the replacement.
Hopefully they'll, if they can't get it figured out, hopefully, I believe they're a registered Audi customer team, right? So hopefully they'll be able to get assistance they need via Audi, if that's something they desire.
The battle for the lead, involving the second of the Hammer Motorsports Audi TCRs, is down to 10 seconds.
Wow.
The Stratus Racing NP01, like we said, kind of finding its feet this morning.
Yep.
As things have warmed up a little bit, and maybe a driver change in there as well. Gotten somebody a little more familiar with the limits of a downforce car.
Right. That's another one of the
Maybe
Tons
the
of
one
Gas
there.
Motorsports M4s comes down to the pit lane. We got that.
Missed that. Yep.
We got the 241 also in the pits.
Yes. But we're going to want to keep an eye on this gap between the
absolutely.
TCR and the NP01 over the next couple laps, because my guess is this is going to happen on track.
Yep.
And eventually we're going to catch it on board the 02. This car will appear behind us, and next thing you know, I think we're likely to get a change for the lead. That all having been said, in looking at
It's like
when
5
we would-
seconds. They just pulled 5 seconds out that lap.
The NP01 or
The NP01
Yeah.
pulled 5 seconds out of Hammer.
Yep. Yeah, and we knew the Hammer car was wrapped up in traffic there
Right.
as it came into Canada Corner, off the throttle. Actually off the throttle here as well.
Yep.
I wonder if there's a little fuel saving going on.
Could be
here to
some
try and hit a number.
fuel conservation occurring there.
Yeah. So what I think now processing this for a couple of minutes. That red flag we saw.
Oh, we got a car off driver's right on the board, the O2 there as well.
Missed that.
Coming
Sorry,
into I think either turn 2 or turn 3.
watching the
We'll have to see what's going on with that.
Anyway, it was only an 18-minute red flag, but that 18 minutes is worth 6 to 8 laps.
Right.
And I wouldn't be shocked if that's thrown some of the strategies, especially those that are really playing the strategy game, it just into a little bit of chaos.
Whilst you were out fiddling with the rooftop camera, I did mention that this 18-minute thing might bring some people a little bit closer on their strategy if they needed 2 stops and some.
Yeah.
That this might eliminate at least part of the and some. So it could be that, hey, the and some, we could go really slow and probably make it in 2. But now that you've given, let's say half of your and some, you've given up 18 minutes, maybe now you can conserve a little bit and make it in only 2 or 3 stops. If you're in between stops as far as do I make the 3rd one or do I go really slow. So I think this has probably made the strategy a little bit more clear for some and probably less clear for others.
Yes.
Because there were probably others who definitely needed 3 and now they're at 2.5. Okay, what are we going to do?
Sure. And for context, these numbers are examples.
Examples,
it's
yes,
probably 4 to 5
So,
stops for most.
Exactly.
Well, GTO might be 5 to 6. But in any case, as an example, but I appreciate the point.
Yeah.
Another battle we're going to be watching on track here in a minute that may actually change hands this lap is the 242 and the 702. It's a battle for 3rd overall and in GTO. The Tons of Gas Motorsports car, I think, Ryan, you pointed out, just came out of the pits a couple laps ago. About 4 laps ago.
Yes.
The round 3 car, the number 702, has not yet pitted. However, it is picking up about 4 seconds a lap, and as of last time around, was a 2.5 in arrears.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye out for both the M4. As the leader flashes through again. By the way, I did want to make the point here. In looking at stint lengths, it was 27 laps the first time around for the 02 car. So we'll be looking at about lap 54, I think, for the TCR, the leading TCR, to make its second pit stop of the day. That'll be 6 laps from now, roughly 15 minutes, give or take.
We do have the 441 just pulled into the pit lane. I do want to touch on them real quick because they did come all the way out. The 441 is the Toyota Supra. They had talked, they were not talked so much as typed on the WRL page. This is their first weekend with WRL. They were very excited with the car. Unfortunately, they've had some issues with tech and getting their car homologated correctly in order to participate. So I believe the deal is they're running unclassified right now. I'm just scrolling through here to see if they are in the timing and scoring. I thought I saw them earlier, but they came in early at the beginning of the race. I don't know if they had an issue or what. I don't quite see them on Race Hero, so I don't know if they're just not even on the list, if I need to click a different tab to find them, what have you. Anyway, a really cool car. It's the second Supra I think we've had at WRL. It is the big motor, the straight 6. And yeah, they just couldn't quite get the power to weight situation squared away as far as their tune, which is unfortunate. Not a whole lot of, relative to some other vehicles out there, that's a relatively new motor, not necessarily the work of a moment to get stuff changed on that to be within the parameters specified by the series. But the series, I think, making a good decision and allowing that car to continue to run. Look, you've already come all the way out here. You've already got the car here. At the end of the day, we're all doing this because we're car guys, right? We like driving the car. We like being on track. So even if you're not racing for anything, you still got 16 hours of track time going on as far as having, something to do. You've already sunk this weekend. You've already taken Thursday and Friday off of work. You may as well still get to have some of the fun. Now, is it unfortunate that you're not going to be able to run for any type of points for the championship or for a trophy or anything? Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. But at the end of the day, if you're having fun with your buddies, you're driving the car, why not? Why not have the ability to come out here and drive? They're staying out of everybody's way, it would seem, at least. I haven't seen them on track a whole lot. They may have been in the paddock up until recently. I'm not entirely certain. But good to see that car here. I hope they get it squared away. I hope we continue to see them. We've got really the meat of the schedule coming up here with the Going to do the 14-hour race at Daytona, so hopefully we'll see them there for that as well. Hopefully they get that BMW motor sorted out so that they can participate with us. As the number 99 car comes into the pit lane as well, the M4, such a good-looking car. The blue, white, and red stripes on the side. They're going to come across, looks like just a standard stop here for the 99. It's the GTR team. I don't think they've been troubling the top recently. They're kind of down in 13th. I think they had an extra stop somewhere that might not have been what they needed to stay competitive. But there's a whole other day. They can finish out today. They can keep the nose clean and come back tomorrow swinging, hoping to get back up towards the front of the field. As we discussed earlier, that's probably the car that you would want to have at this track.
I want to make the point too, Ryan.
Yeah.
Remember that is that car's first race.
Yes.
Well, so it's the first time it's being run at anger, whereas that E46 was maybe one of the best sorted cars in the field.
Right.
Right now you're dealing with a new car. It's unfamiliar to you. It's a new platform, and it's not one you've built yourself.
Right. You're not intimately familiar with it. Someone else, probably named Klaus, built it.
Hans. Although I do envision Hans as being more of a Porsche name.
Perhaps.
Yeah, no.
It's the name of a villain in a tower, certainly.
The media tower.
Yeah,
America.
exactly.
We're going to leave that to one side. Anyway, but I wouldn't be shocked in this instance to see the occasional issue out of that car. Again, we know it's a little bit quicker than the old E46 was, but in this case, some development work to be done on that car. Not terribly surprising to see it in and out of the pits a couple of times in the opening 2.5 hours here.
Did Team GTR not win the championship a while back, like last year even? Or am I recalling that wrongly? They were definitely in contention for the championship. Of course, I'm going to have to now research this because I can't just say things and then be wrong, of course. So we'll just pull up 2020 WRL Championship. They were in contention, I believe.
Yeah, towards the end.
Yeah. But again, I think that goes to show the level of prep of their old car.
Of course.
You can't beat it. 2020 season points. Let's see it. My laps server error.
Okay.
TJ? TJ?
Pellegrini car into the pits in front of us again. Lead has changed hands, Ryan. Just as they came through, the 0-2 Hammer Motorsports TCR has lost the lead to the number 59 Stratus Racing NP01. I wasn't sure if that was going to happen before the NP01, or I'm sorry, the TCR had to come in for a pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
But as we sit here, look at it. Look at the way it pulls down the front straightaway.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of ducking and diving there on the straight.
Yeah,
I don't know if the stewards are going to be super happy about that.
I wouldn't know. I don't know that I'd call that a block or even a fade, but it was
a little wiggly.
Indecisive, I would say, as we come up behind I believe this is the 99 in front of us here.
Oof, and they just caught the 99. That's not going to help trying to hold on to the back of that car.
I'll say this too, Ryan. I do, and we know that it's Jason Reichert on board, I wonder if they're just playing a little more conservative game here. He looked less decisive in traffic, less decisive when he came up behind the 99, and less interested in even battling the NP01. And I wonder if this is just a long-term game, to say, hey, maybe we're saving some fuel, like you said, to cut off a portion of a stint.
Right.
Or maybe they just know they don't have the single lap pace against a couple of other cars, and it's better just to, make absolutely certain you're not putting the car at risk.
Right. I would say that you don't want to be within 2 or 3 seconds. Well, if you're Stratus, you want to have more than a 2 or 3 second lead, because I'm guessing if any car is anywhere close, they're going to try the late move, pull out of the draft, if you can get a draft off the MP01 at all. It's kind of a small car. You're going to be able to, that car's going to get eaten on the straights, pretty comprehensively. So if Stratus is going to do it, they need to make sure they're not battling for the lead on the last lap, because that car doesn't race well at this track, if you will. You're going to have some issues because everybody's going to be able to just run straight by you on the straightaways. Pellegrini car now going up in the air. Are they changing tires, we think? Maybe the left front. So we're already, let's see. I don't know if he's just trying to see if there's maybe a wobble, trying to check a wheel bearing.
Yeah, either bearing or suspension issue, I would say here.
They do got the front of that car jacked up as the 24 also comes to the pit lane.
Also, the 702 round 3 Porsche Cayman is into the pit lane. And it just rolled past us here and has now come to the attention of the crew up towards the pit exit end of things.
Yep.
That's back in 9th. I don't know, did we ever get clarification on whether that car was docked the lap that it had?
It had a
apparently
long
picked up?
pit stop at one point where it fell down the order a lot. So I don't know what or how that would have been handled.
Yeah. We said typically these things are just dealt with lap penalties or lap adjustments.
Right.
Because I'm not sure that whatever issue befell them was any actual fault of their own. I think they just didn't get picked up as the leader.
Indeed.
And, sorry, we're distracted slightly by some ceiling repairs going on in the room next to us.
Indeed.
It's an interesting time to be doing this. But in any case, PMW Motorsports up into 4th. Not really had the chance to talk about them today, or haven't had the cause to talk about them, because they made a very early pit stop, something like lap 3.
Right.
That car was into the pits. It pitted again under the full course yellow, and then once again on lap 28, 29. Now, the interesting thing there is the very first time I had a chance to talk about that car was Circuit of the Americas, right, the U.S. Endurance Championship at the end of last year.
Right.
And it went unbelievably long on fuel runs.
It did.
By far the longest car in the field, by something like 5 or 6 laps.
Indeed.
Nobody really had an understanding of why, but it turned out to be legal. The car wasn't DQ'd or anything. Here, I mean, it's got good pace, clearly. It's up into the top 4. It's made 3... Actually, it will have made 2 pit stops, as it is, right? That pit stop under the full course yellow will have just been because of the black flag. In any case, despite having already made 2 stops, it's up into P4.
Well, you've got, and again, maybe they've changed stuff on the car, maybe they just drive really conservative, that's fine. I look at the entry and see that it's a 330 CI and not an M3. It doesn't have the 330 is the same engine as the M3 from the same year.
Yep.
The engine is not as highly strung. So there's some maintenance issues that you step around by using that motor instead. But also, it would not surprise me if it's less thirsty on fuel, because your M3 motor, you're going to be in around the 300 horsepower range. This one, at the 330 CI, should be closer to kind of the 210 to 240 range. Now, you've got the same displacement. You've got the same block. You've got roughly the same amount of revs. You get a little bit more revs out of the M3 with a little bit different internals and stuff. But how do you make 100 or even 50 or 70 more horsepower if not with more fuel?
I don't know.
You don't. You need more fuel. You can't just burn more air. It doesn't work like that. So if you're going to spin an engine harder, you need to be giving it more fuel. So 2 engines that are, I say identical.
Yeah,
They're not really identical. They're close. You could swap some stuff back and forth.
It has the M3 motor. It's a 330 body.
It is a 330 body.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, there you go. Then they're doing some witchcraft, and I don't know how they've done it.
It really is amazing. And that car is... It struggled a bit in terms of results towards the end of last season.
Right.
Or at the very least, it started in the Americas. But it was there or thereabouts during the races themselves. The S54 motor on the inside the 330 body there.
Okay.
So there we go. But it doesn't change the fact that the car still gets fantastic mileage.
Right. Yeah, that'd be interesting. And of course, I'm sure they wouldn't tell me, because if you give away the secret sauce, then
sure,
suddenly you've got everybody else getting good fuel mileage as well. So yeah, I'd be interested to know what the deal on that is. Maybe it's more slippery. I don't know. The 72 did just click by. It's a good-looking car, but the bodywork isn't nearly as extreme as some of the other cars as well. So we'll have to figure that out here. We're about 2.5 hours in here at WRL and Road America. I'm Ryan. Brendan's over there. Layla's over there. We're all hanging out, watching some racing.
Well, Tanner's up there, too.
Tanner's up over yonder.
Up there, yeah. Nope. The closest, that's good. This is the closest we'll be to Tanner all season.
It is.
Yeah.
Tanner Corner, if you will.
Tannerda
Corner.
It's pretty good. I like that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
This is the DriversEye Live team. I think we'll have JT Tammy along for the ride tomorrow, possibly also or Scott Michaels. which will allow you the opportunity to go schmooze a little bit in the pit lane.
Go annoy people in the pit lane.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Yeah.
Looking
So
forward to
if you are listening in, folks in the pits, you will be seeing me tomorrow, probably wearing 2 vests at the same time, wearing my Rutledge Wood flannel shirt, and I'll be coming around asking you questions. If you don't want to answer questions, you can tell me to pound sand, or you can tell me to, like, yeah, hey, come ask me more questions. I'd love to see it. I'm probably going to have a camera there as well, so if you have secret stuff, you should probably hide it. Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to be coming around through. I want to see all of you. I want to at least high-five all 70 entrants. I already don't think I can do that because one of them left. But hopefully we will get a little bit more detail from the pits. That's kind of the thing that I enjoy doing. It's kind of getting down there, chit-chatting with people, seeing cars, seeing setups.
It's on the driver's eye side, certainly less personally, but it's more about giving these teams a platform to share racing and share their experience. I mean, they're all out here spending time, assumingly to some degree, away from their families, out at a racetrack, doing something that is a little dangerous, but also requires some level of investment. I think it's an opportunity for them to share, what they're passionate about, and get a little bit deeper into what makes these teams work, what makes these cars work. If you're a car guy, it gives the opportunity to share, some of the interesting things that are going on behind the scenes, under the hood, as the case may be. We talk about the GT4s and the TCRs a lot, but the Super you mentioned earlier, the 441, right? First time in the WRL, there's a story to tell there. The C4 Corvette that comes past us, the 68 Mustang that's down further up the pit lane. Oh my!
Oh, the one's got some damage on the back.
Yeah,
that's got a wing hanging. It's got a bumper hanging.
If we can pull up to the roof camera here, I think we might be able to see this coming
just out of the shot. Yep.
I thought maybe there was enough of a delay there to check it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I didn't quite catch it.
That's
a
really
lot of rear end damage.
Tons of damage there. Lead mechanic taking a look out back, waving everybody back onto the pit wall. He's going to check out the bumper. They don't really like what they see.
I think this car's going right to the paddock.
I think they're going to take it to the paddock as well.
I think they have to, yeah.
A lot of damage there. Tim Myers doesn't strike me as the let's just take the bumper off and run it type of guy.
No, I don't think so. And
so.
Oh wait,
that is.
Are we that far behind? No, that'll be the 80 car coming past us with the BMW.
Yep.
And the AOA car behind it. Actually, that car's very much real time. That camera's very much real time.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I was noticing that earlier too, that these cameras aren't nearly as delayed as they usually are.
That number 1 TCR car that heads back into the paddock, 28th overall. Its last lap was a 3:17, so it will have lost, in addition to the 10 or 15 seconds coming up the front of the pit lane, also then lost about 25 to 30 seconds out on track. And not sure that now is the right time to text over to the riders.
No. I would say
but
not.
I would like to, I am curious as to what's happened there.
Yeah. That
very unhammer-like.
I almost wonder if they got hit. That seems like a hit from behind situation. That doesn't strike me as a I spun into the wall type of gig.
Yeah. On board, this is the 702.
Yep.
The camera has been adjusted slightly.
It has.
To the driver's right-hand side. Breathe the throttle a little bit down the straightaway here. There's no way by.
Ahead.
Yeah, no way by. It's a shame this camera's turned slightly, actually, because it's...
There we go. Right behind, I believe, the 72 we were talking about.
It is the BMW
72.
The BMW BMW.
BMW.
In comes the 198
Pacific,
again.
The Pacific Northwest.
I don't get it at all.
I keep reading P in W.
No, I gotcha.
And I think of JT every time I see it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Seattle zone.
Yep.
Yeah. I know we have, I don't know what our audience is like on DriverSeye Live. I know we have somebody listening in Canada that isn't our producer. But feel free to shout out where you're from,
where you're from, where you're going, what you're hoping to see, what you're not hoping to see. There we go. Now we're on board the round 3 racing, the number 601. It's going to be one of the Boxsters, I believe. Really, really good car here. They were challenging one of the GT4 Caymans in and out of the corners. This is a car that's being driven, I would say, at least at that time, it was being driven exceptionally well. Just going to apex the inside turn 5 here, run wide right over the curbs. Those curbs a little bit less aggressive than the curbs later in the track. Another tricky left-hander here to get a little bit slippery, but we're going to hold on to it, come back to the straight.
Ryan, I can tell you from the Hammer Motorsports pits that number 1 car will not be rejoining the race today.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, accident down at Canada Corner.
Oh.
It's intriguing it would have gone in rear first in a front-wheel drive car.
Did he say that it was solo?
No, he didn't, and I'm not going to press for that information.
Right.
Not of immediate interest to us. It just is kind of an interesting place to end up with that significant rear end damage, particularly in a front wheel drive car. I could see lighting up the rears on the exit, out over the curb, right? A big wide runoff there, and I could see just losing a little grip on the serrated curb and maybe looping it into the wall on driver's right.
I think he would have already had to have been loose coming through the corner, perhaps.
Right. Yeah, and
especially with a trimmed out car.
Fire it off into the runoff.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be how I would see that panning out, but don't have the details there. In any case, the end result is that the number 1 will go no further today, which makes my next piece of information slightly less useful. However, the bonus pit stop we saw from the number 1 shortly after its second pit stop of the day came back in, and we saw what we thought was somebody working behind the driver's seat.
Yep.
The belts came undone. Or were messed up.
Okay. Undone, we don't really know. Right.
Yeah, belt came undone. We had the boxing to switch drivers. Couldn't have him driving with a messed up belt, which is fair.
That's that's a good call. Good call there, absolutely. Probably not, especially those TCRs that have the full FIA-rated seat thing. It's probably not the work of a moment to redo your own belt.
No, I don't think so.
You're probably in there pretty tight, I reckon.
Well, and how quickly are you going?
Exactly.
I mean, there's you can't really do it in any seat, but this would be the last place you'd want to try and adjust your own belt.
Exactly. As AOA makes their 9,000th pit stop of the day.
That's just because they have a lot of cars.
Exactly. No, I was getting there. I was getting there.
It does seem like they're in and out constantly, but I'm sure that's by design. If you have a crew and are running 4 cars at the same time, naturally you will try and space them out to get the most out of your crew.
Yeah.
And to AOA's credit, they have a tremendous commitment to running as many of their cars in as many races as they can.
Absolutely.
Some of that is with a view towards obtaining a championship.
Right.
Some of that is because they can sell the seats as rentals, and there's a championship pedigree there with AOA.
Well, and you've got the simplicity
winners last year.
You've got the simplicity too of they run the exact same car. Yeah. All of them are the same, so you don't need 2 inventories of spare parts. Or if you have that many cars, you might want 2 inventories of spare parts. But instead of needing 3 or 4 because you've got 2 different cars, if they're all the same car, they all take the same parts. So if you can consolidate your supplies a little bit, saves you a little bit of money. A little bit more experience with all the cars, you know what to look for. There's a huge advantage there for sure.
Little battle developing here, not immediate for us, but the team ACP Tangerine Associates number 9 BMW M2 leads from 5th to 6th by 6 seconds over the 981 Will to Win racing car, which is itself 6 seconds ahead of the number 540 Denton Brothers Racing Cayman. Further back, actually, on track battle, the 191 Automatic Racing Aston Martin and the 52 Team ACP BMW,
right?
As it always is, permanently a BMW.
Yes.
They came through side by side last time around. Do we have something going on down here at turn 12?
Potentially.
It just looked like the 2 cars that came through from behind the camera here were a little off pace and pulled further to driver's right than maybe we would expect. You see what I mean there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if that Lexus is recovering itself from the gravel trap.
Perhaps.
Yeah, very much off the pace. And now as the automatic racing car comes through.
So we just saw the Stratus car go through as well. 27 seconds now, the gap between the 59 and the 02.
That gap has ballooned.
Yes. Which is what they needed to do. Really, truly. It's hot now. You need to make the lap time when you can make the lap time.
Yeah, Well, so in general, I mean, lap times have gone out for most other cars. We're seeing lap times in the 231, 232 range.
Right.
Some of that may be, if we had a yellow flag down at Canada Corner or something like that. In any case, cars will be settling into a rhythm. And, and as temperatures come up, okay, maybe it's tougher to extract the maximum pace out of most of these cars like we had this morning. However, the Stratus car, it seems to be working directly to their advantage. Because as the other cars have slowed down, it has gotten closer in some way to as the leader or the previous leader comes into the pits. There's 0-2 Hammer TCR. It's not going as quickly as it did in qualifying yesterday, and frankly, its fastest lap of the race is not really meaningfully quicker than anybody else.
Right.
It did a 2:26.6. Hammer has done a 27 flat early this morning. So potentially, in terms of potential pace, there might be a differential there, but in race pace, it's right in with where everybody else was this morning.
Reports of the Stratus car not being competitive here, largely overrated, as it turns out.
Yeah.
I was hoping.
No, look, there's a long way to go here. There are still lots and lots of strategies to play out. It's been a strong second stint of this race from the NP01 for whatever it's worth, and it's got him into the lead, which is fair. It's on merit. There's no goofy strategy. There's
nothing wild.
Say what you want about it not being a production car, about it being a prototype. It runs the same power to weight formula as everybody else does.
Yep.
It has its strengths. It has its weaknesses. We've seen both of them at play this morning.
Yes, we have.
And the end result is, okay, now it leads by about 30 seconds, which, you know what? Like I said, they got there on merit. So we'll see how the strategy issues shake out. I'll say this, too, about the Stratus car. One of the things we had noted very early on in the season, especially back at Barber, is that car was spending a lot of time in the pit lane.
It was.
Right? They had to take the engine cover off to fuel it previously. I think they had kind of sorted that issue and worked through that. But they were giving up so much time stationary in the pits that it was rendering them mostly uncompetitive. That's not really the case more recently. Okay, they had some mechanical issues at Mid-Ohio last time out, but at least their first pit stop today,
right?
As I look desperately to the Race Hero app for a lap time, I have to reset it. But whatever happened, their first pit stop kept them very much in contention.
Absolutely. They're doing what they need to do. I say that a lot, and I think that that's what matters at the end of the day for this type of endurance racing, is doing the job, not necessarily being the fastest. Being the fastest certainly helps. It gives you less opportunity to make mistakes on the strategy end if you just have speed, and you're significantly quicker.
Sure. A little more margin for error.
Oh, don't stand on my account, please.
No. I had a mini yawn.
Speaking of the Stratus car now in the pit lane, coming down the pits here. So we'll see. They're going to pull in. We can just barely see the Stratus car's pit stall from where we're at. Looks like a very standard-looking stop. They do just put the fuel bottle right into the side of the car now.
So I want to, now that I have the lap chart from RaceHero.io refreshed on the iPad app here, the Hammer car first pit stop lap time was a 4:07. The Stratus car's pit stop lap time for its first stop was a 4:40. So this margin, all things being as they were the first cycle, this margin is going to disappear.
Yes.
That this Stratus car had. All of this is happening also while the 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW stays out on track, as he will do for probably the next 10 to 15 laps, just as a result of being slightly off sequence on the pit strategy, having pitted under our first full course yellow.
Do you think the Stratus car has a bigger fuel tank than the Audi? My assumption is no. But
in terms of gallons?
Yes, because they're now going for the Stratus car has a bigger tank, you think?
Yes. No, sorry.
Oh, okay, got it. I was like...
When you mentioned fuel tanks, so fuel tank size in the World Racing League, determined by horsepower.
Interesting, okay.
Yes.
There we go.
There are modifiers that get thrown in there. The formula is in the rule book, but very dull to read out on the air, so I'm not going to do that. It is essentially proportional to horsepower.
Is it more or less dull than trying to explain the Michelin Green X Challenge?
I forgot about the Green X Challenge. it is less dull, if only because this has a tangible outcome. Right? Fuel tank size makes a difference in the race, and you can discuss, oh, this car is going further or, shorter on fuel than other cars. There is a real thing at play there. The Green X Challenge was self-serving and exhausting to follow. And you had no sense of why it was the way it was,
Brendan, good news. Level 5 is currently winning the Green X Challenge 2013. Outstanding.
Did you see Scott Tucker just got like $2 million back?
Or that they weren't going to take. Yeah,
they weren't going to take it, I guess.
Right. That was really an unfortunate. I see why the decision was made in terms of the rules involved. It's unfortunate that it shook out that way. I don't think he should have that money.
No, I don't think anybody does.
I'll just leave that there.
I don't think anybody does.
I think
you brought up level 5. It's the only reason I mentioned it.
I think the way they took it, the way the government took it, I understand why you can't have an executive branch just taking money from people. Like, I get it. But no, he should rot.
Through comes the number 242 tons of gas motorsports BMW M4 into the lead. Our Stratus NP01 has left the pit lane, so it won't be a full lap margin. But it does put the 242 very much into P1.
Wow, look at that. Joseph has sent us stuff.
Great.
We now have
more things to watch.
Data things and stuff. So it's pretty quiet in the pit lane right now.
Some of you will...
Not normal. Anyway.
Some of you will recognize or note that Joseph is absent this weekend. I think Joseph has been involved in virtually every hour that DriversEye Live has been live.
Yes.
As a producer, commentator, data specialist.
Chill guy.
Yeah, this may be the first time he hasn't been live on the air in a DriversEye Live race, which is fair enough.
I did try to tell him to go away.
IMSA GTP race in iRacing.
I did try to tell him to go away instead. He didn't do it.
But instead he is streaming his live timing output for us.
Yes.
Which is his child, I think I would describe it as.
I would say so.
Hours upon hours of development have gone into that, which, A, drives our on-screen graphics here, but also gives us all kinds of things to be able to watch on a second screen. I just want to note the 601 and the NP01 up the front straightaway.
Together.
Dead even. Now the NP01, as we get up into the upper speed range, I guess, doing 120.
Might even be 30 at that point.
6, 7. Yeah, we'll just click short
20.
of 130, 129. As we get to the end of the straightaway. So the NP01 probably doing $135.
Yep.
Maybe. Yeah, let's call it $135. Look at the size of the BMW compared to the Subico, the NP01.
Absolutely.
My word.
702 is in the pit lane, and they're looking at something.
On the front end, Ryan, I see what you're talking about there. There's a crew member knelt down, and the front half of his body is cut off from our view by the left front corner of the 702 car. And not only do I suspect that this is...
The 72 also is in the pit lane right now.
Yeah, this is unscheduled. This car was last in 8 laps ago.
That's what kind of made it look interesting to me, because I was like, I feel like we just saw them. The 72 on the pit lane with their car.
I wonder if Hammer is like paying off the round 3 car here to mess with the NP01, because it's just gone back past it on the brakes into turn 5. I don't believe that, obviously. Just, it's interesting to see how much the NP01 struggles in traffic at a time that is crucial for the NP01 to recover the 30-plus seconds it will have lost during the pit stop. Now, there's a driver change there. Ooh! Out over the curbs on the exit of turn 8 from the 601. But, anyway, the NP01, it does really struggle in traffic. It was that way at Mid-Ohio. It just never really had the consistency lap for lap in a 60-car field over 2.25 miles the way that the GT4s and the TCRs did. And I think this is where it just where it struggles a little bit.
Yep.
Even here, so we're back actually just up behind it. This will be the battle here, Ryan. We're on board the 02, and that's the 59 just in front.
Gives some sort of hand motion to the AOA car.
Oh, he's got a run here. The 02's got a huge
Oh
run
my,
coming
there's
up
a
to the kink, but
gaggle
there's
of traffic.
nowhere to
There's
go.
nowhere to go.
So the 02 came out of the kink, and the first thing he did was jump on the brakes because there was no way to get around the slowing C4 Corvette there to the left. But as the NP01 pulled right, he himself was stuck behind 3 other GP classes of cars. 02 peeks to the outside of the NP01 here. This will be the battle for, well, it was the effective lead. This will be the battle for third at the moment. The 72 has just pitted from PMW Motorsports, and it's just single file.
And it comes through here. It looks like, well,
Just come
anyway.
No, that's okay. Yeah, live out the window.
Live out, yep. So,
we'll keep following this on the screen
Yep.
here. The 02 is going to get the launch off the corner here. We know
Yep.
that, but the NP01 is going to have to pull to the inside
that's
of what I think was an MX-5 off the corner.
that's not going to work for the NPO1 here. I think this pass is going to get done.
Of course you
In
do,
fact,
because you saw it out the window. You put money on it.
I'll take anybody 10,001 on that.
Yep. Oh, and the stream sort of resets itself
Yep.
as we exit turn 1 there. So the move is done. The pass has been made, and the 601 that we were riding on board with a little bit earlier is now meeting the other camera car of the number 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3. Oh, interestingly, Ryan, there's an Aston Martin behind us.
Is there?
Yes, the 191 automatic racing car got across the start-finish line
Oh.
before the NP01 did.
Oh, I thought there was a PR rep behind us for
No.
the track.
Oh, no, well, there's that too. No, Hammer, so it's 02, 191, 59,
Uh-huh.
and then Denton Brothers Racing is another 8 seconds behind the 59 NP01.
Ah,
So I think
okay.
we're in a little bit of a battle here with the 02, actually.
It's going to be a big money battle here.
What does that mean?
Anything huge. Big money.
Big money.
Big money. Yeah, there you go.
Not for these cars. Wow, it got really quiet here.
It did. There's a whole lot of nothing. There's like 1 car on pit lane, 2. There's a little bit more than that.
On a track of 60 with 60 cars on it, that is
It's a
phenomenal.
big track.
I know it is, but this is a long time to go with no cars.
There we go. The 982 and the 498 come through.
Caymans.
Beautiful.
Saved.
The 14. Oh, gorgeous. The boat. Or as Tanner would say, the boot.
Such a lousy.
Live here from Elkhart Lake.
Yeah.
These hallowed grounds.
G-Tech Motorsports into the pit lane, the Ginetta G55 GT4. It's another car I think kind of gets overlooked a little bit in WRL. It is consistent most races,
Yep.
but it was brought to our attention some time ago that car is actually one of the lightest GT4 cars out there.
Ah, I see.
So it, much
is
like
it a
the-
GT4 car?
It is. Much like the NP01 doesn't really get its tires turned on the same way.
Right.
And especially on a cool day on a track with long straights, I could see that playing significantly into its performance. At Barber, that car was magic.
Yes.
Top 3 almost all day.
Absolutely.
Here, less so. Bottom end of the top 10, which is still a good run.
I think your difference between the NP01 and the Ginetta is the Ginetta has a little bit more, a little battle going on there.
Yeah,
the
it's
Ginetta's
02 and the 191 that just came through the camera.
a bit bigger car.
Yeah.
A bit taller, a bit wider. Not nearly the probably makes more downforce, I would imagine, or at least close.
Yeah.
But because it's a little bit, it's a production-based chassis. That NP01 very svelte, very small, very low. Probably
Yes.
cuts through the air a little bit.
Oh,
quicker.
of course.
Yeah.
Right, of course. It is designed to be that
Yeah.
and take advantage of all of those things. It's just interesting that the NP01 and the Ginetta seem to be struggling, relatively speaking, in the same race weekend,
Right.
whereas they would generally be much, much more consistent and competitive than they are at this very moment. But we're only 3 hours in. Pit stops are still cycling through. Lots of changes going on. Through comes your battle. Ooh, waving yellow down at turn 5. Nope, still a waving yellow.
So
at turn
the
5.
blue Lexus is actually back out on track.
The 9.4 car.
Yep, I think it was just the red one was circulating for a while, and I think now both of them, I believe.
Was this the car that ended up in the stop down at turn 12?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Whatever happened down at turn 5 is now no longer there.
Some furious work to get that car back out, I'm guessing.
I would assume so. I don't know that it ever actually made it in contact with anything. It was brought in on a tow rope,
Right.
which suggests more a mechanical issue than a an issue with contact, anything trackside. Oh, and now a surface flag in turn 5.
I'm more of an iPad flag guy myself.
Kindle Fire tablet. I don't know. I don't know any other tablets. I got nothing. A lot of people call that the slippery surface flag, but did you know it's for solids as well as liquids?
I did not.
Yeah.
If
That's
it was,
one of my pet peeves about certain other sports car commentator out there. Slippery surface
Oh,
flag.
no!
No, sir. It's a surface flag.
You can't do that.
It can be solid as well as liquid.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. That's the end of that.
Here's the deal, Brendan. I think the ship for us being employed by them has sailed long ago.
Oh, I don't care about that.
So
now,
I'm willing to say whatever
I've given
I
that
wanna
up
say.
in favor of setting myself on tangents about surface versus slippery surface. This is a way better way forward.
Okay.
Certainly a much more realistic one. My lifelong potential impact on the Le Mans 24 Hours might just be getting John Hindhaugh to say stop saying slippery surface and just call it surface.
Will
Because
almost
it will
certainly
never
ignored.
be. It will never be actually commentating the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Oh, goodness.
Small victories. Anyway, this battle for third is actually, I mean, we don't have much of a way to follow it around the track. We do have the onboard from the 0-2, but we want to watch the automatic racing Aston Martin behind it. It's been, I mean, they're still within half a second. They've pulled out 15 on the Stratus Racing NP01. But the two GT4 cars have stuck very much right together.
Looking at my beautiful shot here.
Your beautiful shot. This
Yes.
is a really good shot.
It is a good shot. Look at that. Now with the blue sky, too. You got the green, the blue, the gray, the yellow on the sign. Gorgeous.
As a
Coming to you live in HDR. No, not really.
720p with hamstrung bit rates. Well, land has good sky here.
It does.
Yeah. So a certain television show would point out. It's actually, it is actually a nice day out. It's not, doesn't appear to be nearly as windy as it was yesterday. We don't have any of the rain we had yesterday afternoon, which I'll tell you what, made things awfully spicy around the middle portion of the track. We were out setting up some cameras yesterday, and more than a couple times, the exit of turn 8 and the exit of turn 12 with a little bit of damp track was more than enough to break traction.
I can tell you with certainty, Brendan, that we're currently seeing about 3 miles an hour of wind, north wind, with gusts up to 6.
Can you give that to me in knots, please? I'm a knots man.
No.
Nautical miles. I'm giving track lengths in nautical miles from now on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You think that's going to be good?
Yeah. Average lap speed in knots.
Wow.
No. See, you don't find that nearly as entertaining as I do.
Trying to crowbar in a... Well, you know.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
you
that's
can let
okay.
it go. Hammer 02 now. Again, this battle for third. Just able to eke out a little bit. 2.9 seconds. So after being caught up in traffic, I think, for a little while there, now that it's had a chance to stretch its legs a little bit, and the 191 maybe hasn't. Actually, that's the 02 there. There is the 191. So they'll have worked through these 4 cars that just come through our shot now over the last couple of laps. And finally, the TCR and the 191's battle can resume here, but it's cost the Aston Martin roughly 2.5 seconds. We should take a peek down to some of the general production classes here, Ryan. I can tell you, GP1 is not that different than when we left it.
Is it really?
No, Team Frozen Rotors still leads in the 984 Cayman from Montgomery Motorsports and PC Racing.
Alrighty. How about GP2, Brendan? Let's talk about the 678 Chill Out Systems car. Still out in the lead over the 601. Let's talk about it. We've got that coming. So it's the 678 from the 601, the 21 North Loop Motorsports car in third. Again, waiting for it to kind of update here. It looks like I really want to wait for it to update timing here. I think the top 4 in GP2 are on the same lap. And then we've got the Fat and Furious 581 just hit the pit lane here. And then we've got the GP3, also round 3 racing, the 605 out in the lead. And I believe they are also on the same lap as the second and third place TC Klein and the 9-4 Motorsports number 84. So the Lexus holding up the top 3 in GP3. Just head back here to the overall and see what's going on out front there. So still the Tons of Gas Motorsports 242 out front with the wheel-to-wheel 981 in second. I'm Ryan, we got Brendan, we got Layla hanging out here at the broadcast. Just moving some headsets, etc. about. So, Brendan, my understanding is we have multiple people in the booth now. They have braved the ladder in the narrow corridor to come in here and speak with us. Is that accurate?
It is, Ryan. Sorry.
I hit the wrong one, but that's okay.
Doing some magic here. I can tell you, as we have been many times on DriversEye Live this season, we're joined by Round 3 Racing. This time around, instead of being Sarah Montgomery, it's Cole Lofsgaard. Hello, Cole.
How you guys doing?
Good. We're happy to have you up here. You're on board the 605 this weekend.
Yes, sir.
Full season?
Full season.
Same
yeah.
car?
Same car. That's
Awesome.
That's the plan anyway. That's the hopeful plan.
Sure. So we're 4 races in. You started back at NOLA, I assume, right? So what has, from your perspective, on board the 605 and as part of Round 3 racing, there's a whole lot of buzz around Round 3. We talk about them a lot for good reason. What has this experience been like over the course of your 2021 season?
Yeah, we actually started at Mid-Ohio with them. And I have kind of a unique perspective because I was trying to run my own team for a while before I joined Round 3 Racing in World Racing League. And, running your own team, you really get a lot of appreciation for a team like Round 3 Racing, doing it at the high level that they do and, taking the car prep and all that out of your hands. So, from a convenience standpoint, it's been really nice because I've just been able to focus strictly on the driving.
Sure.
And I feel like my performance as a driver has increased because of that. Because now I'm not pulling 3 hours worth of sleep every night. And,
Sure.
trying to get the thing ready. So, the cars have been prepped great. The performance of them has been phenomenal. We're always at the top of our class. And, just the entire team atmosphere, everybody involved with Round 3 has just been such a pleasure to be with. And, my co-drivers, Carter, Dennis, and Jim have been phenomenal as well. So, yeah, it's really, in many ways, it's gone even better than I expected it to, and I had very high expectations coming into it.
Sure. One of the points I like to make when I actually get the chance to be at a World Racing League event is the level of preparation, the quality as you walk around the paddock. You see cars and teams that would put, in terms of preparation, would put series like, Michelin Pilot Challenge and all that. That's a shame, but I mean, they go toe to toe. There's a lot of really well-prepped, well-built cars in the paddock of the World Racing League. I think Round 3 stands at the top in terms of consistency. The GP class Caymans, the Cayman that runs, of course, in GTO, the 702, all of those cars look fantastic. They're so well prepared, race in, race out. You've had the chance to be behind the wheel of the 605 this season, like you mentioned. What is that experience like in Round 3, especially with, there's a Shift Up Now buzz going on around them. I know there's a lot happening this weekend with them as well, but your car in particular, they just look like so much fun to drive. They just look so well planted and so solid. As a racing driver, what is that experience like?
Well, it's funny that you mention all the high level of preparation that you see all these teams put into, and particularly the amount of IMSA teams and SRO teams that you see out here. I was just talking to some of my teammates about that, and yeah, with Round 3, you feel like you're actually at that level. You feel like you're not lagging in any way compared to those other teams. When I was doing my own garage deal team, we felt like we were. We did a lot with a little, but certainly not at the level that this is at. And as a driver, like I said, it's been really cool to be able to know that you're showing up to the racetrack with something that is a really good piece, going to be really competitive, very reliable. As you know, in endurance racing, finishing the thing is half the battle, and we've done really well in that department up to this point. So, yeah, it's like I said, it's been a total pleasure, and I expect that to continue throughout the rest of the year.
So we discussed off air a little bit earlier. Your background primarily, at least from a younger age, was circle track racing, right? You said you were involved in late models, and that's sort of the pinnacle of wheel to wheel racing, right? Bull ring type, short track, little bump and run isn't necessarily out of place there. Endurance racing, road racing in general takes a different approach, but endurance racing has a constant ebb and flow through an 8-hour race. It's not about necessarily the on-track action. With that being said, the level of competition is still extremely high, right, in the World Racing League. I mean, does it have that same tension as it, when you're down in the pit lane and when these races are running through their ebbs and flows, or do you find yourself looking for things to do?
So, as a driver, I would say it is every bit as intense as even close quarters circle track racing. And the reason why I say that is because there's so many other things that you need to be conscious of when you're out there driving the car. The WRL is so competitive now across all the classes where you have to push. I mean, you can't just go out there and cruise and expect to be there at the end for the win, or even for a podium, or even a top 5 sometimes. I mean, you really have to go out there and maybe not drive 100% every single lap, but pretty close to it. And certainly there's times where you do need to push to really put yourself in the position that you want to be at. And yet, while doing that, you need to be conscious that this is an 8-hour race. You have other co-drivers that are relying on you to bring the car back in one piece. And not only that, you better not miss a shift. Don't grind gears. Don't use up the curbs. You got to take care of the car, and yet you got to push at the same time. In circle track racing, particularly with late models, typically it's about an hour-long race, and really the big thing you got to think about there is taking care of the tires for the end of the race. But beyond that, it's you're really trying to work hard the entire race to put yourself in that position. You're doing the same thing in WRL. It's just over a much longer period of time. And now you're starting to get into, how good is your physical fitness? How good is your mental fitness? It's very easy at the end of a long stint. You start mentally fatiguing just a little bit, and you'll find yourself kind of having to reset real quick, mentally reset, and think, okay, still got to stay focused here. I've been in the car for, hour and a half, 2 hours
Sure.
now, but got to keep that level of focus. So as far as being in the pits is concerned, it's perhaps even more stressful for me to be in the pits.
So you
than
stay
it is.
engaged in the race when you're down there.
I can't not be
Sure.
engaged because obviously we have a vested interest in our car, right? And so, for me, I'm always staring at my phone, looking at the live timing and making sure we're looking good and listening into the team communication as much
Sure.
as I can. And at that point, it's a bit out of your hands. So you feel that added element of, I don't want to say helplessness because it's not that, but it's a different type of feeling of stress versus when you're in the car.
Yeah.
You're just focused on your game.
So it's funny you mentioned a little earlier about the mental fatigue you can feel at the end of a stint. A single stint's an hour and a half, hour 45 in one of your cars. Do you find when you're out, in amongst the traffic, you're in a particularly unique situation because you're being passed and passing other cars, right? You're GP2, G605?
GP3.
GP3, okay. But still a fast car within GP3, and there's overlap there with the back end of the GP2 field. So you are still passing cars, and but more than that, you're watching cars, pass you in the mirror, which is itself a skill and an art form, right? You've got to find ways to not lose time, to let them through in places that are convenient for them, convenient for you, and safe for both of you, right? Do you find yourself still learning every time you go out into the car at just, the little idiosyncrasies of multi-class racing and 70-car fields, or does that come pretty quickly?
Yes, in fact, that was probably the biggest adjustment I had to make to endurance racing is always looking at my mirror. And in circle track racing, you have a spotter.
Sure.
And they tell you, hey, you got 1, 2 back, 1 back, at your quarter. And so in circle track racing, you're really not spending a whole lot of time looking at your mirror. You're just focusing forward. And obviously, we have radio communication here too, but particularly at a place like Road America, unless you want to go hire 5 spotters,
Sure.
it's not going to happen. So Yeah, so you have to be really aware of, not just what's right around you, but also what's maybe in the corner behind you as well, what's coming 20 car lengths back. One thing that's a bit unique with WRL is, we have a lot of factory-built GT4 cars here with, cars that are putting 180 horsepower to the wheel. So obviously the closure rates, particularly at a place like Road America, are insane. I mean, you go through the kink, you exit the carousel leading into the kink, and I mean, you could have a GT4 car, or I should say a GTO car, that's 15 car lengths back, and suddenly he's looking to your inside at the kink. So you're constantly having to be aware of not only what's right around you, but also what's back there a little ways. And particularly, and I still even make this mistake a little bit. Sometimes I'll pull out to pass somebody, and then I'll remember, oh man, I should have looked to make sure there wasn't another car. So, I've been getting pretty good about that now, to where you just develop a habit.
Sure.
But certainly anyone that looks to get into endurance racing, particularly from either circle track or even SCCA or NASA, you have a little bit of that in road course sprint racing at the amateur level too. You have that mixed class. But not to the extent here, because the fields are not a 70 cars, and typically you don't have such a discrepancy. But really for the most part, it's rare to have issues, and I think that's a testament to the drivers, the driving level of this series, and just the general protocol that the World Racing League has put into place as well. They run a very safe series, considering the car count and considering the spread between the classes.
Absolutely. So I'm intrigued by the round 3 camp. Like I said, we've talked to them talked to you guys a couple times now. Sarah was up with us. James Candelaria, who I think was with you guys at Barber, came up and talked to us there. It's a very professional looking outfit from the outside, but there's consistency in the driver lineups. There's consistency in preparation. There's a very high level of preparation, and the partnerships that the team has made, Shift Up Now, Haggerty Motorsports is on the 702 car, right? There's a lot of interest there. Does it still feel like, I say in air quotes, amateur endurance racing? Is there like a good rapport between you guys in the paddock there, or does it feel like, okay, now this is essentially as close to professional racing as I can get without actually being a fully paid, professional driver?
Right. Yeah, it's a really good question. I've never been on an IMSA team. I've never been on an SRO team or anything like that, so I can't say that I have that direct comparison.
Sure.
But this is certainly the closest that I've ever felt to being on a professional team, for sure. And I would say yes. To answer your question, I would say it does feel like you're on a very high level team, and it's easy to forget that this is still amateur level racing. Particularly, like even now, we're in a pretty tight battle for the class lead. 3 hours into the race, and like I said, you've got so many high level teams here that you see. When you watch IMSA races and things like that, you see represented there as well. So when you combine all that, and particularly with how serious round 3 takes this, and also Haggerty, Shift Up Now, Cooper Tire, Sentinel, I mean, the fact that these companies are coming on board and supporting an amateur level, and again, air quotes, amateur level endurance team is, first off, a huge testament to those people, because I don't know if too many companies are willing to get involved in grassroots style motorsports, and we're so fortunate to have them on board, and they've been great to us too. I mean, they're fun to have around, and they're car people at the end of the day, and so you kind of feel like one big family. And so when you take into account their support, when you take into account the preparation, and just the items and the level of cars that round 3 brings, it really does start to feel like a professional operation. And even being up here in the booth, I mean, this doesn't really feel like this has never happened in late model or SCCA racing. So even this kind of adds on to that.
Sure. Well, we pride ourselves on being one of the few groups of people that like to talk about amateur endurance racing. This is a real thrill for us. We're all endurance racing people, sports car racing people, and it's a lot of fun for us to come out. But WRL presents endurance racing at such a high level, just a step or two, maybe not even a step or two short of what you might find in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. The tension is there, the excitement is there. WRL does a phenomenal job welcoming us and encouraging the right attitude and the right approach down in the paddock as well, to make it what it is. So with all that being said, we've got another another 4.5 hours to go today, 8 hours tomorrow. Have you been in the car yet today?
I have. I drove the opening.
Okay. And how'd that go?
Went great. So
Yeah.
I told my teammates at the start of the race I was going to take it easy. We were nursing a little bit of a brake boost issue where you get a really hard pedal when you initially go to the brake. So I told them, hey, I'm going to take it easy on the first lap. So if, we were starting outside pole in our class. So I said, if I'm P3, P4 at the end of the first lap, don't worry about it. Well, I got really lucky because the seas parted for me coming into turn 5 and made up a lot of ground. And yeah, we put ourselves in a pretty good position here for the end of the stint. So yeah, so just so far so good. We've been fortunate to get those breaks to fall our way, and still got a really long way to go. So anything can happen, obviously, but we're feeling good with where we're at. I've got a great driver lineup behind me. Jim is in the car right now, and we'll have Dennis Neal and Carter Peace finishing up for us, and they're driving us at a fantastic level. So I feel like we're in good hands, and yeah.
So you're done for the day?
Unless they tell me otherwise.
Sure, yeah. So 6.5 hours to sit on the sidelines and let your teammates do the job. I know it's not easy, especially somebody that doesn't come from an endurance racing background. Still plenty of experience along the way, but I'm sure it's different. You guys are in a great position. You're out in front of the GP3 class right now by 3 minutes, just into the pit lane, I think, actually.
Yeah, saw our car go by. So
yeah, so on the way out of the pit lane, with any luck. But anyway, I really appreciate you coming up here, Cole, and thanks for stopping by. You're welcome up here anytime, and hopefully things work out for you today, and finish out strong tomorrow as well.
Yeah, thank you guys so much, and have fun up here in the broadcast booth, and hopefully we can all put on a great show for you.
For sure, send your teammates. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Cole Offsgaard on board the 605 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cayman, the GP3 leader at the moment. We mentioned about 3 minutes out in front. There is a pit stop that's just taken place there. But with any luck, they'll cycle back out in front. Pit stop's 2 to 2.5 minutes, or at least time loss is 2 to 2.5 minutes here. So all things being equal, I think it should resume in the lead just out front of the number 93.
Oh, here. There we go. Perfect. So nice of Round 3 Motorsports to come up here and spend some time with us. If you and your team want to come up here and spend some time with us, please come on up. We're in the main tower, right here on the front straight, just in the media center. Come to the media center, come down the stairs, good to go. So if you want to just whip on around, we can do that for you. Just settling back in here. We got the O2 Hammer Motorsports car back out in front. Only 0.6 ahead of the 191 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. So that Aston Martin has come through the field and are starting to challenge up front a little bit. Usually, or not usually, before they were a little bit deep in the field. We weren't sure how that was going to work. And now they're up ahead. They're ahead of the Stratus car, and they're ahead of the 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports car. So, again, 0.6 is not a whole lot. I wonder if we have an onboard with the O2.
The 02, yeah.
I wonder if we have that. That would be really good if we did.
We do have that.
Hey, there we go.
Skipping around just a little bit.
Perfect.
Driver change has Topher Everett on board the car. And like you mentioned, Ryan, I think you just mentioned anyway, the Automatic Racing Aston Martin right behind it.
Absolutely.
We lost the audio on board this.
It seems we have.
Oh, no,
a little bit. It's just very
low.
quiet.
Yep.
Audio's
Press
real quiet on the
cups.
O2 camera.
Yeah. Subtle, man. There we go.
Turn up the volume and enjoy as we go on board. Unfortunately, I'm gonna interrupt our onboard because the 191 Aston Martin just
into the pit
lane.
lane.
Yep. So we were robbed of a good battle there, unfortunately, on a pit cycle.
The good news is here, Ryan, even with this camera being about 20 to 25 seconds behind, that car should only be at turn 6. I'm fairly sure the 191 is on its way out of the pit lane.
Ah, okay. So they're not too far.
No, it will have already made it stop, which is incredibly quick.
Right. Are they going to come out ahead of Tons of Gas is the question.
Yes. Sorry, just...
No, you're totally fine. Yeah. We're also watching down here in the pit lane, the 441 back in. Again, we talked about them earlier. Not really classified this weekend, but again, I'd like to talk about them. They made the trip out here. It's their first race, and looks like they're having some kind of issue with the car. Not working frantically, I would say. He's waving the car to go ahead, so whatever it was, they're satisfied. They're just going to send it back out. We've got some tape on the front
Is that
hood.
tape? Oh,
it is tape.
Yeah, so they've sealed off the gap between the hood and the fender.
Because the hood on that Supra is actually a big clamshell piece, so it's not likely flopping around or anything crazy like that. It's the 23 just clicks past here, start and finish. We're about 3 hours and 24 into the race, so we've got 4 hours and a bit to go. Brendan, I reckon it's time. And again, it's not too early, it's not too late. It's just the right time.
We got to pick a different ad, though.
That's okay.
If they've got 3, we've got to have 3 different lead-ins here. We don't have to. That's okay. Of course, none of this would be possible without the support of the World Racing League. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for their interest in having DriversEye Live and live coverage of their events, of course, but Cooper Tires helps make that possible. And a big thanks to everybody at Cooper Tires for being on board the World Racing League in 2021. We will say hello to them and let your Uncle Cooper do the talking.
I love a set of Discoverers, by the way. My Forerunner.
Join you on the other side here on DriversEye Live.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to Road America, DriversEye Live, the World Racing League 2021's round 4. 3.5 hours into our first race of 2 this weekend. 4.5 to go, and another 8 to come tomorrow. I was not expecting that Sebring promo. I was thrilled to see it. However, it ruined my lead, or my walk back into the broadcast from the what a happy practical ending, because I was going to remind everybody that most finishes in the World Racing League are not necessarily the most practical. They are the most exciting.
Yes. Yes. I'd buy that.
There are lots of little twists and turns along the way, and that is what we love about following the World Racing League.
Indeed.
In addition to seeing all kinds of wild car solutions and, amateur endurance race cars going quickly for long periods of time.
Yeah, Brendan, I'm sorry. As co-executive producer, I made that decision to go ahead and
No, that's fine. I'm
So,
thrilled it was there. I just planned to come back after the ad, and I was like, what a happy practical ending. Well, I've got the perfect lead out for this. This is great. And then all of a sudden, we were talking about Sebring again.
I am interested in seeing the AOA number 15 appears to have their hardtop taped onto the car.
Interesting.
Very intrigued by that. That's some Ryan level engineering right there. That like, this is flapping about. Let's get some tape.
You didn't. You weren't with us the second year we did the U.S. Endurance Championship. I think it was Lemonada. May have not been Lemonada. One of the GP4 cars at the time. Rest in peace, GP4. One of those cars had what appeared to be a burlap piece of fabric covering the top of the roll cage. So it didn't have a roof per se.
Shady.
It had burlap.
I'm sure that's good for fire resistance.
It had what appeared to be burlap. I don't know if that's what it was, but it looked like it from the timing and scoring booth anyway.
I see.
Yeah.
Can we do our next broadcast from Coda up from the mullet?
No.
Why?
I don't do heights.
Ugh. Don't you work in a tower? Isn't that literally your job?
It's enclosed. If the Mike Gundy Memorial Tower were like closed off, I would do that. You like that? Been calling it that for years. But as such, it's open air, which doesn't do a whole lot for us.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. Nope. I would like a better view of Circuit of the Americas, but I think they're hard to come by. It's just what you get with suites and that sort of thing.
Yep.
Barber was fantastic. I see like 60% of Barber.
Well, we
really
could have been
nice.
up on the tower here as well. There's a fan deck.
Here?
Yeah.
This building?
No, over yonder by the last turn.
Oh, we did see that.
We
The
did,
fan
yeah.
deck, yeah.
Be up there too.
Yeah. No, that's okay. We'll stick it out here. Could do with some climate control.
No, it's lovely. It's perfect.
All right, really?
My payoff
Chilling
of just, and hopefully nobody from Road America is listening, my payoff of spamming the cold button on the thermostat in the press room
That explains it.
finally paid off. When we walk into it being 85 degrees
It was
in here.
very, very warm this morning.
So
Very warm this morning.
it's taken a while to come back around, but it has worked. So according to the temperature gauge on the server rack that's in this room, we've experienced a 10-degree swing in temperature in here.
That's true.
And I do think that it'll start to get warmer in here as it gets warmer outside, so I think having the AC...
Yeah, and the sun is going to set in our faces
Yes.
west here. Right, so that'll add its own layer of intrigue.
A marine layer of intrigue, if you will.
Yeah. Yes?
No, not
Okay.
really. No. Sorry, trying to crowbar the joke.
No,
The
that's
joke's
fine.
in.
That's fine.
So while I was joking about that, the number 02 Hammer Motorsports car was in the lead. Brendan.
Yeah, well, it's been in the lead. We had tons of gas pit about let's go 9 laps ago. Right, and that's put the number 02 Hammer Motorsports TCR out into the lead. The automatic racing car did make its pit stop, and actually it was a shorter pit stop than the Hammer car, pulled off by about 13 seconds, which is intriguing to me. Not in a bad way, just that's a lot of time. And the Hammer car, the Hammer team as a whole has usually been historically quite good on pit stops. They don't give up a whole lot of time there. But the 191 was able to pick up a bunch of it. Unfortunately, it is something close to a lap down just as a result of now being a pit stop to the good, or I'm sorry, a pit stop behind Hammer. Right, so they will have pitted 3 times today already. Hammer car has only made 2. One of those automatic pit stops, I believe, was unscheduled as well. So they're being split anyway by the 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW, which pitted not that long ago. And for the time being, at least, most of our battles inside the top 10 in GTO have sort of fizzled out. Team Frozen Rotors leads GP1, and I express some exasperation here just because there are a lot of pit stop markers on the Race Hero app without having actually pitted. So that's interesting, but it does lead GP1 by 26 seconds from the Montgomery Motorsports number 24. The Montgomery car picked up 7 seconds the last time around and has brought the margin down to 26 seconds. So if this is an ongoing theme here, we're going to see a battle for the lead in GP1, courtesy of the 984 and the 24. Third, as it has been for pretty much the entire morning and early part of the afternoon, is the PC Racing number 44 BMW M3, which they've all 3 of those that lead trio have separated themselves from the rest of the GP1 field, and it's left the winning formula number 115 back there in P4, a minute and a half behind the PC Racing car. To say nothing of its margin to the overall leader, which will be something well over a lap. Ronnie Phelps Motorsports, the conversion van BMW, we've seen a couple of times today now, or mentioned a couple of times today.
Lovely
Burnt
car.
orange and cream.
Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Very confused Texas Oklahoman. couldn't decide between burnt orange and light or crimson and cream, so just went burnt orange and cream. Yes, indeed. Points down, dear. Points down. I don't know where Ronnie Phelps is based, actually. I don't think we ever got that information.
Mr. R. Phelps.
For the moment, anyway, we'll move on to GP2.
All right.
Chill Out Systems leads and is into the pits as Ronnie Phelps comes into the pits in front of us as well. Chill Out Systems, the number 678 MX5, pits from the lead. 72 laps completed in something around a lap of an advantage over the number 21 North Loop Motorsports BMW 328 IS. Itself leads from the number 601 Round 3 Racing Porsche Boxster.
I do
Although
just
that
now
Boxster
see...
has some pace.
Oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. No.
The 178 Civic coming back out.
Oh, wow.
So I don't think we've seen them in a while. They pitted very early back in the paddock. That's going to be the J&R racing car. Again, we talked about that car that had some racing history, sprint racing history anyway. Now finally going to get back out on track. Hopefully they get whatever it is they needed squared away, and then we'll see them tomorrow.
Right.
Hopefully this will be a nice little 4-hour test for them, and then they can start challenging this GP2 field.
Car on a tow rope. Is that the 99? It is the 90. The Team GTR BMW is coming home on a tow rope, and I think that might be the first time I've ever said that about a Team GTR BMW.
I think so too, which would lead me to believe that it's probably not specifically their fault.
No, I think there are some challenges. We said earlier they're going to be challenged with that car.
Yep.
Teething issues, brand new car for those guys. Not the debut that, not the race they would be expecting to run, but as a debut race, not terribly shocking as they learn the ins and outs of the M4. Just to go back to the 178 Honda Civic, I want you to pick a number between 1 and 5 and tell me. Just give me a number.
3.
Correct.
Sweet.
That is the number of laps the 178 J&R Civic has completed so far.
All right. Look at that. Perfect.
Which I don't say to disparage or anything about the J&R. Quite the contrary, it is a compliment to the J&R Honda Civic. Fantastic that they've spent the 3+ hours back in the paddock working on the car to bring it out on track. Not just because you hate to see your weekend go to waste 3 laps into your first race on a Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not clearly hasn't been the work of a moment. They could have chosen to give up and pack up and go home, but they've dumped a lot of time and energy into getting that car back out on track. I'm hopeful and have fingers crossed that the issue has been solved, whatever it is. As the 99 arrives in front of us here just at start-finish.
So this will beg the question then. Will we see this car tomorrow, or do you think they'll break out the old car?
I think you have to continue running the M4. The only way you're going to learn these things is to keep running the car, right?
Okay.
That's why you have professional teams that do long-distance endurance tests. I mean, Glickenhaus, say what you want about them, they've delayed homologating their car. Yes, I know you will, but they've intentionally delayed homologating their Le Mans hypercar because it's done virtually no testing.
Have no money.
Because it's done virtually no testing.
And no car.
Fine. They spend it all on vaguely professional drivers.
Hey, quick question.
Yes.
What do you think the insurance cost is on an LMH? And what do you think the payout is, too? Like, who do you think does Glickenhaus's track insurance?
Is it Haggerty?
I don't know.
I have no idea. No, I have no idea.
Whoever they are, I'm guessing they're paying out pretty good. We'll leave that there.
Interesting. Anyway, put that to one side, perhaps both sides, and move on.
There's a lot to unpack there.
There is an awful lot to unpack there. So let's go talk about GP3. Round 3 Racing leads TC Klein. We had just discussed this a little earlier with Cole Lofsgaard. If you weren't here for that interview, our first of the weekend on DriversEye Live, I certainly invite you to go back and discover that. It was about a 10-15 minute chat with Cole, and I think we have a couple more interviews coming from the Round 3 camp there.
And I want more interviews from other people, too. There's whole teams of people that just have people milling about, like chilling. Come talk to us. You're not doing anything, right? Right? You're just hanging out, right? Come on down. We'll get you a coffee. Get you a water.
Sure. Interacting with the chat here a little bit.
This is the chat.
Somebody has offered to buy me lunch if I can pronounce "will to win" correctly.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Pew, pew,
That's
pew.
fair. I think this is more a product of me talking a little too quickly
Probably.
than me forgetting that it's "will to win" instead of "wheel to wheel." It started out "wheel to wheel," and I get that. There's an accent issue at play. There's me talking very, very quickly at play. So I'll take you up on lunch anyway, if that's your offer. And I will just say "will to win," and we'll be good.
Good to go. Was that an entrant that said that, or is that a random?
No, it was a person named Pat.
Pat. Is it Pat Simmons?
No.
Oh. All right.
But I'll do my best. Anyway, will to win. Will to win. W2W. Somehow that is the most cumbersome option.
Is it? All right. Fair enough.
It is.
Starting to get a little bit more cloud cover here. If you look off to that direction, at least, to my right, a little bit more cloud coming in. I still don't think there's any rain scheduled, but if it had changed, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see here.
No, even just yesterday, as the JNR Civic comes back through the pit lane here, just yesterday, we were on the very outer edge of a band of showers that just kind of spat on and off at us during the early and mid-afternoon. I don't expect that to change. 702 Haggerty schemed round 3 car into the pit lane. Oh, 9-4 Motorsports into second in GP3 with a pit stop from the 93 TC Klein Racing BMW 330. It's the first time I've seen the 9-4 car up that high. It's been pretty much round 3 in TC Klein for a large portion of the opening part of this race.
The 9-4 was up in the podium, holding up the podium positions when you took your break earlier.
Okay, very good.
So they've been around the top 5.
Sure, and I
or
don't
take.
Express surprise there. I mean,
Right.
9-4 is, if nothing else, they are extremely consistent.
Exactly.
You seem to be hit by bad luck on occasion.
Yes. As with all Lexus race cars.
Yes.
Indeed, I am referring to the Sebring. Both of them run over the oil of the Corvette and hit the wall at exactly the same time.
Yep, and if we would like to expand that to Toyota, we can talk about all of Toyota's misfortunes over the last number of years.
Yep.
Yep. We have the BRZ in the field. We don't have any, strictly speaking, GT86.
Well, I think it's on the entry as an 86.
Is it? Because it's on Racer as a BRZ.
Oh, there's a BRZ and there's an FRS.
Who's got the FRS?
NRG Racing.
I was under the impression.
Well, there's 2 NRG cars, it would appear. So, we got that going for you. 198 car taking some fuel. They've been in the pits quite a bit today. Having some issues there. The 38 C4 rolling through as well. It's really becoming quite a nice day. You're kind of in the mid-50s here. I'm sure the track is now plenty warm, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, somebody in the YouTube chat expressed some surprise earlier that the leaves are not yet fully out at Road America. Indeed, you see the camera here at turn 3. A lot of bare trees.
It only just recently became not frigid here.
Yeah.
So, like, even where I'm from, a little bit further to the west, the trees look about like this. It takes a little bit longer for the trees to get green here. The winter drug on a little bit. You didn't have the negative 20s and stuff that we had in January and February, but we were in kind of the 30 range a little bit later, I guess, than normal. As much as mid-April, it was still pretty cold. So it doesn't really surprise me that we're not quite there yet. And if you look off into the distance, you're starting to see a little bit of the greens pop up here and there.
Yeah. A bit. Not a ton, but a bit.
I think by the end of May, it'll have been green here. The grass is nice.
Well, and we have mentioned, too, that we haven't really started spectator season at Road America yet, right? So not even the track is at a point where this is, major spectator event weather or public season weather. This is still private track rental weather. Which is fair enough. And like we mentioned earlier, a lot of improvements going on at the facility at Road America.
Absolutely.
You haven't been here in a while. There are service road improvements going on, parking lot improvements, gate entrance improvements. The gate down behind turn 1 is very much a work in progress. New pavement, new fencing, It's been really nice. Not that I had anything to compare it to, but it's been nice to see the investment that's being made here at Road America, making an already great facility even better.
Absolutely. Fortunately, when you have a piece of land that's this nice, you can afford to let the facility take a back seat when you have a place that's this lovely, as far as being able to go for a walk. And it's gorgeous here, especially mid-season. So to make your investments on top of that, to make sure that the infrastructure is good, just adds a whole other layer to it. It looks awesome.
Sure.
I quite enjoy it.
It reflects well in the facility, not just for the spectator events where you have tens of thousands of people here, but even if you've got a couple thousand people in your paddock and supporting trackside, I think that reflects well in the facility as well.
Yep, indeed.
JNR Civic comes through the screen. It did pit briefly. The number 178 again. I'm sure that was just okay. We were out shaking things down for a lap or two, bring it back in and just double check everything and then move on, which they appear to have done. I closed my timing iPad. I'm not really sure why I've chosen to do that.
Yeah, you kind of need the timing up full time. The timing up full time. That's a lovely sentence right there.
Yeah, so interesting that you said NRG. I want to go back to this because I wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong in thinking it earlier. What is NRG listed as on the?
They have two cars. They have a BRZ and a FRS.
Oh, okay, that's why. So the 67 is listed as a BRZ on Race Hero.
Mm-hmm.
And what class is the?
That's a GP3
FRS. I don't see it on timing.
Oh, well, there you go.
What's the number?
I don't have the number.
Oh, that's right. The entry list doesn't have the number. Yeah, no, I don't see anything here that suggests FRS. I just see the BRZ.
Oh, well, there you go then.
Oh, whatever. I mean,
that
these
answers
are...
that. It's still a Toyota.
In any case, let's do one check Coda. Thanks, Pat. You're the best. Thank you to everybody joining us from Road America on this fine Saturday afternoon. Happy to have everybody's company on DriversEye Live. I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Ryan West joins me at the moment.
Yo.
May have some company later, but either way, we're being kept company by the lovely Layla Kazmarek sitting behind me at her first racetrack in something like 5 years.
Was it everything you ever dreamed of? Fantastic.
We were remarking on the way in here, back to Road America, but as we were driving around in Milwaukee before you flew in the other night, she said, "Is Road America any prettier than the last place I was?"
Yes.
The last place she was Thunder Hill.
Thunder Hill,
yeah.
Yes. I'm a big California stan, and that is genuinely probably the second worst part of California. Other than the track being there, it is dreadful.
It is one of the most featureless racetracks in the country. It's a vaguely interesting layout, but there's just nothing
Bigly
visible. And then what I said was that you are coming to one of the most iconic tracks in the country, right? It is one of the longest. It's one of the fastest. It's been around for ages.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were talking about, as facilities upgrade and move with the times earlier, this is one of the few tracks that retains its original layout all the way around.
Yes, that is correct.
There have been no adjustments. You've had little radius changes and things like that as things get repaved and curbs get added and whatever. But fundamentally, this is still the same track it was when IndyCar and IMSA were racing here in the 70s and the 80s.
And Brian Redmond.
Oh, and Brian Redmond, of course. Brian Redmond's cat. We did not go see them around Brian Redmond's cat. To where Brian Redmond's cat memorial is?
Counterpoint, this is a completely different layout from the original layout.
Well, okay. There is that. There is that. You can make the point about Watkins Glen there as well. But even that, permanent track has changed hands a couple or changed layouts a couple of times.
Yeah. Run the boot, etc.
Do you think that was a Canadian invention, the hashtag run the boot, and it's actually meant to be run the boat?
They want you to go sailing.
Run the bout.
They want you to come sail away. Come sail away with me.
I'm going to leave you in the sticks if you're not careful.
That's okay. I'll just get back on my speed wagon.
Okay. I got competition here. I don't know that I can keep up
Ha!
with this.
Got it. That's the only one I have.
Oh, boy.
My parents will tell you that's the only one I have.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. For 80s music, oh, that's it.
Yeah.
That's where it stops.
Yeah.
Live in Road America.
I've got 38 special ones.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
Yeah, all right.
Alrighty.
RJ's going to come have a word in a minute.
Absolutely. RJ's going to be like, I'm sorry, how much are we paying you to be here?
Well, we
By
try
the way,
and
here's your
make
vest.
our
Oh,
own
good,
fun.
thanks.
Try and make our own fun. Oh, no. Oh, my timing's gone.
He gone. So we did just have the tons of gas car,
Which one?
the 242.
Yep.
Set its fastest lap of the race
We did.
at a 2:28.383. Fun fact.
Going very quickly at the moment.
Yes.
Muy rapido, I think is the...
Also, yes.
Yeah, okay. Into the pit lane again is the 199 Pellegrini car. I also want to bring your attention to the Stratus Racing NP01. At the moment, which is currently lapping in the 238s.
Ah.
Then for a while in the 233s. I missed this, and I don't know if you recall this or have noticed this before. That NP01 tends to go through a phase in sort of the middle portion of the race, and I think it's just a driver that isn't quite comfortable behind the wheel yet, but nevertheless likes racing NP01s, which is totally fair.
Right.
But
and it's also worth noting, better than either of us would be.
yeah,
Yes.
I
Okay.
agree with that 100%. But they tend to drop time here in the middle of the race. So if they're in contention before and can run that car to its maximum potential for most of the morning shift, then towards the end of the race,
They should be able to do that again.
they should be able to do that again, but they drop time in the middle here. So what they need is to build up enough of a margin early and have the potential late to make up for this middle section of the race where the car isn't as strong up against the TCRs, the GT4s, etc.
Right.
But I don't think they got that this morning, did the NP0.
Don't think they did either.
I don't
And
think-
again, as far as it's not very racy either. So when they were out front, they really needed to make the hay that they were given.
And they did in their second stint.
Right.
But they gave up enough time in the first stint when things were cold, and like you said, there was more traffic. It's not such a racy car, so you're dealing with... You don't have the strengths of that car at your disposal all the time.
Right.
You're right. I think that car is going to be hamstrung a little bit here. And honestly, I'm not sure... I mean, it's a minute behind the automatic racing Aston Martin. I'm not sure it has enough in reserve there pace-wise to be able to claw its way back up the order to be in contention here at the end. Maybe an outside chance of a podium, but we'll have to wait and see.
As the 84 comes onto the pit lane, should be a scheduled stop for the 84.
Let's take a look.
Near the top end of the GP3 field.
The 9-4, 8-4. But it's second in GP3, right?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Even better. Look at that. Overperforming even my expectations. And my expectations are high since I'm looking at the timing, in theory anyway.
Sure. I will say, though, that this appears to be, and we're not even halfway yet, so we don't even have Joseph making projections at this stage.
Right.
However, well, we could.
We could.
We don't. However, that round 3 car, with an extra pit stop compared to that 9-4 car, was 3 minutes out in front. Or 2 minutes out in front, excuse me. Just under a lap.
Okay.
So the consistency from the 605 we interviewed Olaf Scardy there a little earlier has been enough to keep it well out in front of literally anybody else in GP3. Is that 585 AOA car out in front of us a new car here this weekend? It's an MC, right?
It's an NC, yeah.
I
I think so. It looks very clean.
It does, and I don't think I've seen green AOA. I've definitely seen black AOA. I've seen yellow AOA.
All 5 of the yellow ones.
Yes.
5 to 7. Any given weekend.
Do you remember the Mazda 3 that ran in Pony Challenge, etc.?
I do.
Doesn't it look like the AOA paint scheme?
A little bit.
Yeah. Yellow with the... whatever the other colors are. Red, green, and blue.
Blue, yeah. Little bits of it. Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
I can see some resemblances there. Good car, the Mazda 3. Good car.
It's a shame it was the hatch.
What was that?
It's a shame it was the hatch.
The hatch is what you want.
No way, man.
Sedan driving.
Yep.
Fools.
One of my favorite race cars of all time was the Mazda 6 that ran in Speed Vision World Challenge in the mid to late 2000s.
Good car. There's lots of pictures of that car on forums for the Mazda 6.
That
I found.
Oh,
where it's
really?
Like, yes. And there's like, hey, if you want a better this, that, or the other, here's the picture of it in the race car. And like that was the earliest anybody had like modified one.
Sure.
Was that car?
That was did that run the 2.3?
Yeah.
Yeah. Non-turbo. That car almost single-handedly is the reason I bought a Mazda 6. I loved it. It looked awesome. It was, I mean, it's quick, so whatever.
Right.
But it looked so good on track. For a car that size, it just nailed it.
So those came out in like what, 03 for that first gen Mazda 6, 03, 04, something like that.
No, I think it was.
Well, I did not have the first year, and I had an 05.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I was in 06. But I think the styling changed by 06, right? That was the second.
No.
No? It's all the
I
same?
think they changed the bumper a little bit.
Yeah, it
But
must have been
it's the
03, 04 then.
same. I remember standing at the bus stop to go to elementary school, and one of the moms of like a kid that went to my school had a liftback one, and it was bright yellow, and just would mob on this turn around the corner. And the car looked so good every day, and it was bright yellow. And so I finally got one, and it was a great car. All 5 days it ran without issues. On every other day, it was less than a great car because something was always broken. Brendan, of course, did not have the automatic transmission, so he didn't feel that. Oh, yeah.
Is that a...
That's a something. Oh, there's somebody's
Supra.
blowing smoke.
It's a
That's
Supra,
Supra blowing smoke.
with smoke coming out of the left front corner of that car.
Oof.
And I couldn't tell if it was... it didn't appear to be engine smoke, because it didn't look like it was dropping any fluids or anything.
Right.
But I wouldn't be shocked if there's some damage on the left front there.
We'll have to see here. The people in the Supra pit not
I don't...
super concerned? Oh, no, there we go. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Not super concerned.
Not Supra concerned.
Yeah, I didn't see anything happen at the kink. And anyway, if you're going to have it off at the kink, there's a good chance that car isn't coming home
Right.
limping with left front damage.
Yep. Not a lot of replacement parts out there for those yet. They haven't sold tremendously well, the Supra. So it's something you got to be real careful with if you're going to start breaking those. That one, the panels are very expensive, and two, there's no spare ones to be found.
I'm just taking care of some housekeeping here.
Oh, absolutely.
This is
Please keep the house.
The Supra you were discussing earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have seen a Supra in the WRL before,
Yes, we have.
right? Circuit of the Americas, the
Yes.
Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds. Supra ran with us. I learned later that that wasn't the car that ran at Thunderhill the year before.
It wasn't.
No.
So they have two of those.
Clarify here.
Interesting. It looked very similar to the one that ran at Thunderhill. Very similar. Which was marred by issues
Yes.
most of its time at Thunderhill.
It did well at COTA last year.
Yes.
And took the win on track anyway, as we get a nice gaggle of cars headed up the hill here out of the final corner.
Right.
Ended up taking the win on track on the Saturday race in the rain. In a car that was exceptionally well balanced around the longer corners at COTA.
Yep.
Turn 16, 17, 18 in particular, it was basically turn the car in, hold the wheel straight, and let it slide its way through the exit. In the dry, never mind in the rain, but it was able
Right.
to hang on there. And I think it ended up failing tech, but anyway, it gave us a heck of a race
Right.
down to the checkered flag.
You know, I don't know how much they had to change the Supra they have here, or indeed that one, for racing, or if they just ran more ballast or whatever. The four-cylinder Supra probably fits right in to the performance bracket
For GTO.
for GTO. Yeah, maybe, and you could tune it a little bit and probably get it to where it needed to be, and you'd be fine.
I wonder what the thought is there. If you're going to run the four-cylinder, but you don't have much of an option on where you place weight and that sort of thing, if the car is just not terribly well-suited to endurance racing,
Right.
you know, if you're better off with more power but being able to throw weight around where you need it.
Well,
I don't know. I'd be interested to dive into that a little bit.
The other point is the motor in the Supra is extremely similar to the motor in the M2 competition.
Is that right?
Yes.
What's the reason for that? Just similar
Because
design?
they bought
or?
it from no, it's like the same block, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So again, Toyota might have made some changes as far as like turbo size and or plumbing, et cetera, but the engine, I believe, is the same. They're both B58s. I know on the M240s, the road M240 uses the B58, which is what's in the Supra, but the race cars, they kept the N55. So when they went from 235 to 240, it was just a body style change. They actually didn't change the motors on those at BMW, but I think the M2 competition car does have the new motor.
Waving yellow at turn 5, and another waving yellow down the straight between the kink and Canada corner, and I wonder if this is the Supra not making it home.
Well, again,
I don't see it in the pit lane.
That's a spot that's not super fun. There is a emergency vehicle out on track.
Yeah, I wonder if that car just ground to a halt and now they're out to recover it.
Yep.
I would believe that. Although, if it's not able to return home under its own power, yeah, it's
Yeah,
pulled
that
off
was
to the
there
side
just to the
there.
left.
That
Yep.
was well done, Taryn. I expect that that car may end up needing a flatbed, actually, to get back. We will get a chance as we go past in the onboard the Thunder Bunny Nissan. We will get a chance to see the left side of that car as it comes back to see if it was just an outright failure, or if maybe there was an error or an incident elsewhere on the track that resulted in it hitting something off the side of the road. Chris Stifler in the chat brings it home the point about the Mazda 6s that ran in World Challenge. Tri-point.
Oh, okay.
Tri-point. One of them was driven by Sean Emeritus, but because rules kept them from keeping an engine alive.
Okay. Good info. Good info.
Yeah.
We've got the right people watching.
I think so.
I think so.
Mid 2000s Speed Vision World or Speed World Challenge knowledge. These are the people we want.
I would say that the on average level of build quality here might be as high, if not higher, than all of those Speed World
100%.
Challenge builds.
We've had that conversation a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
Around here, the level of preparation and build quality is just fantastic.
As we go on board the Round 3 Racing 601 car, just barely cracking 120 miles an hour there.
And the yellow flag down into turn 5. Let's stick with this for a second. So
Comes in. Ooh, that's a tough place to have a safety vehicle.
So, is there something behind it? Is there a car
O2 in the
gravel
pit lane,
behind
Brendan.
it? Oh, that's your overall race leader, is it not?
I believe so.
It is. Third stop appears to be routinely scheduled, about 28 laps. 57 was the last time it was in. We're at 86 now, so let's call it 29 laps. This is about right. For that matter, Ryan, we have crested halfway.
Halfway home. Well, a quarter of the way home, anyway.
For this weekend,
For the
yes.
weekend,
For the
yeah.
cars and the drivers, yes, we are
Yep.
a quarter of the way home.
Just changing out the seat inserts, etc. Get a different driver into the O2. I'm
No.
sorry, into the O2.
So this yellow flag extends all the way back to the entrance to the kink to go
Interesting.
recover the.
Well, then what was the
right?
safety vehicle pulled out at turn 5?
I
Were
don't
they just
know.
on there? They were sending that one, and it was on its way, and they were waiting for the traffic to clear, perhaps. There's the flatbed.
This is the proper performance Supra, we think.
Yep. Which is unclassified. I don't think you'll find it on Race Hero.
It is there. It's 57th overall, but you are correct in saying it's unclassified this
Yep.
weekend. Issues with torque, I understand.
As we've got somebody driving their 458 through the paddock.
Or is it a C8? I can't tell. Or a Picchio DP. The world may never know.
Nobody should ever talk about the Picchio DP.
Oh, it's way too late for that. I already have.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Can't give them any more airtime.
Picchio?
Yep.
For those of you just tuning in, welcome along. DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek and Ryan West for the moment. May have a little company later on here. Layla Kazmarek joining us from the back end of the media center as well at DriversEye Live on Instagram. All one word. And you can find us on Facebook via DriversEye Live.
Via?
Well, by searching DriversEye Live.
Via.
Yeah, via.
No.
That's why.
No.
Also live on the World Racing League YouTube and the World Racing League Facebook page. If you're not already involved, invite you to join the WRL Racers group as well. Follow along with all the developments in between races in the World Racing League when we're not live here on DriversEye. Help grow the community over there. It is a really fantastic community. Yesterday, no, you don't have the WRL app, Brian.
I do have the WRL app.
You do now, okay. Did you get notifications yesterday about WRL looking for a welder?
No.
Looking for a welder?
No, I did not.
They were looking for a welder. They found one because of the WRL Racers group. Great camaraderie that goes on in the WRL. And
excellent.
On full display in the Facebook group. So I invite you to do all of that as well. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. 3 hours and 55 minutes left to go today before we get a checker flag at roughly 5 o'clock this afternoon Central Time. Thinking of any other housekeeping items we need to address, and I don't think there are. Let's talk about some of the cars we've lost so far today. Of course, this is endurance racing, and not terribly unusual for cars to go missing into the paddock and then come back out at various points. But we'll do a little recap here for those that are just joining us.
Yeah.
Hammer Motorsports, number 01. That car ran a lap and then was into the paddock.
Yep.
So for the first time running 3 cars since Circuit of the Americas, actually now just running 2 cars.
Well,
and actually now running
one
one car because we lost the sister car, the number 1, to an incident down at Canada Corner. Mm-hmm. The car did drive itself back to the pits, to the paddock, but a deranged rear wing to go with a very messy rear bumper, and that car will go no further, at least for today. The number 8 Sweet Spot Racing car was lost after 4 laps earlier this morning, came into the pits, did not come back out, the BMW M3. The Rat Patrol 144, the Triumph TR7.
They're not even here.
No, that's true. They are gone.
They're probably in Chicago by now.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know where they're based.
I don't know where they're based either, but they could have gotten that far.
Yeah, no. Braunschweig, the 117, which is a shame because we've seen that car fare really, really well in WRL races in the past. I think even bringing home the championship last time we were at COTA in 2018. If not, it was certainly very much in the mix for the championship right at the end. But unfortunately, we've lost the Braunschweig car. We lost the number 240 Renton Race BM. I think it's an M240.
It was a 240 to a collision with the wall.
Yeah, down at the kink. Driver okay, but it did cause our only full course yellow of the day so far. And a stoppage briefly to do some wall repair. That car missing as well. Core Motorsports number 17 Mustang completed 16 laps. Did not reemerge.
Yep.
After the full course yellow and the stoppage. Again, a shame.
And there's nobody on their pit box either.
Interesting.
Which gives me the impression that they're not expecting to return.
Either that or they're all back working on
it, right?
Which would make sense.
I guess they're not packed up.
No. The 134 Big Mission BMW was involved in a little.
So that was related to the yellow
accordion,
flag.
Yes.
Yeah, and they just couldn't see the train slowed down ahead of them, just the way the track turns, and clipped somebody in the rear. Unfortunately, it didn't look like the damage was that bad, and it was something that was going to be fixable.
I think whoever they caught came back out. I don't think we lost that car. From the looks of things, I didn't catch a number, but I didn't notice anybody go missing at the same time. But it did cost us the 134. The 45 AOA MX-5, I think, has been. Is that the yellow MX-5 over there?
Yep, that's the 75. Yep.
Well, so the 45 as well.
Oh, the 45. It could be. Yeah.
Yep. The 701 round 3 entry in GP3 has gone missing. 75 AOA cars in the paddock as well. Team race car, the number 68 Ford Mustang we haven't seen in a while. That is what we think.
No, it came by.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, probably
68 Mustang.
Probably 2 minutes ago. Yeah.
Oh, well, I missed it. I hadn't seen it in some time.
Oh yeah, I saw it just recently.
Oh, very good. Okay, 32 laps completed for that car, so they've lost a whole heap of time already. But good to see them back out on track this afternoon. Team LMR, the BMW, not a car we're accustomed to losing. Silver Martini Racing, the Miata, is not on track at the moment. The Thunder Bunny 110 is in the pits, which I think we had an onboard for, but probably don't at the moment. I know we're able to get the 350 incorporated into our broadcast, but struggling with the 110. Overnight Motorsports, the number 199, Porsche Boxster, which I think it was fairly well, top 4 in GP.
There it is.
2.
68 just went by.
Oh,
again.
very good. Yep. And fair play to them for getting our car back on track.
Absolutely. And there's the 99 circulating as well. They've had a couple issues with the car. That car came in on the flatbed earlier, but now they're back out. So hopefully they get everything ironed out in that car. We already have lots of cars that were out and have come back. So I'm hoping that those cars that have had issues and had to have been towed in tomorrow can hit the ground running with reliable cars. This Pellegrini Performance Boxster as well.
Poor guys.
Same type of deal. They've been in and out constantly, it seems like.
Changing.
Now they're doing the right front. I wonder if they were running older tires earlier? Or did they change the left front, or were they just checking to see if it moved about?
No, I don't think they, unless they were moving it to make sure it was seated properly and everything after they had changed it. But I think they changed it. I don't know.
They're changing that one out, so interesting.
Maybe
So,
they're just trying to get their pit crew as much action as they've had out on track.
Ah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Got to make sure
Just
it's
get the
equal
practice.
opportunity there.
Get the practice season.
Yeah.
That GTR car, by the way, it was a 9 minute.
And then here comes the
Stratus
Chateau Sabico car.
Just to put a period on this 99. 9 minute and 18 second in lap, 8 minute and 43 second out lap after it came back in. So we'll have spent something like 5 to 6 minutes stopped in the paddock fixing whatever the problem was.
So which was the BMW that caught it in the accordion thing, the Big Mission?
Yeah, the 130.
Did they not just pass by? Is the Big Mission the one that has the Salvation Army sticker on the side?
No, I don't. Ooh.
Because I think I just saw them cycle through just now.
It's possible, right? They may have just come back out about 3 laps ago.
Okay.
The 134?
Yep.
Did you catch the front end?
I did. Oh, I tried to catch the front end. By the time I had realized what it was, the thing is, the front of that car is black anyway.
Right.
So it would have been hard to tell if they've changed hoods, or I speculated earlier that you could have fixed the issue there with a sledgehammer and some tape. Would have probably fixed that car. So I wonder if they lost a radiator or something that they had to replace, you know, something of that nature. As the Will to Win free lunch car comes across start finish.
BK's free lunch car. I like it. Thanks, Pat. Will to Win. Maybe we can get them officially rebranded as Wheel to Win, and then it doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, wheeling is like a verb. Like, oh, he's really wheeling that car.
Wheeling and dealing.
Wheeling West Virginia. But alas,
199 back out again. Heavily modified rear bumper on that car as well. It was interesting to see. I wonder if that helps for their servicing. Hard to work on a Porsche Boxster. If you have any reasonable engine work that needs done, it's a pain in the ass. You have to drop the whole cradle. You can't just fix stuff on a Boxster. You fix suspension, but
that's it.
Yeah. Otherwise, you got to take the whole.
So what
thing apart.
makes it such a popular endurance racing car, especially in the World Racing League?
It's the setup, and like at the end of the day, the excuse me, you get the jokes about this is Porsche. The parts are expensive, no question. Motors are pretty good. Manual transmissions, pretty good. The stuff you're gonna have issues with on a Porsche is not going to be in the bowels of the car, if you will. As soon as you've the older engines have an issue where the intermediate shaft bearings let go and it destroys the whole engine. That's like very expensive. You have to take the whole motor out to fix that, like ahead of time to sort of bulletproof it. Once you've done that, there it goes again. There's no front fender on the car, so they went ahead and did that. Just tough to work on. But otherwise, if you don't have to work on them, if your work on is, I need to put fluids in, it needs more oil, I need to replace a radiator, like all that stuff's fine. You don't have to worry about that. And I would argue that for endurance racing, whether it's a Miata or a Porsche, if your engine lets go, the odds of you bringing it back on track, especially for an 8-hour race, not that high. If the engine on a Boxster right now exploded, it would be, if they wanted it to be, it could be ready by tomorrow. The same way if a Miata engine exploded, it would be ready by tomorrow. For 8-hour racing, at least.
Okay.
So if you're a 24-hour race, yeah, you can potentially swap a motor into a Miata a little bit quicker.
Sure.
But when you have the overnight, if you're going to do it anyway, you know, who cares type of situation.
Need to dive in a little bit on the 24 hours of Sebring rules. I'd be interested to see if engine changes are going to be allowed. I would assume that they would be.
I would hope so.
I think they're allowed in the 8-hour races, so I don't see a reason they wouldn't be allowed.
I will be curious if they allow chassis changes. So if you bin your car 4 hours in and you can prove that your car is the same or slower,
I don't think that.
No?
No, I don't think so.
So the advantage you get, like Hammer has done it before.
You shouldn't be bidding your car 4 hours into a 24-hour race.
That's true.
Anyway.
Well, new track.
We did talk to somebody yesterday that essentially said, they would 100% run to a pace of Sebring in the hopes that the car just stays together.
Right.
I
figure, we've had issues come up in the past where teams have wrecked the car on Saturday and then secured a lease or pulled out their spare car or whatever.
Race in a weekend, yeah.
Right. And so that's what you're going to lose that ability, I think.
Yeah.
So. I think
that is one of the unique challenges of 24-hour racing.
Right.
And there's a reason that the World Racing League season isn't made up entirely out of 24-hour races. Right?
Yep.
We have, mostly dual 8s, the occasional 9 and 7, and then the 1 14-hour.
The 14-hour at Daytona.
Just keep shoehorning that one in there, man.
You don't have to shoehorn it. It's true and pure.
We didn't go silent on lap 3. Not.
Mask up for Dale, everybody. Mask up for Dale.
Not in Wisconsin.
Not in Wisconsin, no. Not a single person wearing a mask.
Well, there's no mask mandate in Wisconsin.
Outstanding. Actually, a lot of people at the Walmart wearing a mask, which made me feel a lot better.
Yeah. That being said, I mean, the paddock isn't jam-packed here.
No, very empty paddock.
You have teams next to each other, in the cold pits, but by and large, things are well-spaced. And teams are together anyway, so, and to WRL's eternal credit, the work they did at the beginning of the COVID pandemic just to get everybody back to a track.
Right.
And then the compliance of everybody to do what they were told and do what they were asked to do, to make it a safe environment for everybody, I think, is there's a lot to be said for that.
241 going behind the wall.
Oh, that's... is that the car that's already had problems today? That's the Renton race. That's the second Renton. I didn't realize there was a second Renton race.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the other M240.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Back on board the Thunder Bunny Nissan.
So, rough day for those folks. I sway wildly between these 350Zs, the motors, whether they sound good or not.
Oh, I don't care for them.
It goes back and forth for me. Sometimes I hate it, and sometimes it's like, oh, that's nice. You don't hear that a lot, but I think context matters too. Do I like the sound here at the racetrack? Yes. Do I like the sound 2 blocks from my house with some 19-year-old driving it? No.
That's fair. It's very fair.
15 AOA car is in. AOA making their 9,000th pit stop. The 33 Corvette, where are they?
In terms of timing?
Yeah, I haven't particularly seen them spend a bunch of time in the pits, but maybe I just am not paying attention.
No, they did earlier. When we were up working on the roof camera, they, during the red flag, they pulled out at the exit of the paddock at the tail end of the line to come back out. So they had already spent quite a bit of time in the paddock first thing this morning.
Okay.
And then if I look on timing for the number 33... Can't find it. This is the problem when you have 75 cars.
Absolutely. The 43 comes to pit lane now as well. The Cayman. So just looking back through the...
KBT Racing, Ryan. Sorry, it's
okay.
It is the core. It's 22nd overall, which they haven't lost a ton of time actually. Not nearly as much as I thought they would have. They're only 6 laps off the overall lead.
Well, the 52, for example, the Team ACP car, was running up front an hour and a half ago or so. They're now all the way in 16th place.
Interesting.
So I'm kind of trying to look in to see what the deal is.
I think it was just a rough stint, Ryan. Looking at their lap times for the most recent stint,
Stratus just set the fastest lap of the race.
240s, 250s. I think it was just a rough old stint for the number 52.
Gotcha.
Your point about the Stratus car, fastest lap there, 226.1.
Nice clear lap for him there.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we were discussing a little earlier, where maybe this car hasn't had the consistency over the entire race to hang with the overall leaders, but it does it in individual stints, and if it can make up enough time in those individual stints where it is good enough and fast enough, then it can avoid having an issue when it does, has its slower stint during the middle portion of the race. We'll see how this pans out.
Very slowly.
Yeah, almost stopped, but I think he's looking for his pit stall. Struggling to find it at the moment, and I think he's got there now. I don't know if you can see this, Ryan, but the Supra has made it back to the paddock directly across from me and is being unloaded off of a flatbed.
Ah, okay.
So it's finally made it back. It's not off flatbed yet, but I also can't see the left side of the car, so I don't have any further information as to whether it whacked the wall somewhere up maybe near the kink, or if there was just a failure on the car that necessitated being brought home.
Right.
On back to the flatbed.
Looks like the 99 is gone again.
Gone as in back out on track?
No, as in, it has been in the pits.
I
thought they had come back out.
Oh, they did, yeah.
It says they're missing again.
Oh.
On the ticker there.
I have to admit, I haven't been paying terribly close. Oh, they are in the pits again.
Oh, okay.
They brought the car back in. 3:04 was the in lap. So it will have been driven into the pit lane, but my guess is also then into the paddock because I don't see it anywhere down the front straightaway.
Well, their garage setup is in the back of the paddock.
Oh, okay.
They are not up front here.
The number 54 G-Tech Motorsports Gianetta into the pit lane as well from 9th overall. It's one of our early competitors. The opening stint of the race, they were up there at the top 5 or so, along with Denton Brothers Racing, the number 540. Who is just ahead of it in 8th. That car and the Stratus car, frankly. There are a lot of these cars at the back end of the top 10 have shuffled around as we've gotten deeper into the way these pit stops are cycling through.
Yeah.
We've essentially just locked them into sort of this 6 to 10 area. Now, that being said, any trouble at the top end of the GTO field, and they're going to be right back in it. But we're going to have to wait for some of this stuff to kind of pan out.
Right.
Setting ourselves up here mostly for lunch. But in the meantime, 3.5 hours remaining. Saturday race from Road America. Thanks for joining us. It's going to be me for a little bit here, guys. So we'll settle in here. Race currently being led by the number 191 Automatic Racing Aston Martin V8 Vantage, 230.258 last time around, and the gap to the Hammer car, which did just pit, about 5, let's call it 6 laps ago, or maybe more than that even. 8 laps ago now. Time flies. It's 30 seconds, 32 seconds. And the top 3 all right in the 2-minute 30-second range for their last lap. Stratus comes through in P6 overall and sets another new fastest lap of the race, a 2:25.946. So that car is flying, but up at the front, 191 automatic, the 02 Hammer, and the 242 tons of gas motorsports BMW M4 GT4 on the same strategy as the Hammer car, actually, that 242 is. So at the moment it says the margin is up over a lap, but we're going to wait to see this 242 car come across the start-finish line, and with any luck, we'll get the actual on-track margin. There it is, 57 seconds. So our lead trio, all within a minute and a half, although the automatic car is about, I will say offset by about, it should be into the pits here momentarily, actually. 71. Call it 4 more laps for them. Yeah, about half a stint, we'll say. So that automatic car is pitting roughly half a stint later than everybody else. That was due to it pitting very, very early on in this race and sort of having to claw its way back. The will to win, number 982, Porsche Cayman, 231.4 last time around. That is a little ways off the back of the number 242 tons of gas car, and is just sort of stuck in this. It's not really a no man's land, but it is almost off the lead lap. So 42 seconds behind tons of gas, 212 behind the overall leader, and then the second of the tons of gas car, the number 124 BMW M4, sits in P5. That car is going to be caught pretty handily here by the number 59 Stratus Racing Subico NP01. And is at the same time pulling away from the number 981 Will to Win Porsche Cayman, the second of the W2W cars, who is just on its way out of this, actually. 440.8 last time around will be its out lap. It's interesting to see. I don't know if anybody who's been watching timing through the course of this race as well, along with our broadcast here on DriversEye Live, at the very least our live stream, has noticed the lap time drop off over the course of the, let's say, second 2 hours of this race, right? So the first 2 hours, 9 to 11 a.m. local time, was a little cooler. The sun was still a little lower on the horizon, and there were a lot of cars going a lot more quickly. 227s, 28s, 29s were not uncommon at the top of the GTO field. The lighter cars, the Subico MP01, the G-Tech Motorsports Granetta, seemed to struggle a little bit. Not tremendously, but sort of didn't have the ultimate pace that those heavier cars did. But that's sort of coming back the other way now. Automatic has just done a 229.5, which is the fastest lap we've seen for some time. But the Hammer car is still at 231.4, tons of gas at 232.2. Meanwhile, the Stratus car is setting something like its fastest lap of the race on a fairly regular basis. Last time at 227.5. So it's got kind of a ways to go here. I would say its actual margin, I can watch the timer or the ticker for this down the left there, the tower, I guess, for the left side of the screen here, for the actual total time margin between the overall leader and the Stratus Subico NP01. But it's going to be something like 3.5 to 4 minutes would be my guess. Which is not the work of even a couple of laps. Even at 4 or 5 seconds a lap, when your lap is 4.5 minutes, or 4 miles long, 2.5 minutes long. That takes some time, and more than that, it takes a lot of consistency. We talk about average times and absolute time loss in the context of endurance racing. An average lap time, even if you're picking up, let's say 4 seconds a lap, if you need to average 4 seconds a lap to make up some margin by the end of the race as the leading Aston Martin comes into the pit lane, if if you need to pick up 4 seconds a lap on average, every lap that you don't pick up 4 seconds a lap, you've got to find that time somewhere else, or the numbers aren't going to work out. So it'll be interesting to see how that works for or against the Subico NP01. Also into the pits, the 124 tons of gas BMW. Behind it, I think, is it the number 8? You can't see the number behind the pit wall. Maybe the PC car, actually. Really, really tough to tell from my vantage point here across the track. I'm actually sat fairly low relative to the track, so I can't pick out too many numbers for cars in the fast lane and pits. And that was one of them. But I believe that PC car, well, I say all that, it's missing on Race Hero. This is the third place car in GP1, or was the third place car in GP1. So I'm going to focus on now for a couple of minutes here, because Montgomery has taken the lead over from Team Frozen Rotors. I believe on track, although Frozen Rotors is closing the margin again. Anyway, the PC car missing, the PC racing car going missing, means that the winning formula, number 115 Mazda Miata, has been promoted into the final spot on the podium. So we'll try and get an eye on where the number 44 has gone. Very hard to do from trackside, it being a 4-mile track and us having limited trackside cameras. But if we pick up a yellow flag or something like that through an onboard, we may be able to pick this car up. Whatever has happened, it hasn't come across the line in the pit lane that would signify to us that it is actually in the pits. That being said, I think there is a pit-in timing loop down at the other end, so not sure what this means for us. Or indeed for the number 44. We'll go on board the Thunder Bunny 350Z, who is very far to driver's right for somebody that's just exiting the carousel. I wonder if there's something at the carousel there, maybe at the exit, that was costing it some time, or forcing it at least to stay offline. Transition to the exit of the kink here. The TCR comes through. There goes the 350Z. Nice long train of cars at absolute full tilt. Car being towed by the truck, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Thank you, Tanner, directing my attention where it needs to be, which is essentially on screen at all times. It's flying solo at the moment here, so trying to get finer points worked out. Let's see if we can identify the car in the back of the tow rope. It is the number 44 black BMW of PC Racing. So I'm pleased we have our answer, but not so thrilled for the folks down at PC. Pit stops aplenty here in front of me on the front straightaway. The 920, I think it's the 928. The Mazda Miata is into the pit lane. The 585 AOA MX-5 is in. The 67 NRG Racing Subaru is into the pits. The number 68 Mustang, that's the very old Ford Mustang that is featuring this weekend, is in as well. Team ACP, one of the psychedelic-looking cars pitted further up from me. I can't pick out the number on that car. I think it might be the 52 or the 9. Also into the pits from... where were they in GTO? They'd done well early on, but have slipped back throughout the course of the day here. So the number 9 is 19th in GTO. The 52, the number 9 is the one that says it's in the pit, so that could be the 9, actually. 58 is in and out of the pit lane. Long lap from Stratus last time around at 2:55. I'm sure some of that will have owed to having to pass a safety vehicle with a car under tow, but to lose 25 to 30 seconds, that's a lot of time. This black 44 BMW comes across in front of me here. No obvious damage to the car, so I assume that mechanically speaking, everything's probably okay. At least in terms of the car being able to move, just not under its own power. So whether that's an issue with having run out of fuel or some other type of maybe an ignition issue or something like that, I don't know. I hope it's not something significant like an engine issue. They've been having a really, really good day. Unfortunately for them, GP1 is was a real tussle in the World Racing League. And once you start giving up this time, it's really hard to get it back. Team Frozen Rotors has, speaking of GP1, has just taken over the GP1 lead from Montgomery Motorsports, and that happened on track last time around. 236.8 last time from the 984. 238.5 from the number 24, and the margin is 0.2 of a second, just over a quarter of a second. Fighting the camera gods down the run between Facebook, reading a text message. The run between the Kink and Canada Corner. Say thank you again to everybody joining us this afternoon from points near and far relative to Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It's been a real thrill for us to be here this weekend as part of the World Racing League 2021, round 4 this weekend. Lots of really awesome sports cars going at it for 8 hours at a time. It's just about as good as it gets for me. That being said, I am very much looking forward to later on in the season. Not that I don't love being at Road America, but I do love the longer endurance races. Daytona is going to be a 14-hour. Sebring is, of course, a 24-hour. We've been over that a couple of times, but it doesn't make it any less exciting. On top of that, I mean, we have the classic American sports car venues, but WRL has been kind enough to sprinkle in some of the club venues as well. Heartland Motorsports Park down in Topeka. Hallett is a sellout every single year down in Oklahoma, about half an hour west of Tulsa. Another fantastic venue that just adds to. I mean, let's talk about something like World Challenge, right? Where you visit the iconic American tracks. You go to Circuit of the Americas, right? They go up to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, COVID situation notwithstanding. But most of their venues are the big tracks that will support, full professional, a full professional circus to roll in and set up shop for the weekend, fully professional broadcast, TV production, the whole bit. WRL as a product for endurance racers and amateur racers is exactly that, a product for amateur racers. And it doesn't just mean that you're having to tow to the big facilities that are, a day's tow plus away, or tracks that are, car breakers or, that may require a higher entry fee or whatever the case might be. You get the opportunity to go to your favorites, your club racing favorites, your Heartland Parks, your Halletts. And I think there's a lot to be said for that opportunity as part of a full season of WRL racing. And I know that, a lot of teams will pick and choose the races they go to anyway. It's being what it is, you may end up in a situation where you can't make every race, or you can't sell the seats, or whatever the case might be. But at least for those of us who love following the WRL and are privileged enough to be a part of it, to have those tracks mixed in. Of course, we were at NOLA earlier in the year as well. Places like that to give a well-rounded season of racing that isn't just the same schedule as everybody else runs, or the same schedule as the pros run, or whatever, I think is another strength of the WRL. And really looking forward to some of the races later on in the year as we get into the second half of the 2021 season. For now, though, it's round 4. And the longest track we'll go to this year, as a matter of fact, just over 4 miles. So resetting the top of the field now that the automatic racing Aston Martin has made its fourth pit stop of the day. Hammer Motorsports leads, completes lap number 100 after 4 hours and 38 minutes. Leads by about 50 seconds from the number 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW M4. Automatic Racing in third, having just come out of the pits. 43 seconds further in arrears of the BMW M4. The will to win, number 982. 8 seconds behind the Automatic Racing Aston Martin, and it means your top 4 is within 1 minute and 43 seconds. Remember, too, when I say that, Gab, that is without a full course caution since the end of the first hour is when we resumed racing. And to have that many cars in that tight a bunch, even with 30 GTO cars on track this weekend, is awfully impressive. The one we're watching, though, is the Stratus NP01, not because it stands out as being slightly less production-based, but because now it's in its sort of get-home charge, for lack of a better word. 238.54 last time around, but it's been consistently down in the 220s, and with something like a lap and a half to make up on the overall leader. Now, without a yellow, that might be a challenge, but like we said, it's been down in the mid 220 range. 225.9 is fastest lap of the race, so it is. I think it's on if they can keep this pace up to the end of the race. But of course, every lap that they don't is another lap that they do have to find that sort of replacement pace. And with 3 hours and 19 minutes, ticking down to the concluding stanza of our 8-hour race. This is the time of the race where we start to get a sense of how the strategies are all going to pan out. We've got a pretty good sense on the lead quartet at the moment. We can start to work backwards on some of that as to how many more stops they're going to need. It's been 29 laps for the very, very longest GTO stints today. I think the Stratus car may have gone up to 30, but the Hammer car most recently did a 29-lap stint. Tons of Gas Motorsports a little earlier on did a 28-lap stint. I'm sorry, this is a 24-lap stint, isn't it? 42 to 66, and then again to 87. So not quite as long on the Tons of Gas car. The Automatic Racing Aston Martin last in at 71 and then again in at 96. That's 25 laps. So we're looking in that 25 range, and just looking at the Hammer car here, the number 02, as again we get a fastest lap of the race from Stratus Racing, the NP01. That number 02 Hammer car going a little bit longer than everybody else. I mentioned it was a 4-cylinder turbo as opposed to the 5-cylinder, and Tim was right again. The car getting exceptional fuel mileage, and fairly excited to see how that one pans out, because at the moment, I don't know that there are many cars it doesn't hold other than absolute pace. But of course, the Stratus car is coming from so far back that even with the absolute pace, it's going to be a long haul. Denton Brothers Racing doing really well for itself back there in 6th, just behind the Subico NP01 of Stratus Racing. Number 981 behind that, 6 seconds. Aha! Joseph has come through clutch. So give me a second here, and I can talk projections. Joseph heard me talking alone up here and was like, I got just the thing. An exhausting bar graph. So I now that I see this, let's talk about this a little bit. And I'm not going to bore you with all kinds of details on projections, but it is worth noting, just as to what the computers, in air quotes, think, or Joseph's computer anyway, thinks about how this one's going to pan out. So I can tell you with some level of certainty, the 0-2 projected to finish in P1, all things being equal, with something like a 90% certainty. Now, this is racing, so things are rarely equal and things change quickly. But the only other car that shares even an outside chance of winning at the moment is the number 59 Stratus Racing NP01, who is currently projected to finish second, with roughly an 85% chance. Now, this is taking into account a number of things, but it does take into account pit stops and pit strategy and how long these cars can run on fuel, which I think is going to be the deciding factor here. The 242 tons of gas Motorsports, a BMW M4 that sits second currently, but might lose that spot to the 59 the closer we get to the end of this race. Roughly a 75% chance to finish there in third, sharing that possibility with, I believe, the 191. Yeah, it is the 191, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, who's largely predicted to finish in P4 at the moment. So essentially what I'm seeing here is what we see as far as positions in the top 5 here in GTO are shifted. Everybody is essentially in the same order except for the Stratus car, which we think might be able to climb as high as second by the end of this race if it can keep its pace up. Yeah, this cascades downwards. The opportunity or the position or the certainty cascades downwards in mostly the similar order. The one that stands out there to me a little bit is the number 702, and I'm sorry I can't share this with you, Joseph. It's just sort of locally shared here with our timing output. But the 702, the computer seems to think has a chance of finishing in P8, which is interesting because that car is in 12th. And knows us a pit stop relatively soon. So we'll see what the situation is there. Be interested to see some of the lower classes here, Joseph, as well. Particularly GP1, because this battle between 984 Frozen Rotors and Montgomery Motorsports is not going away. They're less than a second apart on track at the moment, which is phenomenal. Remember years ago running at Thunderhill, E1 was sort of the knife fight in a phone booth type class. And it's kind of what we're getting out of GP1 at the moment. So GP1, sorry, just welcoming lunch back into the broadcast booth. GP1, it looks like Montgomery is actually favored to win over the Frozen Rotors car, which is interesting because I think the 984 has shown a little bit more pace, but by a considerable margin. That 24 is projected to finish out from something like 90%. You know what? The Frozen Rotors car is thrown off a little bit by Race Hero thinking it's pitted about 10 times. So there's a little goofy thing going on there with this transponder. 702 into the pits, just as we had expected it about a lap ago. So the 24 then, looking good for, at the very least, a top 2 result, if not a class win here. The 115, the winning Formula car now sits in third, but 3 laps off of the class leader. So unless it's going to go toe-to-toe here with the Ronnie Phelps car, which is already a lap behind it, although going quickly, 245.9 last time from the 777. It looks good for both Frozen Rotors and Montgomery in the top 2, and especially good for that number 24 Montgomery Motorsports car. GP2, chill out system, 678 with something like 92, 93% there, looks like, is the top outcome in, it's led pretty much the entire day in GP2. I don't see anybody dethroning it. It's just been rock solid for, I mean, the better part of 5 hours now. North Loop Motorsport, the number 21, in second. It looks like it's reasonably confident it's going to finish there. And then the number 601, round 3 racing. Porsche Boxster there in third. Bad and Furious Racing, by the way, the 525. I won't say it's a new car for them this week, and it appears to be an older car than the one that ran at Mid-Ohio was involved in an incident there. But they've got the team back out and a car back out on track, which is actually really good to see, and staying competitive in GP2 there, running 4th in class, a minute and 40 behind on the last of the podium runners. GP3, perfect timing, 6:05 into the pit lane. I'm not sure why the 7:01 is listed in GP3, some odd artifact of timing, but we'll put that to one side. That 6:05 is into the pit lane for probably its penultimate time today. I actually wouldn't be shocked if it only needs one more stop from here on out. With 3 hours and 10 minutes to go, if we could do an hour 35 on foot, it would probably work. But anyways, 3 laps out in front of the number 93 TC Klein car. Now, that TC Klein car had been battling with the 94 Motorsports number 83 Lexus, but that Lexus has fallen well off the back of the podium now. And instead, it's 2 laps from 6:05 to 93, and another 2 laps from the TC Klein car back to the AOA number 15, as the 498 Will to Win car comes back on a tow rope up the pit lane. So what's the story on the number 498? Of course, a GTO class car. It appears to be one of the GT4 Caymans. This car's had a lot of trouble today, actually. It's only completed 82 laps compared to the leader's 104. It's a lot of time to lose. And actually, I think Ryan has mentioned we've seen that car in the back of the tow rope before. The green Porsche Cayman from Will to Win, 498. Yeah, we have. Team GTR hasn't reappeared either. Ryan mentioned he saw that car in the pit lane of the paddock. The car just has not come back out. Yeah, it won't. Yeah, Ryan doesn't think that car will be back. Ah, interesting. So Ryan points out that a lot of forlorn cars down in the paddock, which is interesting because I think we do get a fairly consistently positive run from a lot of cars at WRL. Maybe this is just, it's such a fast track, high load, high speed, and a lot of time spent on the throttle that I wouldn't be shocked if we end up with an issue or with more issues than we see, even if most of these cars run consistently, through most of the races. That 99 GTR BMW is a special case, just with it being a brand new car to the team. Its first outing in the World Racing League, as most of their BMW M3 E46. Stratus again, this comes through at a 229.766, which is not as fast as the leader or the 242 tons of gas car, at least on that last lap. Hammer now comes through to 233, so it seems like your margin in traffic here, or the time you give up in traffic, it's not unusual for it to be something like 4 seconds, 5 seconds a lap, and that could be as simple as getting caught behind somebody at the carousel, caught behind somebody at the kink, something like a long yellow flag zone in a long straightaway. If we're retrieving a car, also can contribute to that in a big way. The other things we haven't mentioned today, it's my favorite talking point, so that means very little in the grand scheme of things. The Team Frozen Rotors number 984 Porsche Cayman and the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports BMW that lead as a pair, tied together with a rubber band in GP1, have made their way into the top 10 overall. So that Frozen Rotors car, just 9/10 of a second up ahead of the 24, is in 9th, and that 24 Montgomery car sits in 10th. And I think if we're going to focus our attention anywhere in particular, other than the strategy battle in GTO, it's this lead battle on track in GP1, which has just been fantastic. To go with that, we'll also need to sort of dive into the strategy here on both the 984 and on the number 24 from Montgomery Motorsports. Timing app here. Reminder that if you're not already following live timing on Race Hero, you should be doing that. RaceHero.io. Scroll down to WRL Road America Race. Just click on that. You click on the Saturday race, and up pops live timing here. 105 laps. laps completed. Additionally, Race Hero as an app is available for download from your favorite app store. Fantastic development from Brian Guidanelli and all the folks at Race Hero. Of course, at Haggerty Motorsports now as well. So now that I should be able to have lap charts for the leaders in GP1. It looks like the GP1 leaders' last pit stop, the Tons of Gas car, was around... Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. It's Frozen Rotors has given up the lead because it's coming to the pits. There is the number 984 Cayman, comes to a stop in front of us, and immediately the crew goes right to work, fueling the car up just over the hood. There's a driver change going on the right hand. It'll be the left-hand side. Somebody did run into the right-hand side door there immediately. And so, just as we were talking about needing to dive into the strategy here a little bit with the leaders, after a 29 lap stint from the number 984, the Montgomery car assumes the lead, doing 30 laps a stint, and won't be due in for another 7. So 29 laps in a GP1 car is maybe not enough to get you through 3 hours on one more stop. That's very borderline. Whereas the Montgomery car being able to go a lap further, but also, within a tank going a lap further, but also being offset by 7 laps, might be a difference maker there. And not that I'm desperate for it to be that way, because I would love to see the two of them battle on track here through to the end. Tied together, or strung together with a rubber band like they have been for the last 20 minutes or so by just over a second as the 984 gets underway from the pit lane. But if you're going to look for something to separate the two of them, that pit strategy for the number 24, being able to go a lap further and being offset by those 7 laps, might be enough to cut off an extra splash and go that the 984 may need before the end. So a little production note here, not necessarily for Tanner, just in general. For those of you following along on Facebook, let's just address our 8-hour limitation here. We can stream for up to 8 hours continuously on Facebook, and we'll need to kind of put that to one side. Or put part 1 to one side and come back and rejoin you for part 2 here. We don't want anything to put off our enjoyment at the end of the Saturday 8-hour race from Road America. And this is an ongoing issue with Facebook. We're just limited to 8 hours. But now is a good time to do that, I think. When we come back, I'm going to step away and have some lunch. So if you're following on Facebook, if you don't want to miss anything, I invite you to hop over to YouTube, World Racing League on YouTube. No interruption over there. If you're following along on Facebook, either on the World Racing League page or the DriversEye Live page, we'll be back over there in hopefully about 3 minutes' time with more of the 2021 World Racing League from Road America. Saturday 8-hour race. 3 hours, just over 3 hours to go. And we'll rejoin you on Facebook in a couple of minutes' time. That being said, stick with us on YouTube, and Ryan will pick it up here in just a minute.
as your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer Enduro Max tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Well, welcome back to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We're coming to you live from Road America, the National Park of Speed. I'm Ryan West. Brendan has stepped away for some lunch, so I'm going to be carrying you for the next few minutes here. 2 hours, 57 minutes or so to go. Here for World Racing League's 2021 Round 4, I believe, at Road America. I'll lead off from the top here since we just had a fresh feed on Facebook. Maybe we've got some new listeners. The first place car right now is the O2 Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR car. They're currently up front. They've been up front for quite some time. Only about 29 seconds ahead of the number 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports cars. That's about how we've been running. We've had the same 5 to 7 cars cycle around up front based on strategy, pit stops, things of that nature. We had one extended yellow and a red flag situation while they had to fix a barrier for a BMW which had gone astray down the back straight between the kink and Canada corner. Actually, I think it was right at the kink. Ooh, as we've got a car off drivers right here, just rejoined now. It's one of the Pellegrini performance cars. They have not had a good day. They've been in the pits constantly, it would seem. So hopefully they're doing what they can to keep that car ready for tomorrow. There's already been a substantial number of cars today that I think we can say are just waiting to get to tomorrow. I just took a little walk through the paddock. Lots of cars have had some issues today and are packed up, and I don't want to say they're on their way out, but at a minimum, I'm going to wait until tomorrow before we see them again. We got the number 99 GTR car, was out at their paddock space out back. They were working under the hood of that. The Toyota Supra, the number 441, which was, of course, unclassified, was being lowered off of a flatbed, and it would appear that the team has taken down their pit lane setup. That car a little worse for wear as well, so I don't think we'll be seeing them again. We've got a couple of the AOA cars have been out as well. We've got 2 of the 3 Hammer Motorsports cars have bit the dust and are going to, we probably won't be seeing, at least one of them we won't see again this weekend. The second one, unclear, but one of the cars for sure I think we will see in the back of the hauler the rest of the time we're here in Wisconsin. Not a whole lot going on right now. The race, as these races do, has developed into a little bit of a rhythm. I believe Brendan just went over with everybody sort of the predictions, the irresponsible math, as we call it, to see kind of where everything is going to go. I, of course, was not in the room for that, so I will leave that be for now. Looks like we're going to be expecting a update on that at the top of the next hour. So at about 3 o'clock local here, 2 o'clock on the East Coast, we will get another that'll be 3 o'clock local, 4 o'clock on the East Coast. We'll be getting an update on predictions for the race as the 199 pulls into the pit lane here directly in front of my commentary booth. The 585 AOA AOA MX5 also in the booth. Yeah, a lot to talk about. I think we're going to have some good things to talk about going forward tomorrow as well. We've had a lot of cars that have had good showings, have shown some speed, have shown some pace. but have had some little issues of coming in and out of the pit lane a little bit too frequently. So interestingly enough, I think we'll have more competitive cars tomorrow than we do right now. We do still have something like high 50s, low 60s cars running of the 70 or so that started. However, we might be firmly in the 50s actually at this point. Yeah, about 60 cars, I'd say, currently running right now. But only about half of them, I would say, are even remotely in contention for a top 5 in their class. And we've just had a lot of extra stops, a lot of extra issues, compounded by, getting a red flag that's thrown off people on their strategy as well. We've got the number 93 BMW coming into the pit lane here. But yeah, I think tomorrow will be better. I think everybody will have a fresh start. They'll have worked out some of the issues with their cars. This is a track which is pretty wide open. We talked about this at the top of the broadcast, that it's a track that you've got to be really pushing it coming out of the corners to make up any kind of lap time if you're trying to chase somebody down or what have you. Part of the way you do that is you start running a little bit wider on turns as you try to get on the gas earlier, and the curbs here are pretty aggressive. So the chances of you knocking something loose, have something come disconnected, what have you, pretty high here. It's no Sebring like we're going to be going to here in a couple months. We'll be at Sebring for 24 hours. It'll be the first 24-hour race at Sebring they've had in some time. Actually, I think ever. We've never had a 24-hour race at Sebring, so we'll be the first one, WRL. And anyway, certainly nowhere near as bad as that. However, we're going to have some issues here. Just completely different track to what we've run recently. Recently, we've had Barber, we've had Mid-Ohio, a little bit smaller courses. This is kind of the first big, flat-out, wide track we've had. And again, as I had spoken about earlier, starting to benefit some of the cars that are a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier, a little bit bigger, taller cars, doing better here than they have at Mid-Ohio. So, like, for example, the GT4. Ooh, it looks like the 147 car, GP1. That's the BMW 3 Series just being pulled behind a safety vehicle through the pit lane. Tough spot for them, too. And again, that's just kind of what I'm talking about. It's just these little things here and there, people being towed in. There's not a lot of wrecked cars. There's a couple that have had some body damage, but there's not a lot of cars that are, like, broken, that they end up being pulled back to the pits, and sometimes they do and sometimes they don't get fixed. But we've had an awful lot of that today, so I'm hoping tomorrow we end up with less of that. So we're just going to go through here real quick. Take a glance down here at the entry list. So, 2:51 to go. We've got the O2 Hammer Motorsports car from the 191 Automatic Racing car. I didn't really finish that up earlier. The Automatic Racing, that's another one of those cars. It's a GT4 car, but it's a little bit bigger car than you would see normally, be successful at a smaller track like Mid-Ohio. So you've got that, and you've got the BMW M4s. We'll finish up that thought. The BMW M4s, usually a little bit on the bigger side, harder to put the power down. They've got a lot more top end than they do bottom end as far as, coming out of a corner, because they're a little bit heavier. And so you would see the car, the M240Is and the M2s, usually best them in over the course of an entire stint, if not the whole race. So we're seeing that be flipped a little bit here, that you've got the bigger, faster cars at the bigger, faster track are working out a little bit better. So you've got that difference. But what has stayed the same is the O2, the Hammer Motorsports car at the front, outrunning the GT4 runners, as well as the number 59 Stratus Racing Subico NP01 sports prototype. They currently have the fastest lap of the race. About 11 or 12 laps ago, they set a 2:25.140, which is very fast. We're talking easily, the next fastest car is the 702 with a 2:26.2. So they're a full second a lap faster over the fastest lap they've run. However, as we've spoken about before, that's a very lightweight car, and with WRL running a power to weight ratio sort of classing system, their car is very light, but it's also not very powerful, so they don't nearly have the ability to dice through the traffic like some of the other cars do. So when they have a clear run, it looks like they've got plenty of pace. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of clear runs with 60 cars or so at this track. Even though this track is a 4-mile track, 60 cars is a lot of cars, and the number of times that we've seen on the monitor, you know, a stack up of GP2 and GP3 cars holding up the quicker classes, you know, that's to be expected with something multi-class. But that, I think, disproportionately affects the lighter Stratus racing cars, especially with the long straights here at Road America. We just saw that classic Mustang come through the straight there, and then there was the NP01 as well. Unfortunately, having a little bit of an issue with the camera feed here. That's too bad. We do what we can with the cameras. We're limited by the amount of bandwidth that the towers have at the track, and I did notice while I was out in the paddock, there is more people here than there was this morning. You've got more, I think, families and people who schemed their way in to come watch, and so that's going to be more cell phones. All of the stuff we do for onboards is cell phone based. All the cars have cell phone. Most of the cars have some type of cellular thing for their stuff. So we do what we can there. This is one of my favorite shots here, kind of the turn 12, turn 13 situation. Unfortunately, the turn right behind this is one of the sketchiest as far as getting on the power late, or getting on the power early rather than late, and getting the car slid. Again, 5 hours in, you know, 2 hours and 45 to go or so. I think we're going to start to see the tire issue rear its ugly head here. I'm not entirely certain what that's going to look like, and if that'll start to be here, or if we're really not going to notice until much later, as one of the Tangerine Associates ACP BMWs comes down the pit lane. It's a lovely pit lane situation here. The Stratus car has actually moved up into 3rd place now recently, so they've clicked off several really good laps. Right now, they just ran a 2:30. The leader ran a 2:30.9, and then the Automatic Racing Aston Martin ran a 2:33. So they're only 2 minutes behind now. So they are back on the lead lap, I believe. That's to P1. Yep, so they are back on the lead lap, and oh my goodness. So I'm just seeing the 83 Lexus come down the pit lane. The entire left side is covered in rubber, and it is missing the rear bumper and the light diffuser at the back for the left side taillight. So I think that might have met a tire barrier recently. So they're going to pull that car in. That was the stricken Lexus. Has already spent some time in the pits today. They stop in their pit stall, and I believe they're going to be headed to the paddock now. So that was not the car that had been in contention in their class. I don't think. That's the blue car. So here comes the red car, the 84 Lexus IS 300 coming down the pit lane. We'll see if they stop or if they're coming out of the paddock and exiting. I think the 84 was in the back of the paddock, and they're now actually leaving. So if we come through here to GP3, we can kind of take a look here. Yeah, the number 83 9-4 Motorsports car is now down in 5th place. They're still showing them in the pits. It'll take a lap or so to get that updated. They were a top 3 car most of the time. They were up into 2nd. I don't think they've had the lead yet, but they've been 2nd and 3rd pretty consistently, the 9-4 Motorsports Lexus. And then the AOA Motorsports car also showing in the pit lane. I think we just saw that leave a moment ago. So they'll be back out as well. So as of right now, the number 605 Round 3 racing car out front in GP3, followed by the number 93 TC Klein Racing. And then I believe the 198 Overnight Motorsports car is going to come through in 3rd after the timing updates. Let's see here. They are a few laps down, so it's going to depend on where they come out relative to the AOA car. So we'll have to wait a lap or so to see what happens in GP3. GP2, we've got the Chill Out Systems number 678 out front. They are a lap clear of 2nd and 3rd place to the number 21 North Loop Motorsports car. That is the BMW 328 IS. So the number 678 Chill Out racing car would be a Mazda MX-5. So they're doing what they need to do to stay out in the front. That's not going to shake out to be a super competitive class at the front, at least. But I think the 21 and the 601 are on the same lap near about. So we still have battle for second and third there, I think. Or is that a no? Are they a lap apart? Oh, okay, never mind. So we're good. The 24 Montgomery Motorsports car out front of GP1, and it looks like the number 984 Frozen Rotors still showing in the pits. I believe they were in the pits before as well, but that could just be that they haven't updated yet. The 199 again in the pit lane. They are looking at the bottom of the car near where the engine would be. Something's trying to be shaken. I wonder if they've had like an intermittent shaking or bumping type sensation, because they've messed with all four corners at this point. So we'll see what's going on there. And then we have the 15 AOA car. They're doing some work under the hood there. That would be the black car with the gold wheels. The 701 just comes across the start finish. And then the Stratus number 59 coming through here.
Ryan, I interrupt you for the first time in some time, only to point out that the Hammer car has not come across the start finish line, the number 02, and is slipping down the order.
Really?
Yeah, so if we can pick up the onboard from the 02, we still have that pulled up banner.
My understanding was that the Hammer car onboard was
had
not
gone.
available at this time. So
okay.
That's unfortunate as well. That's a tough day for Tim Myers in the situation there.
Yeah, it is.
As we're on board the Thunder Bunny
There's a
Racing
yellow at the
350Z.
carousel, just on the way in.
They are going slower. Let's see.
No, let's come back that onboard if we can.
It's turn 5. There's emergency. That's where the emergency vehicle leaves for that portion of the track.
Yeah. EV to drivers right here at the entrance to the kink, and then a green flag afterwards. So whatever, it's behind the tow truck there.
Right.
At the entrance to the kink on drivers right. And I got to be honest, I mean, we're missing the PC racing car, but we've been missing them for some time.
Mm-hmm.
Edge Auto Sports, I'm not sure I've seen in a minute. I'm not sure this isn't the Hammer car. The number 02 Audi RS3 TCR.
I would agree. Fortunately, we are seeing the 241 car come back out. That was a car that was also looking kind of forlorn in the paddock that they had pulled up behind their other car, which had the issue with the wall earlier. But it looks like they're good to go. So whatever it was they were working on is fixed. So we'll see them come back out, I reckon, which is nice. It's a good-looking car.
So, Ryan, now that the 02 has excuse me, sorry, gone by the wayside, Automatic Racing is in the lead, but only by 5 seconds.
Yeah, the Stratus Racing has the legs on the Automatic Racing car.
Oh, yeah.
The 02
sure.
had good pace. The automatic car, I think, was hanging around because they were doing the consistency that they needed to do.
The one thing that the 02 had going in its favor was its margin. It wasn't so much that it wasn't any quicker than the Stratus car.
Right.
It was there. I mean, they were all pretty evenly matched on pace. The 191, the tons of gas, 242, they were all pretty much there in that same window on pace. But its biggest advantage was its margin over the Stratus car. And the Stratus car comes across the line, lost 5 seconds to the automatic Aston that time. With that now no longer in existence, there's 10 seconds between the 191 and the 59, and that 59 has proven to be considerably quicker.
And then the 242 tons of gas motorsports car, again, an excellent entry that they have there in the M4. Their best lap is 3 seconds a lap slower than the Stratus racing car, and they're consistently the Stratus just turned in a little bit slower lap play with some traffic, but they don't have the pace over the Stratus car. Unfortunately, they have much better pace than they've had at all the other races we've been to, given that this track benefits that car a little bit more. But I don't think, and that's not a car that you would say is a fuel saver either, being
Which one?
Either of the M4s,
I would
being a
agree with that.
turbocharged 6-cylinder.
Ironically enough, it is that is a true statement. However, the 242 was just into the pits 4 or 5 laps ago. The 191 was into the pits last on lap 96, so about 20 laps ago. The Stratus car was in at 89, about 26 laps ago.
So the tons of gas might have half a stint in hand.
Well, that's exactly my point. Even though maybe it's not as good on fuel, based on our position right now with that tons of gas car, 30 seconds off the lead, 27 seconds off the lead, 17 seconds off the Stratus car.
Right.
It is in a better position on fuel. It might be able to make it home on one more stop.
Right.
It should be able to make it home on one more stop. Whereas almost certainly both the automatic car and the NP01 are going to need 2.
Right.
And it's not just a splash. I mean, that NP01 will, I mean, it's going to be into the pits here in just a couple of laps' time. It will probably need 1 and something like 2/3 of a tank to get it home. That automatic will probably be something closer to a splash. So, if anything here, looking through this, again, without our fancy math projections, if they're all in the same range on pace, I feel like that 242 is actually probably in the strongest position here.
I don't think the 242 is in the same range as on pace. Now, we're going to have to obviously see what the situation is. Here, let's click into here. 29, 32, 37, 31. So they're running in the... There's a big range there. They're typically right around 30. And the Stratus car is in the high 20s. I'd say the 242 is consistently about a second a lap slower.
So that's probably true. Putting the Stratus pace is front and center.
Right.
Obviously, it is in most WRL races.
Yep.
But it's going to have to make up that pit stop deficit to the tons of gas car. And as we've pointed out at Road America, that's a substantial deficit.
Yes. You got a long time from the pits.
Yeah, from pit in to pit out,
right.
35 miles an hour versus 120, 130 out on track. It's a big penalty to have to come in and make it an extra, quote-unquote, extra stop.
Right.
It's really not that it's an extra stop. It's just the way this rotation has shaken out. The 242 does not have to make that extra stop. That being said, it did just give up 1.7 seconds to the 59 Stratus car and a second and a half to the 191 automatic car. So... And it's being caught by its teammate, actually, at least the last time.
Ah, I see.
It doesn't need to be the fastest car on track for the next 2.5 hours.
Right.
It needs to be fast enough that if it doesn't have to make that extra stop, it can hold that margin to the end.
Right.
So 2/3 of a stop, or a pit stop, that's 2/3 of a tank. Let's assume that Stratus car is going to lose a minute to a minute and a half in that stop. Mm-hmm. As long as it can be within a minute and a half of that Stratus car, I think it'll be okay.
Okay.
So if you're gonna nail me down and ask me to pick a winner right now, that 242 actually looks like a really good choice.
Gotcha.
You disagree?
Not
fast enough?
I don't think it's fast enough. I think if Stratus is consistently pulling out 2 seconds a lap, and we've got 2.5 hours to go. And you figure 2.5 hours to go. How many laps have we done so far? 116.
Yeah.
You figure about a 2-minute lap.
2.5.
2.5 minute lap, and you got 2 hours to go. So you're like, 30, 40 laps?
Yeah, I'd buy about 30 laps. Yeah.
So that's potentially a minute.
No, hang on. Let's call it 130 minutes or 140 minutes, 2.5. Yeah, okay. So maybe like 60 laps.
60 laps at most.
Yeah, so a second and a half. It's right there.
Right.
Yeah. Second and a half. Yeah.
And that's, of course, assuming that we don't get a driver in that's like a hot shoe, or as the Stratus car actually comes down the pit lane right now.
Yep, okay, so that'll be expected. Should be the penultimate stop of the day for the number 59 Stratus NP01.
Almost like they heard.
It's just that my strategy is that good.
You're really good.
What it is. Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
You're a regular Tim Cindric.
I'm a regular Paul Tresswell is what I am.
Yeah. That's Joseph.
Shouts to Joseph. Yeah.
Your boy.
I'm not even an abnormal Paul Tresswell. Never mind a regular. Paul Tresswell. One of the interesting things that I see at the moment on timing, really...
Whoa! Caught it. Got it.
It was one of the ACP cars that was dead sideways.
Oh, no, that's the leader.
Oh, it is the leader. Contacted the apex at turn 6 and a little half spin for the 191 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. I missed how that was starting.
It looked like the Aston Martin was... Now, I would love to see a replay on this, but it looked like the Aston Martin was a little bit optimistic, trying to keep the inside line.
Yeah.
He may have been pushed over that far, but again, I only caught it for a second. So if we had a replay...
It's tough. It's tough to... That entry to turn 7, right? You come up over the crest of turn 6. Generally speaking, you're probably single file. It's a tough place to make a pass anyway, just because you're, the car is settling as it comes up over the top of the hill under the Corvette bridge. And as it makes the left-hand corner, it's such a short straightaway between 6 and 7 that unless you get a considerably better exit in the car in front of you, or you have that much more power than the car in front of you, you don't really have enough time to start and finish a move.
And we've got an emergency vehicle out on track here as well. I
don't
know if that's recovering the O2.
Yeah. They sent a flat toe out first, and the Janetta's slow. What is happening to the TTO field?
It may be just too much open throttle, maybe. It's a tough track. You're at the top of gear most of the time.
Here is the 54 actually. So the camera's a little behind there. The 54's just made it into the pit lane, out our window here. I just put a period on this 191 thing. It's really hard to get that move finished going into 7. So you stick your nose up the inside and you think, I've got it. I'm there. But it narrows up on the exit. I mean, it's a narrow track anyway, but it narrows so much on the exit that the car on your outside is like, well, I have to get to the apex. Like, I can't just hang out here. There's no grip out here. It's narrow, and you're going to track out into me anyway.
Right.
So the car at the apex gets pinched. They make, left front to right rear contact, and that spins the Aston Martin around. Speaking of, that Aston Martin that was just half sideways at turn 6 is now also into the pit lane.
It did look rather clean, is what I kind of noticed.
It did, but we were expecting this. We expected the 191 into the pits this time, or in the same sort of range.
Right.
981 into the pits, that's will to win.
Also the 198 into the pits. Now, it does occur to me, Brendan, and this is going to be a little bit on the embarrassing side. You know how we've been sitting here telling everybody that Pellegrini Motorsports has had a tough time?
Yeah.
Their cars are identical. So has it always been the 199 that's coming in for extra stops? Or has it been both?
No, it's been both, yeah. No, I knew they were identical. It feels like the team has spent a lot of time working on these cars.
That wasn't super at the forefront of my mind.
Gotcha. Yeah,
looking at it, because they are identical cars. AOA is busy constantly, but they have different colored cars come through. So it's like,
very true. AOA is busy both in the pit lane and the paddock.
Yeah. Well, when I was back there, they didn't look very busy in the paddock.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wonder if the yellow Miata that's facing away from us on jack stands is maybe not desperate to come back out on track.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So the Stratus car has come and gone while we were figuring out the Aston Martin situation. So the Stratus car's back out. Obviously, it still shows on the timing and scoring as not. They just came through in 3rd, and I believe they will get to 2nd as soon as it trips timing again.
It did just come through, and it was getting dragged by a C5 down the front straightaway.
Excellent. You'd love to see it.
It was not hanging tough. Even on the way into the brakes in turn 1, I'm not sure it was going to be able to keep the spot.
So the 191, whether because of the half crash or the pit stop or both, has now been promoted up into, or because of the wreck, the 242 has been promoted up into 1st place. The 191, I think, is going to come out either 2nd or 4th.
So we're waving yellow here at the exit of the kink.
With emergency flag.
Yeah.
Man, good camera placement there. Whose idea was that to have the cameras, or to have the flags in the shot?
I don't remember.
Oh, what a shot.
The 02
and it freezes.
Should be back by now.
It's taken. Do you remember how long it took us to get?
Yeah, no, it's true.
It took a long time.
But
so
the 54 really. We have a replay.
Whoa! Caught it. Got it.
Yeah, we're just watching this again, and we had muted it there because I thought we were going to the commentary replay as well. Tanner doing a fantastic job to pull in the broadcast replay for us there. What that says to me there is...
I don't think we see enough of it, frankly.
No, we do see enough of it. Just give this a second, Ryan, because
there it is. Okay.
He makes the move at the inside of 6 and just has no chance of making the arc at the apex.
Yeah, and it looks like that BMW gave him a bunch of space. Oh, there's the 701 being pulled in as well. So 701 just getting pulled into the pit lane by the emergency vehicle. That's unfortunate. So it's all... What's happening? What's going on? No one wants to win GTO. Yeah, they just got pulled in. It was 701, yeah. Oh, you're in GP1. That's right. Okay, gotcha. We've got extra people in the booth here, and there's a lot going on up here as more cars come down the pit lane. We've got the Team ACP BMW, the really, really cool rainbowy one. Brendan, I understand we have another guest.
You say you understand because you see him sitting down and putting on a headset.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. This is a tight ship we run here. Very tight.
Another visitor from Round 3 Racing. I'm happy to say Mo Dodka joins us.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. You're on board we're on board the 701 a little earlier this morning.
Yeah.
I think we had somebody in our YouTube chat say they thought you started the race because they recognized your gloves.
Yes, that was me starting the race. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing that I started the race with that car, but yeah, it was me in the car.
Well, I think you'd rather be in the car at the start of the race than
right now.
in it being towed down the pit
Yeah,
lane.
I didn't know it was off the track until I walked up here and saw it getting towed in.
So very sorry. We'll back up, or we'll work our way to that.
Sure.
But you started the race in the 701,
Yep.
GP1, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So we followed you a little bit on board, but how'd your opening stint go?
So the car got built this week. They finished it yesterday. So the car got completely torn down to the chassis last week, built up this week. So we're shaking it down. We had a lot of issues. It's an ABS car, didn't have ABS working. The tires were rubbing the fenders. Car was overheating a bit. So I spent most of the morning in the garage working some of the bugs out, but the guys at Round 3 did a great job. So we're out there running some laps now, using this really as a shakedown for Daytona.
Okay.
But it could have been better. I think that car, once we get it dialed in, is going to have the potential to be a front runner in GP1.
So is there a chance you think this is this is a result of some of those same teething issues that you were describing as part of the shakedown?
Yeah, absolutely. They bought a car that was a former race car, and Mark from R3R, he's a perfectionist, so he tore the whole thing down. We got here. We probably should have even skipped this weekend and done some testing days. But we're staying out of trouble as much as we can, and testing the car so we can get all the bugs worked out.
So, I mean, as you're a racing driver, right? You're full season with Round 3?
I am.
Year,
So I was full season last year in the 601 car
Okay.
that did well in GP2.
Sure.
And we were in 601 up till this race. We gave that to some teammates, and now everybody from the 601 just moved into the 7.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So, I mean, is it tough to kind of walk away from a car that has been so solid over the last couple of races? I mean, we've seen the onboard feeds. That car gets hustled, the old 601. Jumping into a new car that maybe is not ready.
Yeah.
Is it tough walking away from that and into this new venture here?
Yeah, especially this weekend. 601, I'm happy for them. They're doing great. It's Hannah, Shay, and Christian driving in. Christian yesterday said, "I feel really bad driving your old car. It's like I'm hanging out with your ex-girlfriend." I'm like, yeah, we would love her back. But I'm happy for them, and I think the 701, once we dial it in, is going to be a blast. GP1's faster, so I always want to be in a faster car.
What are the differences? You say it's faster, but what does that actually feel like when you're behind the wheel?
Sure. So I think it's got a better shock package on it, and it also has a 2.9 liter in it. It's got a little bit more horsepower. I think in this series, at least, the GP2 and GP3 guys sometimes struggle with the GP1 and GTO guys that might be slower in the corner. So you can't really get by them. You can't power by them, even if you get a really nice run. So sometimes a fast GP2 or GP3 driver has some difficulty with the faster cars where the drivers aren't as quick. In GP1, at least in my couple laps out there today, you have a little more passing speed. So that doesn't become an issue. So I'm excited for that.
Sure. I see your race suit, Haggerty Motorsports.
Yeah, Haggerty and Cooper Tire and Sentinel and Sawbelt are sponsors this year.
So Sentinel, your onboard cameras have been fantastic since COTA 2020 last year. It was, I think, the first time we saw them. And we talked to James Candelaria up at Barber the last time we were on site. And, that's been fantastic to follow along with. We waxed lyrical a little bit about Haggerty Motorsports a little bit earlier on this afternoon. It's just been so cool to see their activation in club racing, racing as a whole.
Yeah, it looks like Haggerty is trying to get more involved with motorsports. And I think for enthusiasts from just the business standpoint, I think it's a great thing. You get a lot of guys who are out here driving cars, and I'm sure they got classic cars, sports cars, and Haggerty, I think, is going to get a really nice stronghold. And, I used to, I'm looking to switch all my insurances to Haggerty. So I think it's working for them, and we couldn't be any happier to have them on board.
Sure.
They've been awesome.
Sure. So, things I've really enjoyed talking to your teammates about is the level of preparation in the WRL paddock. I will confess, I don't know what your racing background is personally, but I know I've spent a lot of time at racetracks and walking through the paddock, past, okay, so you have your big, trailers and professional setups, and you have, your easy ups and things at the other end at GP2, GP3, but the level of dedication and the level of development and the level of preparation amongst all these cars from top to bottom is so strong. It really doesn't feel like you're at an amateur endurance racing weekend. It very much feels like you're at a professional type weekend. Does it feel the same as a part of round 3?
Definitely. I started in go-karts when I was in my teens, so I've gone from being in a go-kart to PCA stuff, club stuff.
Okay.
Did Lemons, did Sham Car, now doing WRL with you guys. And yeah, the level of professionalism here, both between teams and then the way WRL runs the show here, is awesome. We really appreciate it. Round 3 racing, obviously, Buzz McCall has owned a lot of very professional racing teams and Trans Am NASCAR type teams. So he brings all of that to WRL, his WRL team. So it's been a privilege to drive with them because everybody from the crew to everybody helping the crew out has been super professional.
Sure.
And our cars, for the most part, always are out there running pretty competitively.
Sure. And not to rub salt in the wounds here, but our producer thought it would be a good idea to ride on board your ex race car, the
my
601,
okay.
while your actual car is down at the other end of pit lane.
I'm trying to look at the gloves to see who's in there right now. It's either Shay or it's Christian. Is it Christian? Yeah, it's Christian in there. He's a fantastic driver.
You said Shay
Holbrook.
is back racing with you guys.
Yes,
Oh,
so she's in the 601 this weekend.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. I must have missed that on the entry data from round 3. That's fantastic. I'm glad she's back with you guys. I know she was. Your driver lineups fascinate me, right? I know the Shift Up Now partnership has been really exciting. We talked to Sarah Montgomery back at Barber, and fantastic to have her come up and speak to that specific relationship between Shift Up Now and round 3. But then you throw the McCalls in there, Brad and Buzz, and their background in motorsports, and now Shay Holbrook I know has been around.
Yeah,
he's
a real pro.
She did Pilot Challenge years ago, I think, World Challenge, whatever it was.
Lamborghini Super Trofeo,
sure.
the W Series. She's done a lot of good pro racing.
Yeah.
And she's really fast in that car. She drove with us last year at Road Atlanta in the 601. Lonnie had moved to go drive with the Shift Up Now girls for that race.
Okay.
So we had Shay with Michael Gilbert and I, and she's awesome.
Yeah.
And I think she's doing great today. And Christian looks like he's really real in that car.
That's what I was saying earlier, how we watch these cars get hustled for 8 hours on end, and they never missed a beat.
I'm a little jealous watching it because the car is just as good as I remember it, and he's doing a great job. And I think that was the key for us last year. We had we were down on power to a lot of GP2 cars, but Lonnie Unser's dad, Johnny Unser, would tell us every race weekend, let the race come to you guys. You don't have to go out there and set the fastest lap. Don't goof up. Run really clean, fast laps, and at the end of the race will come to you. So
Absolutely.
we drove the whole season that way. Let the race come to us. Don't make any mistakes. And it looks like they're doing the same thing today.
So on board the 701, we know this is shakedown weekend. Target for the rest of the season with the new car?
Yeah, we want to win. We're expecting from ourselves a bunch of podiums and wins. And I think after this weekend, the car lives in Joliet, Illinois.
Okay.
I have a membership at the Autobahn, and Mark's very close to there. We're going to try to shake it down a couple more times before Daytona. But our hope is to go to Daytona and really, try to do something good at Daytona.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to that. I'm sure it'll be, a good chance to stretch his legs. Not that Road America isn't, but up on the high banks there, a long 14-hour race. Wish you guys all the best. Certainly with the new car and round 3 as a whole. You guys have been fantastic and willing to come up and talk to us, and it's been fun following you guys on board with the Sentinel cameras. Hope for the best for you guys.
Appreciate you guys letting me come up here and hang out. This is pretty cool.
Anytime, man.
Yeah, I'll
You're
come back
welcome
up
anytime.
sometime. Yeah,
For
thank
sure.
you.
Bo Daka joins us from Round 3 racing, the 701. Unfortunately, stopped down in the paddock, or in the pit lane, but we'll be back here in just a second. All right.
What a tough way to find out that your entry is
So bad. Feels so bad.
that's awful. Like, oh, get out of the car. Let's go upstairs. We'll do We'll do an interview. Come on. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
that's the worst. So I did want to notice while we were talking to him, the 191 versus 59. I believe the pass will have been made by the next time they come around. So Tanner, if we could get the Tanner back going, if we could get the tower camera going back again. That would be good. I think we'll be able to see them come across, start, finish. If not close together, they will have made the pass.
This is the 191 and the 59?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just picking
the
that up on
191,
timing here.
like, put the hammer back down as soon as they came back out of the pits. Oh, here it is right here. Not quite.
No,
okay.
He's still...
Still hold them off. The 191 comes through, and then the 59 is right there. So they're still 1.4 seconds. So they've held that gap right where they need to be.
So one of the interesting dynamics here, obviously that NP01 has a little bit more raw pace, lap-to-lap pace.
Right.
So 199 is back in across from us. They're going to jack the back of the car up like they just did to the sister car. But in particular, the old Murray Walkerism, catching is one thing, passing is quite another. And that's not to say that the Aston Martin is going to defend super aggressively,
Right.
but that NP01 is quick in weird spots relative to the Aston Martin. So if the NP01 or if the Aston Martin is legging it down the straights, the NP01 might catch back up to it in the braking zone and would be quicker through a corner. But the Aston's going to be at the apex, basically parked relative to the speed that the NP01's doing, right?
Yep.
So it can't take advantage of all of that extra pace. And even if you back the corner up and try and get a launch, you don't have the legs down the straight.
Right.
So
you need to be
it creates
having somebody tow you, hopefully to the next quick spot where there's a turn.
But that tow is
And
going to
then-
be the Aston Martin anyway, which over this
Right.
weekend has been one of the quickest cars in a straight line.
Yeah.
So this is going to be kind of fun to watch here over the next couple laps, I think, actually.
Yeah, I think so too. The 242 is still out front. They're a minute 47 ahead. I think they were 2 minutes at one point. So they've now lost about 12 or so seconds. So
Yeah, but it's not been in big chunks, and the gap is still a minute 47. So if
Right.
they can,
they're
they
doing
don't-
okay.
Remember, it'll be 2 stops to the end, at least, for the other 2 cars. If Tons of Gas only has to pit one more time, 110, so it's probably doing about 138.
Yeah.
Right? So 15 more laps, 2.5, 38 minutes. It's going to be close. It's going to be really close. But it's still, even if they
it looks like the 242 it looks like the 242 is now they're showing red.
Oh. Well,
So
maybe we just forget everything I just said then.
Right. Maybe we have just had that solved for us. And again, nobody wants to win GTO.
Amazing.
Did this happen
gonna
at
win this race
Mid-Ohio?
by default.
Didn't this happen at Mid-Ohio? It was raining, though.
I didn't cover. I only did the start of
Oh,
Sunday.
you only did the start. That's right.
Yeah,
It
I
did
heard
really
Sunday
happen
was a
at Mid-Ohio.
phenomenal race, but
They just kept throwing it away. They're a little bit closer this time around. But again, they're going to get drug away. Yep, and he pulls out. So they were nose to tail coming out of the last turn, and then by the time they flashed by our commentary booth, we were already back to 3 or 5 car lengths. So not quite getting it done there, but they did close up a little bit. We're now at 1.0 seconds.
Yes,
So,
and-
and now within a second, the Core Motorsports Mustang is
yeah, I
back
just
out.
saw that. In addition to that, just worth pointing out, this is now.
And we'll see him right here. They're holding that gap right there. Go ahead, Brendan.
This is now for the overall lead. The 242 still has not come across the line and will have to be recovered. The 02, I can tell you, broke a trailing arm. They're fixing it now. We'll be going back out. The stream will be back up also.
Excellent. Good.
So we'll get the 02
We're getting a
straight.
stream service in as well.
Yeah.
That's really why Tim brought the car in, was so that we could have the camera be fixed. Brendan furiously leaving the booth. No idea why. Unclear. Layla sitting next to me, not interested in having the mic in front of her face. Just me, talking to myself. Emergency vehicle. 242, the BMW. Tons of Gas Motorsports being pulled off at turn 5, so might have lost power there. That's the cool one, kind of a green, almost like camouflage paint colored type of deal. So that's unfortunate for them. They really were in position to take a win here. It was going to be close. And I think the automatic racing car is potentially holding up the Stratus Racing in P01, which was going to be helping the 242 as far as maintaining that gap. But now they've fallen to third, and I think the team car, the 124, is probably going to pass them here shortly, just by virtue of the 242 not going anywhere, or at least being towed to the paddock. So not going super well there. The 134, while we were in the interview, was towed into the paddock and just went back by the start-finish straight. So that's the car that is missing the fender because they had been caught up in the kind of braking zone of the train during the yellow and red flag session earlier this morning. So that car, total trooper, back out again. Whatever issue they had, they seem to think they've resolved it. Lots of attrition going on here, and it's not like the weather has changed tremendously. The temperature is the same as it was, an hour or so ago. Let me just pull this up here real quick. The temperature hasn't really changed. It's currently 55 degrees, but there is no sunlight. We've now, I don't want to say it's overcast, but it is mostly cloudy out. I'd say probably like a 70 to 80% cloud cover. So I don't think the surface temperature will have changed that much because it's already gotten hot, relatively speaking, from when it was sunnier out. So I don't think that's the problem. So I have to keep coming back to either A, people riding the curbs trying to make the times, or B, just the fact that you have these cars at full chat most of the lap. So interesting to see there. And I think the Stratus Racing, yep, and we just showed it on our monitor, the Stratus Racing car has gone through on the automatic racing Aston Martin, and there's a 3-second gap. So I don't know if they got caught up in traffic or if they had a little bit of a moment on the brakes, but the Stratus Racing car has now gone through into the lead. And again, if they're in the lead and they don't have to worry about passing anybody, they really have the pace to not be super concerned. Again, the 191 is behind them. That's the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And then the 124 Tons of Gas Motorsports car, I believe, is also a BMW 2 Series. I'm sorry, it's an M4. My apologies. And then you've got the 981 Wheel to Win Racing BMW. I'll at least correct myself. I don't want to own it like Brendan. The conversion van 777 BMW also in the pit lane. The orange and cream color. Lovely color combination. Best looking track car I've seen in a long time. The classic Mustang has been in the pit lane for quite some time. Since before the interview started up until now, the Mustang has been in the pit lane, but it looks like they're wrapping up whatever it is they're doing. Hopefully we'll get to see that come back out again. Sounds great on the straights. Nice big old carbureted V8 there. There's the 134 again. So wow, a lot has changed. We've got 5 hours and 48 minutes complete, or about 125 laps. Frozen Rotors just set their fastest lap of the race at 2:33.0. It's the 984 car. It's going to be one of the GT4 Caymans. Now a substantial gap back to the 191 from the 59. Just watching them come through here. Looking at 5.7 seconds. So they've taken out about another 2.5 seconds, the 59 from the 191. So that's not looking super great for them. Tim Myers says the 02 is going to come back out here shortly. I think they're just out of... Yeah, they're 12 laps down now, so that's not really going to work out. Who do we have on the same lap here? 124. We're going to wait for the 124 to click through. I think they might be the last car in the lead lap for GTO. Let's see what's going on here. 44 car comes to the pit lane as well. Another 3 Series BMW. Tons of Gas may be an actual lap down as the number 484 comes down the pit lane. It's getting to be stopping time for a lot of these guys. So the 59, we think, has to make one more stop. The 191 also probably has to make one more stop. The Tons of Gas car, they did 20 to, let's see, 95 to 120. Yes, they did about 25 laps. I think we'll have 25 more laps worth of running here. We've got, how long? 2 hours? That's 60, yeah. I think everybody at the top needs one more stop. So I think the race at the top is as the race at the top should be. There's no, I think we're all on roughly the same pit cycle now. Interestingly, the number 540 Denton Brothers racing car now appearing towards the top of the timesheets. That is another Porsche Cayman. They had been up and down, kind of 10th, 5th, somewhere in there. So the misfortune for the 02 and the 242 has benefited them greatly. Just take a look at their last pit stop. They are due a pit stop, though. They're about half a cycle behind. So they may drop back behind the Will to Win Racing 982 car. I think they're about on the same pit strategy, though. So, Brendan, I think the top 3 are all on the same pit cycle. And then from 4 to 6-ish, potentially 7, are on a different pit cycle.
Right.
The 4 to 6 are about half a stop behind.
Okay.
So
I'd
we
buy
have that
that.
same situation we had before where the top 5 were on one pit cycle and the other 5, the 5th through 10, were on a different pit cycle. So I wonder how that's going to shake out here as far as 4th, 5th, 6th. If
So
they're only needing to make one more stop or 2, because they're going to come up on their pit window here shortly.
It actually looks like the 981. They will be pitting next. I'll say that 981, 540, 982 are definitely going to be the next to pit. I don't know that it's necessarily that they are part of a pit cycle behind. It is likely, though, that they will still have to make 2 more stops.
Okay.
It's kind of what I'm looking at here. I don't think they're going to be able to get it to sort of that. Well, almost certainly they'll need 2 more stops. There's no way they're going to get even to 1 hour and 15.
Right.
So the question then is, can the NP01 get it to 1 hour and 15 and do it on 1 more stop? And my answer to that right now, I think, is probably not. The NP01, the Aston Martin, and the Tons of Gas number 124. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. 29 laps seems to be the target. They were in at 118, which would put them up to 147. So 20 laps from now. Yeah, okay.
it would be nice if in, I don't know, 6 minutes or so, we
Close.
had an expert come tell us what he thought was going to happen.
Are we? Do we? Did I
In
miss something?
theory, that's what I was told anyway.
Expert.
I was told that we were going to do more irresponsible math at the top of the hour.
Oh, is he providing it to us, or is he joining us for it?
Unclear.
Oh, okay. My guess is he's providing it to us. It'll be interesting to see here. My guess is it's still really going to like the Stratus car, which makes more sense in this moment.
Right.
But that is independent of what I think Joseph's script is doing, what his math is creating, which is, well, all these other cars have disappeared. So,
Right.
right. I think that car was not, well, Joseph's script, I think, thinks it was the favorite anyway, or second favorite.
Uh-huh.
I think it was neither of those, but now that everybody else has gone away,
It will
there's
be
nobody
Cat.
else left.
Right.
So I kind of joked before I stepped away there for a minute that the NP01's going to win this by default. Like you said, nobody really wants to win GTO. It seems that the 02 went out while leading. The 242 has gone out while leading. We never determined what happened with that car, did we?
With the what?
Tons of gas.
The tons of
242.
gas. 240. No, we saw them being pulled off track at turn 5.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if they just lost power somewhere over there.
Yeah. It's a long recovery for them.
Yeah.
They're now 5 laps down. So they've been out for 10, 12 minutes already, which is a long time.
It is.
Again, your GP1 leaders, Ryan. The Team Frozen Rotors 984 and the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports car. still inside the top 10. It's put the Frozen Rotors car in the GP1 lead up into 7th overall.
Again, the advantage of just having a strong, consistent car.
Yeah, that's really all it is.
Starting to climb up the order here a little bit.
6 to 8 seconds a lap off the GTO pace, which is correct. I'm not
Right.
suggesting that that's not, there's something untoward there. But it's just that all they've done is do laps, the two of them. I mean, they've been tied together, pit strategy notwithstanding, for pretty much the entire day, the two GP1 leaders. And I think that, you know, if anything, highlights for everybody else the value of consistency.
Indeed. And if we look at GP2, you got the number 21, the BMW, back out in the lead over the 601 round 3 racing car. And then the 525 Fat and Furious Racing now up to 3rd.
That's the 525, the Fat and Furious car?
Yeah.
It's good to see them back.
It is.
After what happened down there in Mid-Ohio. We don't want to harp on that, but they were able to get another car out and bring it up to Road America. Obviously, everybody's fine.
Right.
Or that car wouldn't be back out here, but or the team wouldn't be here, but it's good to see them back. And for that matter, you know, we had the issue with Hammer at Mid-Ohio on Saturday as well. They've got their new car up and running, albeit with some teething issues. And at least for the 0-2, what seems to be just a little bit of bad luck. It looks so strong for the Hammer guys today, and it just seems to have slipped away here with the lower trailing arm. Or the trailing arm issue they had just at the beginning of this hour.
The 605 is now showing missing as well.
That's one of the round 3 cars?
Yes, it is.
In GP3. Is that your GP3 leader?
It is the GP3
it sure
leader.
Is. For heaven's sake, Ryan, what is happening?
Well, there's the 702 going down the pit lane.
Right, so this 605 car, if we still have the onboard, I know we did earlier.
That is not it. That is the Thunder Bunny Racing car.
No, I know. That was just bad timing.
Oh, okay.
Or convenient timing. This round 3 car, it says the margin from first to second is 8 minutes, which, interpreting that on Race Hero, suggests that the round 3 car has been missing for at least that long. It's been at least that long since it came across the line. Right. Next time we see the number 93 TC Klein car, it will take the GP3 lead, but we haven't seen anything trackside that suggests what the 605's issue is. Now, I may be able to pull that feed up separately here. Let's see if I can.
The 93 car had just made a stop on lap 100, so they're about 30 laps into their stint.
17 laps into this.
17.
Yeah, right. They're on lap 117.
I've got 129. Oh, okay, that's why. I see. I was counting total laps complete, thinking I was looking at the front of the field. That's okay. Yeah. So 17 laps complete, so they're not due for a pit stop then.
Sorry, I'm.
No, you're totally fine.
Gonna try and pull up the 605.
No problem at all.
To see if it still exists.
Yeah, we got lots of emergency vehicle action today in the pits and paddock.
It really has been a lot of carnage isn't the right word, but because it really hasn't even been contact or anything on track.
Right.
It's just been a lot of mechanical breakdowns and issues you don't normally expect to see from, at least not in this quantity.
Right.
Oh.
The 44 comes through. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for the 93 because I haven't seen them recently either. 928. So I want to see what happens with this. With the 605, the 68's back out there. Good looking car. 85 AOA car moves into pit lane. 93, okay, so the 93 just came through, and that does put them up into the lead. So the 93 looks like they're good to go. They are now ahead of the 605. They take the lead in GP3 That should put, I think, the number 15 AOA Motorsports car will probably inherit second place. And then the 198 Overnight Motorsports car will be third. And I believe we have another guest in the studio. Brendan, is that accurate?
It is. Again, Ryan, you say I believe because you're seeing it happen. But I'm happy to say, again, for the first time, well, again, we are joined by somebody. This time, it's not from Round 3 Racing. It's from Will to Win Racing. Will to Win, not Wheel to Wheel. Sydney McKee joins us for the first time on DriversEye Live. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah. So you said it's a little confusing situation. As far as you're aware, not on board one of the W2W cars this weekend, but you're here with Shift Up now, and you'll be rejoining W2W from Daytona.
Yes,
is that right?
that is correct.
Yeah. So what's your pathway been like into the World Racing League? You said you were on board the car at Nolan Barber. What's your early part of the season been like?
Yeah, it's been good. It's kind of a funny story, actually, because the car with W2W that we have been racing is actually our old car. My dad and I used to own that car, and we sold it to W2W at the beginning of, I guess it would have been last year when they had it for the full year. So kind of funny to be back in our old car, but love the car. The team's been great. Obviously nice that we're familiar with it, but yeah, World Racing League has been awesome. Lots of cars, lots of racing, lots of competition.
So I admit freely to not knowing too much about your motorsports and racing background, but obviously if you're working with Shift Up now, there must be some history and pedigree there. But you've ended up in endurance racing. So what's your career been like? But what's got you to this point?
Yeah, absolutely. So my dad was kind of my encouragement to get into racing. He started racing about 2 to 3 years before I did, and I just kind of fell in love with it. I went to the track with him one time and was like, this is awesome. So in order to really get into racing, I actually built a spec Miata when I was in high school because I didn't have a car, and I was like, okay, we got to figure this out. Built the spec Miata actually down in Birmingham, Alabama. Raced that for about 1.5 years, and then jumped in with my dad into a GT4 Club Sport, which is Bart that we sold to Will to Win. From there, ran one race in GS and IMSA.
Okay.
That would have been the 2019 season, and then last year I was actually in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo for the full season with Wayne Taylor Racing.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. To go from a spec Miata to a Lamborghini within a couple of years, that's a big jump.
Yes.
Those Lamborghinis, moving on from World Racing League for a minute, look like an absolute handful.
Yes.
Especially the older versions of the cars. But I mean, it's a Huracan, right? The Huracan Super Trofeo. The modern version of that car just looks like such a monster.
Yeah.
But also a heck of a lot of fun to drive. I mean, is that something you jump back into given the opportunity, or is that like this is enough for me?
Yeah, no, I would absolutely try to go back to it, especially over the next couple of years. Actually, Road America was our first race in that car last year, which was a ton of fun. It's fun being back here and kind of all those memories coming back. Last year was obviously a little bit shuffled with the COVID pandemic and our season being a little bit mixed, so Road America wasn't supposed to be our first race, but it's a track that I'm familiar with and a great place to stop.
For sure. This is our first time here. It's a fantastic facility. As always, WRL, the series presentation, the paddock, the energy and the buzz around the World Racing League events is just fantastic.
Yeah.
So what is the goal then? You're joining, like we said, from Daytona. You've already done two events with W2W this year. Is there a target as far as a team championship? Is this about track time? What's your goal?
Yeah, so for me this year, it's mainly about track time.
Okay.
So I actually just graduated college. I'm taking on my first, what we joke is my first big girl job. So I'm moving to New York City, working in finance. Super excited for that, super amazing opportunity, and hoping to kind of stitch that back into my racing. But this year it's kind of taking a little bit of a step back, using this as some great track time, obviously hanging out with the Shift Up Now girls, doing more involved with them, working with W2W. So yeah, just kind of staying in the paddock. Love World Racing League, actually. Kurt Surgeon's a good friend of ours. Okay. So yeah, it's been really good time on track.
So working with WW, we've had a couple of interviews already from down at the Round 3 camp. W2W seems kind of similar, but everything is at like the maximum possible level. You have all the Club Sport Caymans, the GT4s, the random C5 Corvette that just feels like it's been around forever, but has been so much fun to watch on track. I mean, what is the experience like working with W2W as sort of a WRL stalwart?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, they love their club sports, like you said. They have that. But Mark Martin is the head of that organization, and him and a couple partners are super passionate about racing and just happy to be at the track. So they've been a good group to work with, good group to jump in with. Obviously, we had that connection from selling a car to them, and just kind of had stayed in contact, and all the pieces fell in line. So yeah, it's been a great team.
Does it have the feel of like a professionally run team? I know you were Wayne Taylor Racing, which I'm sure just everything must be done to the absolute maximum all the time. This is amateur endurance racing, but still, I mean, the forward-facing aspect of the W2W organization is still phenomenal to me as an outsider. I'm sure it must feel equally as professional being on the inside.
Yeah, they've definitely got a lot of strategy going on, a lot of good guys. Actually, some of their mechanics are people from IMSA.
Mm-hmm.
So similar level, obviously longer races than I was used to. So the strategy behind it's a little bit different, but overall, yeah, really, really good organization. They've got lots of cars running at the same time. They've got all the same kind of similar technologies and stuff like that. So it's been really great.
So this being your first foray into races this long, or at least, compared to Super Trofeo, do you sink yourself into the strategy along with the team, and are you sort of learning as you go along with that, or is it more just leave that to the team, leave that to the organizers, and then tell me when to get in the car and I'll do whatever I need to do, whether it's save fuel or go faster or whatever the case is?
Yeah, so I definitely follow along with the strategy and kind of help out when I can. I've got a lot of friends who run in the WeatherTech series, and I've been able to follow them and follow their careers and get a little bit of kind of information through absorption. So yeah, definitely interesting to be seeing how their strategy kind of aligns. And obviously you've got different yellow flag strategies here and different fuel lengths and stuff like that. So little bits and pieces that are a little bit different. But yeah, I try to kind of help where I can, but also know when it's better to be in the background and just wait to have them throw me in the car and go do what I do.
So your experience, you said Spec Miatas, Super Trofeo, I guess is technically multi-class, but it's mostly the same spec of the Super Trofeo car. And Spec Miatas are just basically the ultimate road racing, wheel-to-wheel, beat panels and go fast. One of my favorites. Do you prefer one to the other? Is endurance racing just sort of your pathway forward, so you've learned to love it, or is there a real passion for the long distance races, letting strategy develop, letting the race come to you? Do you have a personal preference there, or is this just where it's at for right now?
I would say no personal preference. I mean, anytime I'm at the track or in a race car, I'm happy. But I really do love endurance racing. I am an engineer by trade, and I love that nitty-gritty part of it. It's really interesting how you may not have the fastest car, but if you've got the best strategy going on or the fastest pit crew, you really can make a difference. And it really does feel like a lot more like a team sport and an endurance type race, whereas if you're doing a 40-minute sprint race and it's just you out there in those 40 minutes, it's really just you in the car. Whereas in an 8-hour race, you're really relying on your crew guys and your pit guys and your co-drivers, and I really like that team aspect of it.
Is there a good rapport down in the W2W pits between all the drivers and, for that matter, the different teams spread across various cars?
Yeah, it's been good. Throughout the couple races we've done, there's been a little bit of kind of shuffling of drivers, but overall everyone gets along great and is kind of, okay, what's your plan? What's my plan? Kind of putting all the pieces together. So yeah, it's been really good.
Awesome. Well, I don't know if you have any sponsors to thank or anything before we wrap up here, but we certainly appreciate you coming up, giving us some time to talk to you. It's been great getting a little different vision from outside of round 3 into W2W and your background as well. But, we certainly look forward to seeing you on track at Daytona. Now that I know you were at Barber, I'm sure we saw you on track there as well. A couple of phenomenal races that weekend there. And we really appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, big shout out to the Shift Up Now girls, hanging out with Shay and Sarah a lot this weekend. It's great to just be with them, and even though we're not on the same team per se, but doing a lot of kind of marketing stuff together and just hanging out and having a good time.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks so much, Sydney. Appreciate you coming up, and best of luck next time out at Daytona, or if you end up on track tomorrow for that matter. Look forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you so
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sydney McKee joins us from Will to Win, not Wheel to Wheel, Will to Win. Already earned me a free lunch this weekend. Fantastic talking to Sydney, and really appreciate her coming up and joining us here for the last couple of minutes on DriversEye Live. All right. I think that's, well, might be our last interview of the day. We said there's
I hope
more
not.
coming tomorrow.
I hope not. I hope another team steps up. I hope another PR person comes up and gets us one more.
I believe her name is Paige. I have to double check that. She reached out to me at Barber and asked if she could bring people by. She brought James Candelaria by, Sarah Montgomery by. We've now added the 3 more today, and I wish there were more teams that sent people up to us like
I really
that.
do.
It's fantastic to get the driver's eye
got him.
Perspective from the pit lane and the paddock. It's been a lot of fun, and getting to know more and more people in the WRL paddock has just been a real treat for us here on DriversEye Live. Makes all the travel and getting out to the track and all the setup time and everything like that that much more worth it.
Absolutely. So, Brendan, I do want to call your attention, if we could just come a little bit right back here. The 191 has gone back through on the 59.
Oh, fascinating.
So the 59, who looked poised to start checking out, now, granted, we're talking 8/10ths, so I'm hoping we can start to pick them up here on the pit straight.
They were 1,000th of a second different last time
Yeah, I
around.
saw that too, that they set the same lap time.
31.301 and a 31.302. That is remarkable.
Yeah.
I actually...
There they are, and the 56 still behind, or the 59, excuse me, still behind, about a second behind now.
I actually don't want this battle to be broken up by a pit stop.
I
would
either.
actually just really like to watch this to the end, back and forth, because like you said it came back through. It did not surprise me that the Aston Martin had gone back through. These cars make their speed in such different ways that you're going to get this back and forth, this ebb and flow. There is the 191 just exiting screen right. The 59 goes through behind it. The 191 will pull, assuming all the way to the end of turn 5. And then for the rest of the lap, the 59 will pull back in. Yellow flag at turn 5, Ryan.
Yeah, I see that. We've
Pointing
got some
at
serious
something.
waving from a corner worker.
Gesticulating almost.
Yep.
There's our Aston Martin.
And they're closed up now.
Well, and the Aston sort of outbroke himself on the run down the hill into turn 5 there.
Right.
And ended up very, very wide of the apex. Is this the Aston here? No.
No, that's
Is that
a
the
Miata.
Aston there?
There it is.
Oh, yep. There they are. Nose to tail. Like I said, to the end of turn 5. Now, the Aston contributed to his own demise there by running way too deep into the braking zone and missing the apex. However, this is where the NP01 is going to be strong. I know we're missing the camera at the moment, but the shot into turn 9 may or may not have been able to show us the NP01 around the outside of the carousel. That doesn't feel like it's that far off the mark.
Right.
Wait for it to come through down the straightaway here, exiting the kink.
Even issues with this one too.
Cell reception throughout the day, yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. Oh. Through the fog.
Is this the Aston with its headlights on here? Nope, I don't think so. Yeah, coming through. Yeah, there's an obvious. Oh, there's the NP01.
And they made
He's
the
gone
move.
through.
There you go. Yep. Yep.
This is fantastic.
There it is. And then I think the Aston's close enough that if we look down at the turn 14.
I don't know if he is close enough. He'll be. Well, the NP01 may have gotten balked a little bit. Actually, the 191 got it way worse.
Way worse. We're going to come up here.
Here's the
only about a
NP01
2-second delay to us.
Oh,
no,
man,
but he is catching.
Hauling.
Looked like he braked a little bit.
Yeah, he wasn't close enough for a move into turn 1. The next thing we'll expect to see, well, we'll see it down at turn 3 here, but the run into turn 5, I would not be shocked if the 191 there is close enough to make a move in the braking zone. And I'll tell you what, if he's not close enough there.
And he did get by.
Wow, on the brakes.
On the brakes. Got him.
That is not where that's supposed to happen. I thought for sure, even if he hadn't been through at turn 3, he would have been able to make the move down into the braking zone at turn 5. Of course, the 191 sailed it off into the braking zone last time.
Right.
So we'll see what happens this time around. No yellow flag for us to deal with on our 136th lap. But the margin is there. NP01 brings it back a little bit in the braking zone. They head up the hill towards turn 6.
Aston should have it up the hill. It's got all the torque.
So is there a car stopped on the exit of turn 6?
It looks like there is.
Left? Yep.
And so they're not going to be allowed to pass, and the Aston's going to go through. Oh, just
wow.
pushed the Pellegrini performance car out of the way. A little bit of a hip check there.
No contact there. I think the 191 was through, and as the Pellegrini car went to turn in, he thought maybe the NP01 was going to make a lunge.
I got you.
It's all fair there, I think.
Either way, that kind of held up the NP01 behind.
Well, so I think some of that was precipitated by the car stopped to driver's left there. I think the idea, well, my understanding or my interpretation of that would be the 191 couldn't pass the Pellegrini car because of the yellow flag for the car being stationary.
Right.
And then as soon as he got past the incident, jumped out, made the pass, but only one of them had enough time to get past the Pellegrini car.
Right.
Try and pick him up here on the way out of the King. This looks considerably better than the last lap.
Oh.
It looked considerably better than the last lap. There's the NP01 with the Aston in front of it. The NP01 is going to get caught on the outside of turn 13. And as we exit the final corner, is that our Aston? It is the Aston.
Sir.
Wow, the NP01 made up so much time in the braking zone for 14.
Wow, and look at the gap as they come across start-finish.
Even in the draft, Ryan, there's just nothing.
Yeah.
Into the pits comes the 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. Incidentally, just looking back to a race here, the 242 never reappeared, the tons of gas car.
Interesting. That's too bad.
Yeah.
So we got the 124 is kind of all that's left for third. They are pretty comfortably in third, I would say. They're one lap ahead of the Will to Win 981. That's a good car, though. That's the kind of car that you expected to come back at some point. I don't know what the pace difference is here. It looks like the 124's got a little bit more pace than the 981. Let's see where we're at over the last couple of laps here.
Real quick, Ryan, I'd like to draw your attention back to GP1.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about it.
The 984 has been into the pit lane and came back out ahead of the number 24, which is concerning to me because the number 24 should have gone through and claimed that position when the 981 came in, or the 984 came in. So I have some concerns that the 24 either was dealt a penalty because it should not be on the same lap. It doesn't have any long laps.
Indeed. We've got full emergency vehicle recovery now here.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah. Is that the 24?
It shouldn't be. The 24 is not missing. It just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that the?
It's the margin does not feel like it should be correct for being that far behind a car that just pitted.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Keep an eye on that.
Sorry. We will have to keep an eye on that. Through come the leaders again at turn 12 and 13. And I think this time the Aston is going to get held up at the bottom of the hill here because it's in a lot of traffic.
Janetta going by.
Somebody jumps into the pit lane. It's a Team ACP car. The 191 is going to get blocked a little bit, headed up the hill on the front straightaway. Does eventually get past the 24, who comes through now. And then through goes the NP01 behind him. Going to text contact at timing and scoring here and see if we have
your boy Teach. Well, it's starting to get a little bit spicy here at the end. I was starting to think that we were going to have a pretty cut and dry race, and then it's all kind of popped off here. The battle between the 191 and the 59, I think, will be a good scene here down towards the end. And then we just saw the NP01 go through again, still behind, but it is also a yellow zone, so we can't be doing a whole lot of passing here for the emergency vehicle.
Yeah. So
There's the number 02 coming through as well.
many laps down now.
The Aston's worked out quite a gap to the NP01 there.
I do wonder how hard the NP01 is pushing here. I don't think it's at such a disadvantage that it really needs to push terribly hard because it'll stay. Ooh. I recognize that car. It's at 46. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't think the NP01 needs to push because it doesn't really lack anything. It still has the absolute raw potential pace,
Right.
to make a run in the Aston if it needs to.
You just need to stay there or thereabout. You can't let it get too far.
Sorry, I'm just trying to identify the car that came through.
How much does it cost to get Andy Blackmore to do our list for us?
Oh, the Andy Blackmore would have to take 75 cars worth or pictures. Cars
sure.
worth of pictures.
Yeah.
And then assemble it. We don't have time for that. Never
Right.
mind Andy Blackmore.
Well, he's got an open space now.
That's true. It is true. We'll pick up that car that's on the tow hook at turn 6 here in a little bit, but I think it's got a Chill Out logo down the side. I just don't recognize the number immediately.
Is that the Chill Out Systems car?
It's
the MX-5
not,
GP2? No?
No, I don't think so. That'd be your GP2 leader, and nothing has changed there in GP2.
Ah, I see.
Is it your GP2? Actually, right. It's not your GP2 leader. Something happened to the 678 Chill Out Systems car.
Hashtag not my GP2 leader.
Bonus pit stop on lap 1. Probably lap 110 would have been the extra one. 2 extra pit stops for that matter.
Edge Autosports number 26. Unexpected, not seen.
Oh, that'll be it. Sorry, 26, not 46. There we go.
Edge Autosports, that's a 328 CI being pulled away.
Maybe
It's going to be an E36.
I think it is.
That's what a 328 would be.
No, I understand that.
Oh, okay.
But I got to wait for this car to come by. Sorry.
No, absolutely fine.
Taking care of.
We're just watching here. It looks like this part's back under green. I don't see any wave flags from here, at least. And the Aston's still very much keeping the NP01 at arm's length, which is what they need to do. The Aston really would like to keep the NP01 behind them, because as long as they're behind, there's no way the NP01 can catch him at the end of the lap. So as long as they just stay ahead, they don't have to worry about it coming into the final lap. Now, again, we've got an hour and a half left to go, so it's quite some time, and probably one more pit stop as well for both. I think that's going to come down to it as well. What do the pit stop times look like between the two? Let's take a look here. Automatic Racing, 406, 422 for their 2 pits. 401, so they had 1 slow stop. And then the Stratus Racing car, 410, 420, 431, 440. It's hard to tell specifically, obviously, but their pit stops doesn't seem to be consistently quicker than the other. Is my takeaway there. So I do think it'll come down to pit stop. If the NP01 can get back ahead on the pits, then that'll work out well for them. And if not, they'll still have to get around the 191. And I think, again, we still have 90 minutes to go here, so quite some time. You can make that 191 Aston pretty wide without being a total jerk to your other competitors, just given the nature of the car, especially since that NP01 can't come back on the straights. And it is starting to have a bit of a gap develop here. We're looking at 3.2 seconds. So we're looking down at turn 5 here. Got the O2 back out there circulating, doing what they can to get the driver some seat time. gap gets bigger and bigger to that NP01. I don't know if they've changed drivers, if they're running out of tire, if they're, what's going on with the NP01. I'm unsure.
Again, I wouldn't be shocked here if, well, A, they're caught up a little in traffic, but I wouldn't be shocked here if they just feel like they really don't need to push right now.
They're with 4 hours to go, Brendan, I'd kind of agree. I'd say within 90 minutes and within a reasonable distance to the last pit stop, I would want to be a lot closer, especially since it looks like it's going to come down.
They're only 3 seconds back. I mean,
it looked like more than that on the monitor.
I don't know. Maybe it's gone out this lap a bit. But
Yeah.
I still wouldn't be shocked if they're just saying, look, we're there. We don't need to close the gap at all. We just need to make the pass sometime between now and 93 minutes from now.
Right.
And I think they also would feel like they can get the Aston to wear its tires out more if they just sit behind it, whereas they know they're not burning any of their stuff up.
Right.
The car's got a bunch of downforce. It's light. It's a smooth car to drive. I really wouldn't be shocked if that's what their approach is. Now, it could also be that they're actually still pushing that car pretty hard, but the Aston is just that quick.
Right. Looks like we have the 54 missing now as well.
And that 54 car is... Okay.
Let's take a look here, and we'll see if we can pick up the lead. Oh, no, gone. Changed cameras.
Is that the Ronnie Phelps car, like, picking up the inside rear tire on the race?
I think so.
It sure looked like it.
There we go. There's the Aston.
Leader. 124 behind it. And
Still
then-
about 3 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm fairly sure, Ryan, too, that 124 tons of gas car is in right behind the Stratus car, albeit a lap down. I'm sorry, in front of the Stratus car. So it goes 191, 124, and then 59 out on track.
Okay.
So we approach the final 90 minutes of our first of 2 races this weekend from Road America. Almost thought I was in the middle of last weekend and said Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. That is not correct. We're in beautiful Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. You're watching DriversEye live from the World Racing League. Big thanks to everybody who's joined us this afternoon, and I really appreciate everybody's company both on Facebook and on YouTube. It's actually been a pretty enthralling race strategy-wise. Strategy-wise, I'm not sure it's played out the way that we expected, and certainly the main players we have now, other than maybe the NP01 and to a degree the Aston Martin, are not the large crowd of cars we expected to see at the top of the field.
Right.
Even the cars that are kind of bulletproof and rock solid through most of these 8-hour races really haven't. Well, at one point or another, they've fared reasonably well, but since then have just fallen by the wayside and disappeared back into the paddock for large chunks of time, and just rendered most of them out of contention, unfortunately. But it has left us with a lead battle in GTO and overall that is less than 3 seconds apart. Our GP1 battle had been something like a second apart and is now up over about 30 to 40 seconds. So let the here we get the race hero. But Frozen Rotors and Montgomery Motorsports are still going at it hammer and tong. GP2 being led by a car we didn't expect to see, the North Loop Motorsport number 21 BMW 328. That has an almost full lap lead over the 601 round 3 car. And TC Klein now leads GP3 because we lost some time ago the number 605 round 3 racing car.
Yep.
Which has reemerged since then.
Okay.
That being said, TC Klein car does have 4 laps in hand. But anyway, it's not the car that we, I think, would have expected to see at the top of the GP3 heap even just a couple of hours ago. So we've got a lot of intrigue left to go in this one. Your lead margin is now 1.1 seconds. it ebbs and flows constantly, and we're going to be tuned into this one like hawks, I think, for the next 89 minutes and some change. Thank you. Until we get our checkered flag for race 1 this afternoon. So with that, let's throw it to our Uncle Cooper.
Uncle Koopa.
One more time. So you get a glimpse of our Mustang coming down the pit lane here. We'll throw it to Uncle Cooper one more time for a concluding advert here in the first race from Road America, and we'll be back with you for the last 90 or so minutes of our 8 hours on Saturday from Elkhart Lakes Road America. We'll be back with you in a minute.
Bean to meat ratio.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Brendan, what's worth driving towards for you?
Home.
Home? Not
Usually
not
home.
bean to meat ratios.
I mean, look, I do love my chili.
I do love chili as well. I entertain the argument that chili isn't real chili with beans. So the fact
I
that
don't
Uncle
care.
Koopa is mentioning beans, I think.
You
That
think
puts
old
co-
Uncle Koopa knows anything about proper chilies? Where do
Yeah,
you think
he
Uncle
sounds
Koopa's
like it.
from?
That's true. He's not from the land of chili.
That's not Texas or wherever chili's from. That's like New York.
Is he from New York or is he
Sounds
from
like
Massachusetts?
Doesn't sound like Boston. It really doesn't.
I don't know. I feel like I stress the ah at the end too much. Like he gets the R in there as opposed to the ah. Welcome back to Road America. This is our Saturday, one of 2 8-hour events here this weekend at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Ryan West here, co-executive producer.
Co-executive producer.
Brendan Kasmarek over here, assistant to the co-executive producer.
Okay. Layla Kasmarek joins us sitting behind me here as well on social media at DriversEye Live on Instagram.
Social media executive.
Yes, executive. And Tanner, producer.
Tanner, producer. He grip.
Tanner joins us from the Great White North. Happy to have everybody with us this weekend, including Tanner. This is our first race with WRL race with proper production. It's made our jobs that much easier. He's done a
Stunning.
fantastic job. 8 hours sat behind a computer running VMix is awfully impressive. Oh, JT says hello as well. I thought JT was running a sim race at the moment.
He must
but
be out of the car.
Maybe he's in the car and listening for the kicks.
Would his teammates be stoked to know that he's trying to pull open Discord to send chats to us while he's driving? Tanner, give yourself a promotion.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Can we give ourselves promotions?
Yeah.
I guess I just did. So.
Do whatever you want, man.
Nice. Oh, whatever I want.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not my business.
I just work here, man.
144 laps complete at Road America. Hour and 24 to go. Pit lane for the 191. This is the Aston Martin V8 Vantage.
So do they need to stop again, or is this it? I think it's going to be close.
I'll tell you this: they were in at 128, and it's 143. So they can this last stint anyway. They did 25 laps, and with 83 minutes to go, I don't see that one happening.
I'll see. Okay, all right.
I think they're going to need at least a splash.
Okay.
The really peculiar thing is that the NP01 was in on the same lap last time. So, if anything, this is going to tilt things back in the favor of the NP01. And if that Sabico can get some laps without being stuck up behind the Aston Martin, the 191, then maybe they can jump him in the stops. Now, some of that is going to depend on the actual, pit stop stationary time. And just from a quick review, that does appear to favor the Aston Martin a little bit. Not a ton, but a little bit. But we should nevertheless see that NP01 in the pit lane here momentarily. I think that was the automatic car just come through now. Stand by.
Of course. We've got the 981 in the pits as well. The third place runner in GTO. That's going to put them pretty close to the 540 Denton Brothers racing car. So automatic has fallen back to fifth, but again, we've got some pit stops to make here.
We do. I had a message that there was a potential pass under yellow penalty coming for the 191. But I need to have some level of confirmation of that because I think it just happened.
Oh, and that's why
he should still be on 144 or 143. And instead, he's back on 142. So I need to wait for confirmation of that. But I believe that 191 has just been docked a lap for a penalty for passing under yellow.
Sucky. That's unfortunate. It sucks when stuff like that happens, and you have to imagine that it's not on purpose.
It's never on purpose. I'm certain it's never on purpose.
Yeah, you do what you can. You're in the car. Ooh, looks like the 198 being towed in. Wow, what a day. And they keep sending the cars back out there is the thing. The 199 and the 198, they're in and out of the pits all the time. And this one, finally, they're being towed in on the by the tow truck. And they're still out there. They're still doing their thing. This might have put a little hitch in the 198 giddy-up, though. We might just be looking at the 199 now.
Tanner points out that the 191 passed we think it was the 198 under yellow. Not a stopped 198, it was before that.
Right.
But managed to jump up the inside somewhere under a local yellow. So that'll do it.
Yep.
I mean, it's at least a 1 lap, if not 2 lap penalty. It just so happens that this is coming exactly the same time as the 191 was making its pit stop. Oh, and a pit road violation.
I wonder if that's why the 59 didn't really care.
They may have known.
They might have known that was coming.
Yes.
Yep.
So 2 penalties for the 191, then also a pit road violation. That's dropped that car back 2 laps, and I think essentially has, it has completely pulled that car out of contention. On board the 02, Joseph was just mentioning in our internal chat here, Jason the Closer Reichert, which is interesting because he was on board that car earlier, and he wasn't the closer.
He wasn't the closer. He's the opener and closer. I don't think that's legal. Is this a complete game for Jason Reichert if he was the opener and the closer?
Possibly. He was not the opener. I think he just did the second stint, but they put him into the finish here.
Okay, gotcha.
15th in class, according to our Sentinel overlay. Pit stops aplenty at the top of the field, Ryan. Stratus has not made it in yet. However, tons of gas, the 124 has. The 981, which you already mentioned, is into the pits. The 191 is listed as being in the pits again, or has not come back out.
And they'll be in the pits figuratively as well, frankly.
Yes.
After having a really good shot at the win here. So, we don't think 124 has got it.
No, I think out of all the cars, well, it's there-ish on pace, but its potential just hasn't really been there. I mean, they did a 2:28.2 earlier in the day, but the automatic car has been in the 29s, 30s, 31s for most of the afternoon portion of the race, literally after 12 o'clock. As things warmed up, the pace stayed there for the automatic car, whereas it felt like it really hasn't stayed there for the number 124, whereas the Stratus has been getting stronger and stronger as things go along. And I just don't know that even in a fight starting from 0, he would be able to run him down, but especially now that he's got something like 2 laps to go make up on the NP01, that there's much in it there. I will say, nobody wants to win GTO.
Right.
So there's no guarantee this NP01, or anybody else for that matter, is going to make it through to the end without a problem.
They've got 2 laps in hand and the ultimate pace.
Well, that's my point. So as long as that car stays reliable, I think there's a solid chance that yes, it is a favorite from here to the end. But again, we've seen how many leaders go by the wayside either through an issue that they created for themselves, like with the automatic car with the penalties, or some sort of mechanical issue that's taken other cars out of contention, like the Hammer car,
right?
Like the 242. Does this camera pick up crickets? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think so.
It's amazing. Welcome to Road America.
Beautiful.
We have crickets.
The national park of speed, if you will.
What are you hitting? Oh, thanks, man.
Hey, no problem. Just pass that joint back when you're done. Wait, what?
They're car keys, man. Car keys. Here we go.
Do we have some Projectamundos here?
Yeah, we do. I gotta lean in here and just decipher this a little bit. The Jurassic Park of Speed. Nice, JT.
After receiving part 12 of this message, destroy your cipher machine.
Nice. All right. So Joseph brings us our projections in GTO. For the moment, you may have seen them down the left-hand side on the tower. If Tanner's been putting those through, I don't know if he has because I haven't been paying attention to the tower.
Unclear.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so I can tell you at the moment that the 59 is projected as your race winner by something like 92%, 90 to 92%.
Strong.
Yep. The 124 is now a roughly 50% chance to finish in P2, although the 191 is taking up most of the rest of that block at about 38%, and I think that's only because it hasn't caught up to the fact that it is now. Well, I'll tell you what,
well, they're
Ryan.
all on the same lap, though.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
And the 191 is moving. They are going pretty quick.
Although, so interestingly enough, 191 has about a 35% chance to finish second and about a 42% chance to finish seventh. So feast or famine for the automatic crew, according to Joseph's computer.
Pretty wide range there.
But I think what there is a chance this automatic car can run down Denton Brothers, W2W maybe, and could still salvage a podium out of this. It's out of it for a win,
right?
I think. But there is something, I think, to be said for that car's pace here. And with 75 minutes to go, there's enough time to get something done, I think.
Yep, I would say so.
Okay, we move on. Third place, projected to be your number 981, WCW Racing Cayman. Denton Brothers, the number 540, a strong chance to finish there in P4. And P5, Joseph's computer seems to really like the 982.
We just had the 199 and the 42 go missing. I don't know if that's new. The 42 I thought was in the pits. And we also had the 198 go missing.
Yeah, the 199 is Overnight Motorsports. It's,
oh, that's both of them then.
And which was the other car?
198, 199, and 42.
42 is tons of gas. That's the GP2 tons of gas M4. Obviously, we know the 199 is the Overnight Motorsports car that's pitted out in front of us here. And
right.
The other 198 Overnight Motorsports car, also missing.
They still have the Pellegrini sticker
They
on
do,
there.
but the team name is now Overnight Motorsports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll move on to GP1 here. Joseph has it up on his screen so kindly for us. 984 Team Frozen Rotors, which we think is probably correct. It comes in for its last stop of the day.
Du jour.
Yep. The 24 has come through and hauled itself onto the same lap as the leader. I think that 24 is going to be good on stops to the end. So whatever we have in GP1, when these two cars cycle back out, is going to be the battle to the flag. Now, Joseph's projection here takes into account the a good portion of the lap times, representative lap times for each of those cars. So it seems to like the 984 because it is out in front and probably has better lap times than the number 24. However, these cars are going to be within a shouting distance of each other on track without any stops to make before the checkered flag falls at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So this is going to be one to watch as far as on-track battles go. And I think the pace of the number 984 when it comes out of the pits here in another lap or so is going to give us a good indication of what we can expect out of this battle through to the checkered flag this afternoon. Number 115 projected to finish third. That's the winning formula. It's got a good lap in hand over the number 23 Rennsport KC entry. And then Ronnie Phelps projected to finish there in P5. We move on to GP2. The number 21 by almost, I believe that's 100%, 99%. Yep, North Loop Motorsports. We kind of know that because it's got well over a lap in hand over the 601. The 601 had some issues more recently. And then the number 678 Chill Out Systems MX5 had a little hiccup earlier this afternoon that cost it. Actually, I'm not sure it cost it time. I think it may have been docked a couple of laps for a penalty, but I don't know that for sure. So we'll get confirmation of that. But in any case, it's put it 3 laps behind the class that it class lead, which it held in dominant fashion up until very recently. We move on to GP3, where TC Klein should be your aggressively projected winner. And we'll wait for Joseph's screen to move on here. Yeah, 95%, and that makes sense because it's got 3 laps in hand, even though it is in the pits now, over the number 15 AOA Motorsports MX5. The 15 probably has another stop to make. This should be the last stop for TC Klein to get it through to the flag. And barring any other major interruptions, I think that number 93 has pretty much locked up the GP3 class win there. The number 605 Round 3 Racing projected to finish third. I move our attention back on track, or at least into the pit lane, because the number 984 Team Frozen Rotors Porsche Cayman is into the pits after a lap that took 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Well, it's not, I did mute you there while you were doing that. It's not just that it's stunning, Ryan. This car has a problem.
Okay.
Whatever the issue for the 24 was, this car's been stationary for a long time. It's had a long lap. And the next time we see the 24, it's going to be the pass that changes the GP1 class league hands over to the BMW. The Cayman, for what it's worth, jacked up on the left rear side, just in front of the left rear wheel.
Do you think they have a frozen rotor?
That would be the ultimate irony, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yeah, I don't believe that that's the case here, though. It's somebody with a helmet in a fire suit is paying a lot of attention to the left rear corner of that car. Well, a man has just thrown his hands in the air and then back down as if I can't believe it, this is ridiculous. The car is being shaken back and forth at every corner, but doesn't want to appear to go anywhere. It doesn't look like they were able to find anything when they had the left rear corner of the car jacked into the air. So forget everything we just said about GP1.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think this is pretty much, unless the 984 can get back out there very, very quickly, this is the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports car's chance to more or less seal this up. Joseph's just a broken damper. It could be, but the car's not sitting at an odd angle. It's just being rocked back and forth, almost like...
I also wonder if there's a linkage loose somewhere.
Yeah,
like,
I don't...
I guess you'd have spherical bearings on this instead of, like, bushings. So yeah, maybe they have a noise that they're hearing, maybe like an anti-roll bar loose, something like that.
And now they're decking the right-hand side of the car into the air as through comes the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports BMW into the GP1 lead.
they're looking underneath it. They haven't just sent it immediately to the paddock. So whatever it is, it's almost as if they want to confirm what it is and tell the driver either, yep, that we see what that is, it's fine, keep going, or no, that's broken.
Sorry, Ryan. Stratus car into and out of the pits, a 2:32 flat last time around, but the lead margin is 12 seconds. Tons of Gas sits in second, and the two of them did lap times last time that were 0.004 of a second apart.
Right. And are they both on the same pit cycle now?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, they're a handful
Ish.
of laps apart,
Right.
but the crucial factor there is that those handful of laps are the difference potentially between being able to make it through to the end, roughly 100. It's called 70 to 75 minutes versus 75 to 80 minutes.
Right.
Right. So those 4 or 5 laps actually could end up making a big difference here in the favor of Stratus.
Gotcha.
Where Tons of Gas would have to conserve a little bit, potentially not to have to come in and make another stop. The 984 is moving again, but I would suggest not with any urgency. Well, and maybe not in a way that suggests it's headed back out on track.
The counterpoint is that they are not just rushing to the back of their pit stall to get ready to mess with it in the paddock.
No, that's very true, but, yeah, let's see what happens here. They've still got a lap in hand over the winning formula, the number 115. So there is still a second place finish to be salvaged here if they can get it back out on track. But I can't see far enough down the front straightaway to see if they've actually come out and pit out or made the right-hand turn to go back into the paddock. Like
if only
you
we
said,
had a turn 3 camera.
It's fair.
Turn 3.
Tanner's very good at taking hits. Oh, maybe we don't.
That's turn 5.
115 is into the pit, says Joseph. That is the winning formula.
There it is. Okay, so it went back out.
Very good.
All right, well, hopefully that is everything they needed to do.
It could, well, it's one of two things, Ryan. Either they were able to solve it, it was a quick fix, and they sent it back out, or they got in there, couldn't find what was wrong with the car, and said, well, it seems safe, we're going to let it go, and if something happens or it gets worse, come back in, because we can't find anything.
They are now walking the pit cart and their fuel jug.
Well, I would assume that that's their last stop of the day regardless.
Ah, that's true. Okay.
Unless they really had work to do.
Right.
That is probably the last time that car will be in the pit box today anyway.
I will note that
Flatbed on track at turn 6. Sorry, Ryan.
they didn't appear to fix anything. Nothing was...
No, I agree.
tools were used.
And that's
so
why I'm leaning more towards the latter
Yeah.
solution there. No, it wasn't the 984. That's the 984 in the paddock. It just made the left-hand turn behind this row
we
of
looked at the
trailers over
701. My apologies.
You're right, yeah.
Yep.
So this is the 984 Frozen Rotors car, your previous leader of GP1. I wouldn't be shocked if that's the last we saw of that car for today.
Right.
With just over an hour left.
Well, now the clock starts. Can you get the car done
For tomorrow. Well, it looks like they've got to figure out what it is first. Because
Right.
nobody down there seemed to have it diagnosed in a way that suggested they were going to be able to go and fix the problem quickly.
Now, here's a question for you. Are the Porsche Caymans and Boxsters less reliable today, or is that just what most of the field is, and therefore the ones that are having issues are...
I think it's probably just a larger distribution of Caymans and Boxsters. That being said, I think we've seen more attrition here today. This track it's not technical, but it will push the mechanics of a car very, very hard.
The fundamentals of it as well. You know, the engine.
Yes, that's what I mean.
dampers,
Any of the
suspension,
mechanical aspects of the car, it
Right.
will push very, very hard. And I think it certainly doesn't seem to be the same failure on every car. But think about it. We've already mentioned how long you spend on the throttle here. You spend a lot of time at top revs at the end of straightaways. Right? These are high-load, high-speed corners. And what do you do at the end of your high-load, high-speed corner? You run it out over massive serrated curves. Right? Which create their own jolts that get sent through every stressed member of the chassis, right? Yep. So, on top of that, it's not like you're doing it for a 40-minute sprint race. You've been at it for 7 hours. You've got to do another 8 tomorrow. My guess is that this is just, maybe not in the way Sebring is a car breaker, because those are a lot of jolts, you know, just very spiky sort of loads through the car. These are more sustained loads, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this is just a track that
that's a little bit harder on the cars.
Yeah, Joseph is pointing out the 984's pit history. I've seen that a couple times, Joseph. He's a silent partner today. Seen that a couple times, and it's just an artifact eraser. I'm not sure what's created that, but I assume it's a timing thing.
Yeah, we have noticed
it's
that.
Not technically accurate. I just look for the long laps and I move on because all those lap times are correct. Into the pits comes the number 115 Mazda MX-5 with a rear wing that looks like it's been jacked off of a BMW Z4 GT3.
Yeah, something.
Very similar uprights
that's a
there.
Big wang.
All the way to the same height as the roof.
Yep, which is what you want.
Sure.
You either want it really far back there or really high.
I actually really quite like the look of that.
It does. Well, with the air dam on the front as well.
Yeah, it would look terrible without it. But yeah. Lonnie Phelps into the pit lane for the last time, the number 777.
Oh, what a car. What a car. Stunning. And it's clean, too, and they've kept it clean all day. Yes, that's correct. Yep. Layla pointing out that it's tan and not white. That's why it looks good, and that's why conversion vans look good.
It's cream, yeah.
Yeah.
Tan, cream.
Creme. Nice and creamy.
Burnt orange and cream. I don't know what's happening over here. Horns down indeed, dear. 151 laps down.
Wow.
And an hour still to go.
1 hour to go. So we lost a few laps with the red flag.
I don't think it was a lot though.
18 minutes worth.
Yeah, right. Which will probably be about 8 laps.
Right.
Yeah. But worth noting, since that, not a single double yellow.
That's true.
And I think credit where credit is due. Not just to the Road America safety staff, who deserve all of the credit in the world for going out with tilt beds and flat toes and putting their boots on the ground and getting these cars out as a hot pull to allow racing to continue.
Right.
But also to the drivers who are behaving responsibly around safety and recovery vehicles. Car stopped at the exit of turn 8, and I missed the number because it was caught up behind one of the EVs there. So, but anyway, credit where credit is due to the drivers behaving responsibly, doing what they're supposed to do to allow these hot pulls to continue. It was threatened that if safety was not held to the highest standard, that the safety crews would not engage in hot pulls, which is fair enough.
Correct. And they've managed to do that. They've kept the safety where it needs to be. They've held up their end of the bargain, and as a result, the race has been a little bit more pleasant as well. We don't have just the constant interruption going on.
Layla points out, boots on the ground.
Tough.
Boots
that's
on
tough. I'm sorry.
Boots on the ground. It says so much. Oh boy, there's a problem here. It'll be a long flight home. Boots on the ground might as well just be Pilates on the pavement.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I like that better.
Oh, goodness.
Although I wouldn't be shocked if the safety crew were wearing steel toes, which would. And I don't think Pilates makes steel toes. Do you? I can't imagine they do. Probably not. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Sorry, dear. I'm sorry I called you Joseph. Oh, boy. Oh, we have fun here.
Live from Road America.
Oh, boy. 7 hours
WRL
down.
2021.
An hour to go.
Boom.
On the dot. Well, according to our timer, anyway. We are going to follow the race hero timer from here out. There's only about a 40-second difference, so we'll live with that. 152 laps complete. Stratus Racing leads GTO and overall by 18 seconds at the moment. It'll be, well, it is unknown at this moment how pit strategy is going to play out. But I think there's a chance the number 124 tons of gas BMW is may need a splash before the end here, whereas the Stratus Racing NP01, I think there's a good chance it's going to make it home without a stop. Denton Brothers Racing up into third at the cost of the number 981 W2W car, but that will not last forever because the 540 is going to need another stop. Automatic racing, we think, is probably good from here on out. I think it's probably good from here on out. The number 191, 151 laps completed, but within striking range of that number 540 Denton Brothers Racing Cayman. Just 7 seconds in arrears. Going as quickly, but again, we think that 540 needs to stop. We know that 540 needs to stop. GP1 Montgomery Motorsports is out in front all alone. The Frozen Rotors car stuck in the pit lane for the last 5 laps means the winning Formula number 115, which itself had a long stop, will come up into second, but still 5 laps off of the GP1 class lead. GP2 led at the moment by just about a lap between North Loop Motorsport and the number 601 Round 3 racing car. Fat and Furious Racing, the number 525, sits in third. Joseph prompts us and asks for our top three sounding cars today.
I'm going to need a little bit of cash in the chat in order to do that. Joseph's not a super chat member.
Oh, okay.
He's kicking a little
That's
bit of cash if he wants to do that.
Yeah, we don't do super chat on DriversEye.
Yeah.
We barely do chat on DriversEye. I don't know. I'd take the Aston in that one for sure.
I think so. Or the Stang.
Oh, the 68?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's quite good.
Oh my God! Why? You know what year the Mustang is? Probably
A 68.
It's a 68.
Did you not make that connection till now?
Yes.
I made that connection sometime earlier, but I didn't want to be that obtuse about it. I just figured I would let it ride, and if you had an idea of what year it actually was, I was going to let you say it.
It was in that range.
Okay.
And then yeah. Wow. All right.
We did mention this earlier, and I don't mind mentioning it again, as I just noticed the 678 Chill-Out Systems MX-5 has gone missing again. I don't mind mentioning this. It is fantastic to see the classic cars out in action today.
Oh, it's totally.
The C4, which I think is listed as a Camaro. Pretty sure it's not a Camaro.
No, there's
C4?
no Camaro.
Yeah, okay. So it's on the Race Heroes Camaro, but it's definitely a C4. And that 68 Ford Mustang, year or number. Just awesome to see it out in amongst the GT4s and the TCRs. Okay, in separate categories, and maybe not going quite as quickly, but those cars have just as much place on a racetrack, and there's not many places you can go where you would find those cars not just sharing a track, but in the same class as these factory-built race cars. Coming up to the yellow flag zone here at Turn 8, if we can stick with this onboard for a second. We'll peek to the right. Nope, I have no idea. That might be the 678, actually. It did look black and white.
Here comes the O2, probably for their last stop.
I would agree with that.
They're hustling on that pit stop. The O2 knows they're not in contention for anything, and they are hauling the mail, making sure that their stop is primo A1 stuff. Look at that. The driver hustles over the concrete barrier, get the other driver in, moving around. They're all hustling. Fuel cans out. Good to go. Pit lane has thinned out considerably since this morning. So as much as I waxed lyrical about, well, hopefully we can get stuff fixed up and we'll have all these cars will come back tomorrow, it's looking less and less likely as the time goes on here. So we'll take a look tomorrow morning and see where we're at as far as a number of cars starting. So the 601 just comes past the start-finish straight. Not bad on the delay here either. That's pretty good. I think we've had a good weekend for latency. That's kind of where we're at right now, is talking about latency. Alrighty, so we look back at the number 59 Stratus Racing car. They are a full lap in hand ahead of the number 124 still. Oh no, my apologies. We just clicked through. The 124 15 seconds back, which has not changed tremendously. So actually the 124 a full second a lap faster than the 59 on that last lap. So with 54 minutes to go or so, you're looking at half a second a lap, which isn't unreasonable, but also the 59 can turn it up as well. and extract a little bit of pace out of there. They are... The 59's fastest lap is, like we were saying earlier, about 3 seconds a lap quicker than the 124's. As the 484 BMW comes into the pit lane. Goes quiet for a moment here, at least where we're at. O2 head back up out of the pit lane. Do we have the O2 on board, Tanner? Perfect. So we'll actually be able to see them exit the pits here. That'll be nice. Looks like the closer is not in the car anymore because the last driver had already got out. So we'll see what the updated driver situation is here. Yeah, the more I keep listening, it's going to be the 191 for me as far as the best sounding car as it just comes past here in the pit lane. They're now servicing lap 154. The 191 just scored back into the lead, so I wonder if they were able to appeal their penalty and got their lap back. So they have just gone back through into first place ahead of the Stratus Racing car. They're now on lap 155, and Stratus is on 154. Lap 154 on second, third, and fourth place for the 59, the 124, and the 540. Again, we think the 540 owes us a stop still, and the 59 Stratus just goes by. So if this is the case, that they just clicked through, if the automatic racing car got their lap back, there's a 40-second gap for the number 59 to try to make up there. That's not a small amount, especially when you've got less than an hour to go. You're talking about a little better than a second a lap, a little bit less than that. About 8/10 or so a lap to catch. And generally, I'd say that car has the pace, but can you get that pace lap after lap after lap after lap, this close to the end of the race when everybody else is kind of pushing a bit? 134 car still going out there with no front fender. Looks lovely. Thunder Bunny in the 350Z. If we could go back on board that car, give them a little bit of love, that'd be lovely. The number 350 car. So you can just hear in the onboard, taking it easy on the exit of that turn there. Don't know if he chose that gear on purpose or if that was intentional. Now goes back for a lower gear again. And hammer back down. That is going to be another one of your differences. We were talking earlier about the differences between a factory-built car and like a home-built or professionally built from a road car. Most of the time on a modified road car, as you can hear on board the Thunder Bunny car, you're going to have to rev match for your downshifts, and it does take a certain amount of finesse. Whereas a lot of these, as the 191 comes back to pit lane, so Brendan, you missed it. The 191 got their lap back,
I heard,
and then are now in the pit lane again.
But not stopping.
So I don't know what the deal with that is. The 99 actually just came back out again.
Oh, well, that's good to see.
Good to see it. So that means hopefully we'll see them again tomorrow.
Oh, that 191 is stopping all the way at the north end. I didn't think they were that far up there. As an EV enters the track at the end of the front straightaway.
Interesting.
I think. So the 191, I am aware, got its lap back. The pit road penalty was recalled.
Okay.
So that was overturned. C4 number 38 comes into the pits. But the penalty on the 191 was recalled. It's back into the pits what feels early, but also might just be its last splash to get it to the end. They've chosen not to wait all the way until the end of the race. It is moving again, and I believe has headed back out on track from pit out, just like that. So,
But they are now back behind the Stratus car.
exactly, yes.
Does the Stratus car need to stop again?
I didn't think so, and that was my point with the 59
Right.
versus the 124.
Right.
Tons of gas car, that I think the couple of laps later that Stratus pitted was maybe enough to prevent it from having to do a splash to the end. I will say that I think if tons of gas can push, or for that matter, if the 191 can push the Stratus car, then maybe it can get it to use up enough fuel to have to make a stop before the end and,
Right.
and kind of leave all these lead cars on equal footing. But I also wouldn't be shocked that 59 can make it to the end regardless. So that's the next car we're looking for out on track. Because I don't think the 59 came... I'm sorry, I don't think the 191 got out without the Stratus car coming through. Or for that matter, the 124.
A car being towed here. What is that? Is that the Corvette? It is. It's the number 33. Rough day for the 33 at the beginning. Rough day at the end.
It's such a shame, too. It's such a good-looking car.
Yeah. Another one of the cars here that's got the big ol' wang.
With those goofy cutout rear, World Challenge rear wing end plates.
Yes.
I don't know if it was the Gelati cars that ran those or what, but it's got very reminiscent of late 2000s, early 2010s GT World Challenge.
You know, Brendan,
GT Challenge.
some cars have wings that are...
Leader comes through.
Leader
Sorry.
comes through. No, you're totally fine.
Yep, it's the 59 Stratus Racing NV01 first. We look to our right and wait for the next one. Should be either the 191 or the 124.
We'll have to wait and see here.
There's the 124. That gap is 16 seconds. That's gone out by 8 seconds on this lap alone.
And there goes the 191. The 191 hauling the mail down the straight. If they had anything in hand, they are not letting it go now. I'd say they're on full attack. Brendan, I do want to just point out here real quick while we're at a natural stopping point. We were talking about wings earlier, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that there's some wings that are quite small, right?
Yeah.
And there's probably a few wings that are really too big. You're paying for too much wing relative to what you need, right? What about wings that are just right? What are some other car parts that you know of that aren't too expensive, not too cheap, that are just right?
Can we just let Uncle Cooper do this? I don't want to do this anymore.
Certainly.
I hate this gag.
Let's send it on down to Uncle Koopa.
For the last time today at Road America. Thanks to Cooper Tires for being a part of the 2020 season.
Discoverers would be great for my 4Runner, by the way. I can get you my address.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Uncle Cooper says it best.
Incidentally, go to sleep, I love you is how I'm feeling about the end of this race. No, that's not true.
No.
I'm
That's how he's feeling about working with me.
I'm dragging a little bit, but no. Just in general, it's been a long day. But the end of this race is kind of shaping up to be something special here. If that 191 has anything like the amount of pace it needs.
It's now showing in the pit again.
No, that was its outlap. It shows
gotcha.
that on the outlap. It came through 8 seconds behind the 124 tons of gas car.
Right,
So,
I thought that would have registered it back.
And by the way, I don't
Okay,
know
so
if
there went the
Stratus,
NPO1.
yep.
Yep.
Just looking at the lap time here, the last time for the number 191 was a 3:28.7, which is about 30 seconds shorter than it normally is, which says to me that that was its splash and go, and they're good to the end now.
All right, we're just waiting for the next car to come through.
There's
So
the
there's the 124.
19 seconds.
And then the
back.
191. I think the 191 has closed up on the 124 a little bit.
It has, and it's actually pulled 8/10 in on the Stratus Racing NP01 as well.
Okay.
So as the 124 drops off the back of the NP01 and the 191 closes in on the back of the 124, the 191 also closes in on the back of the 59. And that is, I think, our key gap to the end of the race, because I think this 124, either through pit strategy or lack of pace, is probably going to fall by the wayside, at least back to third.
Mhm.
And we're going to see the straight fight we kind of thought we would see between the 59 and the 191.
Let's see.
Consider this also, Ryan.
Okay.
That 191 car only had one laps given back. The pass under yellow was not rescinded.
Okay.
So we could be in a position now where this 191 car was over a minute out in front of the NP01.
Gotcha.
Instead, because of an error of its own judgment,
Right.
with a waving yellow down here at 5 again,
Yeah.
we now have the number 191 having to chase down the NP01 to the end. I feel like we've seen this before with the Aston Martin from Automatic Racing having to chase somebody down to a checkered flag.
I
Did
think
this
we
not
have too.
happen at Circuit of the Americas?
I believe so.
I think it did.
Now, there ended up being a tech issue there at the end, right?
It did on the that was the Sunday race, I think, right?
Yes.
Or maybe it was the Saturday.
It was the Saturday, because the Sunday they had ended up being slowed down a little bit. So I don't think, because the 191 was not setting the world on fire as far as pace before, I don't think that they are going to have it. From my external viewpoint, I wouldn't anticipate the 191 having the same tech issues that they had that.
Oh,
last time.
no, I wouldn't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think that that's what's going on here. I think they genuinely do have good pace. You can see from their best lap, they don't have the best pace, but they have good pace.
No, that car has good racing pedigree, too.
Yeah,
I mean, that was
absolutely.
one of the cars that ran in Coney Challenge, Continental Tire, whatever it was at its time, right?
Right.
That car has been since retired. Automatic Racing now runs the newer Aston Martins, and this car is relegated to the World Racing League.
And we got the
Not that I
198
mind.
back in the pit lane
Yes,
here.
we do. Overnight Motorsports.
Missed him. Well, they've got Pellegrini Motorsports on their fender. They've got Ramey Motorsports on their Easy Up. Says Overnight Motorsports on the entry. There's the 191 again.
It is this time. The 191 picks up.
Ooh, no, they lost.
Well, they picked up time to the 124, but you're right. They lost about 2.5 seconds to the number 59 Stratus car, and that margin is now 27. So he gained 0.8 and then lost 2.5 seconds.
Right.
Which is not a good way to go chase that car down. However, also no guarantee here that this 59 can make it to the end. We're going to do this math one more time here. 147. Its last stint was 30 laps. So let's see. 147, 30 laps is 177. We're at 159. It needs to go 18 more laps. Oh, yeah, he'll be fine. 18 laps in 40 minutes. 18 laps at 2.5 lap. 18 laps at 2.5 minutes a lap is 45 minutes.
Right.
We're at 40. So we should
Should
car
be
should be
okay.
good.
Right. I don't think the 191 will stop trying.
Oh, I wouldn't. No.
Yeah,
You got to push.
but-
You
yeah.
got to push that 59 just as hard as you can. On the off chance that they didn't get that car full of fuel, or they had been saving to make it 30 laps, if they can
Right.
only do 28 or 29 at full tilt, you've got to push that car as hard as you can.
Right.
We know that 191 is going to be good to the end.
Yep.
For sure.
I'd agree.
Into the pits comes the number 52 Team ACP Tangier and Associates, and gives up the spot to the number 14 Horseman Motorsports Porsche Cayman. GP1 podium at the moment. Still Montgomery Motorsports leading by 4 laps now from Rennsport KC because of the long pit stop from the winning Formulas number 115. Ronnie Phelps slides the number 777 into third onto the GP1 podium. GP2, North Loop Motorsports still leads round 3 racing by over a lap. Fat and Furious Racing, the number 525, rides in P3. Back in GP3, TC Klein still leads the number 605 from round 3 racing by 4 laps. And then another 2 laps back to the number 15 AOA Motorsports MX5. Self has just gone missing on Race Hero, but has a 3-lap margin still back to the number 928 Stellar Motorsports Mazda MX5.
So the 191 just pulled it back to within 26 seconds. So they've got about another, they made up about a second and 2/10
so
or so.
much of this is down to how you catch traffic.
Yep.
But ironically, at least what we've experienced so far, and remember we had this yellow flag here at turn 5, which is now gone. So there for a while, it wasn't just catching traffic. If you got stuck behind a very slow car through that yellow flag zone, or a train of cars through the yellow flag zone,
Right.
you were hosed until you got out of turn 7 and could actually accelerate past a chunk of them.
Yep.
This racing is making me thirsty.
I don't think we have a drink sponsor. Not anymore, anyway.
We did, didn't we, for a long time? 67 into the pits. That's the BRFRS. 86. Very slow number 9 Team ACP M2 Club Sport into the pit lane. Very slow.
That's what the right speed.
You think so?
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, seeing that M2 Club Sport up close, I don't think I like it that much. The back end looks very bulky. This is personal preference.
I got you.
I hadn't really paid attention until this moment, seeing it go past 35 miles an hour.
There's the 57 coming to the pit lane as well. 57 Miata.
So just doing the math on the number 124, the car's last stint was 24 laps, 120 to 144 is when they were last in. That would take them to 170, and we think our race here is going to go about to 177. As through comes your leading NP01, once again, a 231.715. Brian's standing up for the end of this.
Yep.
Tons of gas comes through and loses a little bit of time back to the leader, but Automatic Racing does a 229.7.
That puts them within 24 seconds. So
Yep.
they're pulled the gap back down.
Another 2 seconds on that lap alone, and the gap is under 2.5 up to the number 124 tons of gas BMW.
So it's still about a second and a half until he's in DRS range.
No DRS here, of course. Groundsmen are very particular about their DRS.
Yeah. Who's going to be the first Club Series to do DRS?
Nobody.
No, I think that'd be great.
Unless it's like an eject button on a rear wing, I don't think DRS is coming. And anyway, these cars don't have that much drag. Oh my gosh. Did you see that Esteem the 981 had on the 198 down the front straightaway?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my word. Tanner asked if DTM counts because they had DRS.
DTM's not a Club Series.
You say that.
Much
I
as
think
they're starting to become one.
I think that's an unintentional dig at DTM, which I am 100% here for.
Well, DTM isn't even DTM anymore.
You're right.
Are they going to have DRS?
Not
with the
another
GT3
GT3
cars?
series. No.
See, that would be impressive, though. That would be a flex if DTM said, hey, we'll take homologated GT3 cars, but with DRS.
Unrestricted GT3 cars. That's your target.
Yeah, no
I would
kidding.
watch that 100%. And welcome to those of you who are just joining us from the GT World Challenge broadcast at Magny-Cours, which ended a couple of minutes ago.
Ooh, 15 cut it a little bit close on the mix of the pit
with
there.
the 982.
Yeah. You know what I haven't seen go by recently is the TBR 1 Series.
Oh, the Thunder Bunny car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that recently either, which is unfortunate. It doesn't really work out for my whole it's a good car thing if that's broken down.
But you know what? This is one race. I mean, that car has been
Yes, it's
really
been there.
quite good
Yeah.
over
yeah.
the other races we've done in WRL, or it's done in WRL.
Stratus car just did a 229.
Yeah, that's his first dip back into the 29s in the last 2 or 3 laps here.
We'll see. We should be getting both of the other cars, the second and third place cars here. Oh, 191 right on the 124.
228.6 from the Aston Martin. That car is going to be run absolutely ragged from here to the checkered flag.
They're now down to
question about it.
22.5 seconds.
Here's the problem, Ryan. We started talking about this 12 minutes ago. Since then, we've done 3 or 4 laps, and the gap has only come down like 4 seconds.
They had that one where they went too far the other direction.
No, that's true.
But I think all the times that they have gained, they've been gaining at the right pace.
I don't know if it's enough. It is if the Stratus car is doing 31s, no question about that, but it just did a 29.9, so I'm not sure that there's enough time there, especially if he gets hung up behind the 124. The 124 lets him go, then, there's a better shot here. Actually, this is the move into the braking zone at turn 5. The 191 is super deep on the brakes and gets the move done. So forget what I just said about him being held up by the 124.
Yep.
So change for second overall, and it will unleash the number 191 Automatic Racing Aston Martin to go chase down the number 59 Spico NP01. Nothing really of impact elsewhere in the field, at least for the moment, unless we get some pit stops before the end of the race, but I don't see anything that would suggest that that's likely.
No drama coming?
No, it doesn't look like it. Not elsewhere, anyway. I could see a battle maybe shaping up for second in GP1, Rennsport KC and Ronnie Phelps Motorsports. I think that there's potential there, assuming that Rennsport KC does not have to make a stop. And looking at their lap chart, I think they'll be okay. That gap is 14.5 seconds. You can find it on Race Hero in 14th and 15th overall. Or, of course, you can sort by class and follow along with just GP2. However, or GP1, excuse me. However, if your alternative is to also follow the 59 and the 191 at the head of the field, you should be doing that. Joseph points out that the number 57 just came out after 5 hours worth of service, which is impressive. Layla grimaces. Sounds awful. 5 hours worth of service. Through comes the 191. 20.6. And even though he just did a 230.8, the Stratus car did a 232.8. So, 20.5 seconds and something like 14 laps to go to the end. 13 to 14 laps. It's probably about right. It's okay. Take your time.
20 seconds, I'd say that's still doing what he needs to do.
That is doable. And the fact that it's been 2 seconds, give or take, the last couple of laps, definitely brings us to within range. But he can't let up, and he can't take the life out of the tires.
Well, it's the Stratus car's race to give away at this point. If they can run sub-30s, they're fine.
I don't know that that's true.
I do. They just did a 32.8, but they had done a 29 prior. If they could keep the 29s going,
what you're saying.
then
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily up to them. So much of that is dependent on how they catch traffic, and that's just sheer luck.
Mm-hmm. Trying to get a little bit more of a haze over the track as well. At least to off to the left here. A lot more cloud cover than there was earlier. We've progressively gotten more cloudy. It was a nice sunny blue day when we started. Now starting to get a little bit more of the gray.
Yeah, not rain gray, just high cloud, high overcast gray. Yeah. But not much left for us to take care of here today. 29 minutes and 52 seconds. We're into the final half hour.
Right.
For the closure of our first race here from Road America. Thank everybody, as always, for joining us on DriversEye Live this afternoon. It's been a pleasure having you all in your company. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, Layla Kazmarek, at DriversEye Live. I almost called you Layla Comfort. Because the last time I did this, I think you were. Yeah, no, I know, but we were talking about Comforts last night, too. The Wisconsin Comfort.
I thought you had just got married when she was at the last
That might have
one.
been the case. Yeah, maybe you're right. Anyway, at DriversEye Live for us on social media.
What a
There's,
honeymoon that must have been.
Playlist
Scenic Lynn
Thunder
County,
Hill,
California.
Willows, California. Got the honeymoon suite in the Motel 6.
Yes! We're at the track, folks!
Whoa! Long lap from the Stratus car. A 2:37.9, and the margin is 11 seconds at the front of the field.
That's not going to do it.
I wonder
that's
what
not gonna
happened there
work.
with the Stratus car. I wonder if he made an error in traffic or if he just got really desperately unlucky with a yellow flag or something to that effect. That is a huge amount of time to give up.
Huge. The Stratus car is losing time. You know it. I know it. They know it.
Tanner is, of course, with us as well. Tanner, producer. Poor Tanner. Meme Central on Discord here, man. This is great. But we've got some real action at the front of the field here, and it's all about watching the lap times from the number 59 Stratus Racing NP01.
Are we sure there's no way the O2 can come back?
Yes.
I mean, I feel like the answer is yes, and that's accurate. But also, like,
It's in 28th, Ryan.
are we sure they don't have an overboost function?
I mean,
Are they not going to start clicking off 130s here?
I highly doubt. 601 into the pit lane from third in GP2. No, second in GP2, excuse me. But that car not really in contention.
Okay, so here's the question then, and maybe Joseph can chime
class
in.
win.
I don't think Joseph's listening. That's okay. If the O2 pulled in, parked, the driver got out and got into an Audi R8 LMP1 car, could they win?
No. 18 laps in 27 minutes? No.
No? Okay. All right.
No. Although, I mean, that car could probably do like 152.
150. Okay, so not quite.
What if
there.
it got into level 5's esports racing?
I think the
It
Audi
wouldn't last-
LMP1 is longer, is faster. But didn't they do? Wasn't the race 10 laps?
Yeah, but I
Turn it down a little bit.
Maybe it might make it. 2:33.5 last time around for Stratus.
There's the
goes
191.
2:31.5. So they both slowed down a little bit, but it doesn't matter because the 191 picks up 2 seconds anyway. In the meantime,
9 seconds.
the margin from tons of gas up to Stratus is now 15.7. So they're both closing in on the NP01.
Yes,
which,
they are.
had you told me it was going to happen 20 minutes ago, I don't think I would have believed either. Potential battle shaping up here between Will to Win and Denton Brothers as well. Denton Brothers has made their final pit stop. Will to Win is going to be really close on making it to the end without a stop. Really close. Are you clapping because I said Will to Win this time?
This
Great.
is crucial.
Through goes the NP01 at turn 5. There's the Aston Martin. There's no way that margin is 9 seconds anymore.
Has Joseph updated his thing, or am I just now seeing that?
No, his screen share is live.
Oh, okay.
Whatever you're seeing on his screen is very much live.
Tell us about your stream experience. Or didn't load. Feedback submitted. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. That 38 goes by. I really want to get into the pit lane tomorrow and see how wide the 38.
You should not be inviting our WRL viewers to submit their stream experience.
No, this was on Discord.
It's a very bad idea. I am not prepared emotionally for that.
I'm not either.
I just like being here.
Have we ever had a comments card? A suggestion box?
We get some feedback.
No, but like, have we ever like walked into the paddock and been like, "Hey, can you rate us a 1 to 10?" Oh, 3. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think your face is a 3, man.
Was that a 3 when you messed up your pit stop earlier? Yeah, I got the data.
Numbers, man. All right, 24 minutes to go. We can do this. Automatic racing, chasing down Stratus Racing, as has been the case. Back to the GP1 battle for second. shaping up between Rensport KC and Ronnie Phelps.
We do have a red and yellow surface flag. Is this a red and a
Start.
yellow, or is that a surface flag at start? It is a surface flag.
Yes, and it's gone. So either it was there for 2 laps and we missed it.
Stratus. There we are.
2:31.6.
This feels like longer than 9 seconds.
It really does.
10 seconds.
2:33.1. Yeah, back to 10.5. So that's the wrong direction. But it made such fantastic gains the last couple of laps that I think it can cede a little bit of time here, but it can't do that anymore. Because as we have said several times, catching is one thing, passing is quite another.
In this instance, I don't think the passing will be the hard part. I really don't.
No, and when we saw these cars head-to-head on track about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago,
124 pulls into the pit lane.
Okay, there we go. We did not think it had tons of gas left.
No.
Indeed, it does not. And
it did use tons of gas this last
Yes,
stint.
it did. In any case, we saw these cars head-to-head, the 59 and the 191, and that very much went in favor of the 191.
Yep.
It had the speed and the legs in the right places. It held up the 59, where the 59 was going to be faster through the mid-corners. It just needs to be close enough to be able to make the move down the straight.
I really think the 59 needs 3 seconds coming out of 12, if not more.
For the end of the front straightaway?
Yeah.
So that feels like a lot. I would buy about a second and a half there. A second
I
to a
think
second
I
and a
think
half
it's
would be
less than
clear.
that. I really do. Especially for that part of the track, Get on the horn with TJ, see what the sector times are.
I don't know if they have sector times.
Surely they do if they're able to tell the speed of the car.
Well, that's
and all
the
that.
new unit, but not everybody is running those transponders this weekend.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. This is the traditional live timing and scoring.
702 missing half of its bumper, it looks like. I only just now caught that. Don't know how long that's been.
We saw that very early. The right rear corner of the bumper on the 702.
This was the left front.
Oh, wrong bumper.
Here's the 585 AOA car. It's been a tough day for AOA.
It really has.
Really, really tough.
Very long, busy day down in the pits.
Yep.
I wonder if that yellow flag for the recovery of that car was contributing somewhat to the challenges in lap times, both for the 59 and for the 191.
The headlight is also not on correctly.
No. Through goes the Sabico, 240 or 228.6.
That's closer to what they need to be
Yeah,
doing.
and they've got some clear track out in front here. So does the Aston Martin, for that matter.
Aston Martin back to 11.5.
229.5. So on average, the Aston Martin has still picked up oodles of time on the NP01, but the NP01 is getting some of that back now, and it's sort of starting to correct itself and restabilize.
Right.
Here goes the NP01, then I think the Montgomery Motorsports BMW, and next up will be your Aston Martin.
Just about 20 minutes to go here at Road America as we wind down here and start to see the end. I think it's a good time to remind you to catch us tomorrow. We'll be back an hour earlier than today.
Lots of opinions about that.
Yep.
8 a.m. for a green flag, 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be live roughly 10 minutes before that. Same places, YouTube, Facebook, both the WRL Facebook and the DriversEye Live Facebook page. At DriversEye Live on Instagram will be active as well as our Facebook page, thanks to Layla, Kazmarek. Tanner will be back with us producing for tomorrow. And I think we're going to get JT and or Scott for commentary tomorrow as well, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Your boy JT.
He is my favorite Timber.
It's really sad up here in the booth right now.
I've spent the last 4 hours.
I'm not sure if anybody heard what Layla said, but
spent the last 4 hours
really
calling her the
unfortunate.
wrong name. Now she's not even my favorite redhead.
Oh no! Oh no!
No, it's okay.
Oh boy!
All right, Stratus and Automatic. Stratomatic. Wow, there's the Mustang again. It's back.
Glorious.
Can we create Stratomatic WRL? with like dice and stuff
Potentially.
instead of Stratomatic baseball. Yeah, I'd like that idea.
A Fender Stratomatic.
I was talking about the game.
I'm aware. I just went
Okay.
somewhere else with it.
Oh, I got you. Sure. Yeah, I'll take that too. On the outside.
229.8 for the Stratus car. Let's see where the Aston Martin is. Oh, this feels a little long too. And there's a yellow 191. Back to 10 seconds.
Where's the yellow?
There's a yellow right here on the start-finish stand.
Oh, is there? A
Yes,
standing
there
yellow.
is.
Yes, there is.
Does a yellow flag / safety car help or hurt? It almost certainly hurts the NPO1. Well, they'll get picked up, though, so they'll have the empty track. Can't quite see what the situation is. It's not at turn 3, whatever it is.
No, it won't have made it that far. The yellow flag is here and is still out along with the white.
Well, we saw the emergency vehicle come out on track.
Yeah, but I think
It appeared to be at the apex of turn 1.
Yes, I think that's where that is. If we get an onboard that comes through turn 1, we should take a peek at that and try and pick up the car on the inside, the apex of turn 1.
Oh, here we go. This will do it. Oh, there's a Cayman off to the right coming out of the final turn. The Thunder Bunny car just showed it off.
So what?
Tanner, can we switch to the final turn cam real quick? And then,
Well, he
oh, they
said these
just
two
hit.
hit.
Okay. 350Z went into the Cayman. That's no
Interesting.
fun. Okay.
Well, so the 350Z has recovered.
Right. The Cayman
have
was
not
off to
seen
the
the
side,
Cayman.
though. Yeah. And then we'll stay on board the 350Z here to see what the situation is down into turn 1. Just to the right, we cannot.
Ooh.
Looks like they're going to be pulling that
That's
car out.
that car's in a bad spot.
Yeah, that's not fun at all. Got a photographer here taking pictures of grass in front of us.
It looks like a BRZ or FRS. So maybe the 67, I think, would be the next that car, right? If we think
Yep.
it's one of those two.
Right.
Be the NRG racing car.
Beautiful. Yeah, if we could go back to the final turn cam, Tanner, I want to see if that Cayman is still there.
It's not appear to me.
Doesn't look like it, no.
Nope, nothing
No.
off to the left
So
side
they got
of the screen
rolling.
there. Yep.
Was it the KGM car by chance that just came into the pits here? Also, it looks undamaged, though. on
Yeah,
this
I don't
side.
think... Actually, here comes our NP01 up the hill here.
Looks a little slow.
I think it's just that slow.
It's just that
exiting the
car.
corner. It just doesn't have the punch. Here
There
comes
we go.
the Aston.
Aston Martin.
Oh, there's the FRS, so it's not the FRS. 6.6. Ooh. So this is kind of my concern, is that the more yellow flags we get, the more the NP01 seems to be hamstrung.
We've also got a history, if you will, of the 191 having issues under yellow. So they have to be
there is that.
very, very careful
Yes.
here because they're making up plenty of time. I think they can do it.
I am sure
just
that will
gotta-
be conveyed to the driver,
Yeah, I'm sure.
especially in context.
Yep. 6.6 seconds.
16 minutes to go, and I got to be honest. I
Have
don't
you
know
not
how
been
the,
honest this whole time.
well, I'm going to be honest again and again and
Okay.
again. I don't know how this keeps happening. The end of 8-hour races in WRL.
It just ends up coming back to being a little pretty close.
There was a car that pulled off at the end of the back straightaway there. I missed it until it was just at the edge of the screen because it wasn't in a place I expected it to be. I don't know if we have a replay of just that camera, but if it's there, somebody has definitely gone missing at turn 5.
There's the 191 coming through, so we know it's not that car.
No, this was a black car.
Ah.
Although the FRS was slow, it wasn't the car Tanner thought may have been the FRS at turn 1. It wasn't that car. Or was it the car under tow, exiting at turn 5?
Yep, and that's where they pull them out.
Yep,
Okay.
and it was just under tow.
Okay.
It wasn't the FRS because it did come through here a little on the slow side.
Yep.
The
The 981 is in the pits now as well.
interesting.
So I think that pretty much solidifies the 124 in third.
Yes, and the 540 in fourth because that car is done stopping for the afternoon as well. GP1, 33 seconds from the Rensport KC car back to the Ronnie Phelps car. So even though when we looked at it the first time, the Ronnie Phelps car was marginally quicker, overall that Rensport KC car has had more consistent pace and has been able to hold off whatever advance the Ronnie Phelps car was able to make the gap again. now 33 seconds for second in GP1. For the moment, anyway, unless we end up with a battle between the will-to-win cars, I suspect that this is the only battle that's going to take us through to the checkered flag between the NP01 and the Aston Martin. Through comes the NP01, a 32.7. Through comes the Aston Martin, a 29.1. The gap is 3 seconds flat.
Oof. Big oof.
So target number 1 is to get up to the back of the number 59 Stratus car here and just sort of latch onto the back of it, and then to wait for the opportunity where the NP01 gets balked on corner exit and to take immediate advantage and out-drag it down this straightaway.
I wonder if you'll see like a Indy 500 reminiscent strategy where the 191 tries the passing move down here to see if it'll work, and then continues to let the Stratus car stay ahead, because we know that the Stratus car has the pace, so you don't necessarily want to be ahead and have them forced to make a pass on you.
They're nose to tail into turn 5.
Oof. Yep.
There's about 4 car lengths there, and that's pretty much it. And whatever 3-second advantage that car had at the end of the front straightaway here is down to virtually nothing. And then NP01 is mired in traffic. Now, granted, when it gets through here, the Aston Martin is going to have to deal with the same stuff, but they're nose to tail behind 2 cars side by side in turn 6. And I suspect when we see these cars again at the exit of the kink, that move will have been done or very nearly done. Again, he doesn't need to be desperate. He doesn't need to force the move here. He's good on fuel. The Stratus car, we're fairly sure, is good on fuel. All he's got to do is pick and choose the right spot and the right opportunity, and then mash the throttle on corner exit and make the run up the hill down here at up to the front straightaway, or down the back straight into turn 5. And to make this point too, the NP01 being lighter and with more downforce is fantastic on the brakes.
Mm-hmm.
But the top speed advantage of the Aston Martin is such that even if they're nose to tail at the start of a straightaway, there's no way the NP01 can hang, even in the braking zone. Pick them up out of the final corner here. I think we've lost the kink camera as well. There's the NP01. There's the Aston Martin. So it's actually gone out a little bit now. It's up around a second. But the Aston is coming down the front straightaway. He's got a huge head of steam on the brakes into turn number 1. They're going to go side by side, and I think the move is going to be done by the time we pick these cars up at turn 3. We saw this just a couple of laps ago, and this is basically just a carbon copy. I say a couple laps, about an hour and a half ago. But this is a carbon copy of what we saw there, where the NP01 had the legs, or did not have the legs down the straightaway. The Aston Martin, there it is. On the brakes into turn 3, the move is already done, and even with the Aston Martin being balked on the way through the apex of turn 3, the NP01 just does not have the punch off of turn 3 to stay with him down the back straight. And I think by the time we get into the braking zone here for turn 5, this gap will probably be another 3 or 4 car lengths. There it is. Look at the Aston Martin now, way out in front, on the brakes into turn 5, up the inside of, I think, the 88. And then the NP01 comes through behind it. The margin was half a second here at the line, Ryan. 0.509, and the move was done by turn 1.
The 59 just turned into 234 that last lap, so that was where the 3-second gap went. It's interesting that their pace has dropped off pretty clearly in the last couple of laps. So that does make me wonder what the situation is as far as penalties. We saw this last time. We saw this last time where they. Well, I can see that too. We saw this last time where as soon as I think Stratus found out that there were some penalties in play, they stopped being concerned about it.
I agree with that. I don't know what the penalty would be because both penalties were clearly reviewed.
Right, but we did have a yellow here on the front stretch.
That's true.
Now, I didn't see them pass anybody under yellow, personally.
I really just think the Stratus car has nothing for it, and either that is a reaction to the 59 just having terrible luck in traffic, or it's a result of the 59 having to save fuel to get it to the end without another stop.
Right.
and the 191 just having everything it needs to go full beans
The full
from here to the
beans.
end. So that move was made with about 12 minutes left.
Yep.
Still no. Again, the Aston Martin's going to pull down the front straightaway here.
Oh,
They
yeah.
go past the
Oh,
525.
yeah. Oh, it's not nearly as far behind as I would have thought.
No, but I'm not sure the 59 is going to have anything for the 525 in the braking zone here for turn 1. Unless it's a super late lunge, I don't see it happening.
1.1. Give it to full beans.
4 beans. Only 4, though. 4 out of 4 would give beans again. There's the Aston Martin. You're right, Ryan. He really hasn't given up as much as I thought he would, especially for how quickly that gap came down and how quickly the move was done.
Right.
The number 8 BMW out of the paddock, I think? Out of the pit lane?
I think so. Out of the paddock, yeah. This is a BMW.
That may have been the black BMW that was on a tow rope.
I buy that. Okay, that's a gap right there. That's substantial.
Well, and this is the 1.5 miles of Road America where that Aston Martin is just going to romp the MP01.
Right.
The MP01 has nothing for anybody.
Yep.
I mean, even GP1, GP2 class cars, it really struggles in a straight line against. It just makes its time in so many other places. Yeah, Joseph points out the 191 doesn't need to do anything silly, and it's absolutely true.
They don't need to do anything silly, but they can't let up, I don't think, either.
I think they can hold this margin. I think you can hold 1.5 to 2 seconds. I just don't think the NP01 has a place where it's, even if it has the opportunity to get back up onto the rear diffuser of the Aston Martin, I don't think it has anywhere that it's substantially stronger.
Right.
It might have it in terms of single lap pace, but it just does not have the full package up against the GT4 Aston Martin.
I gotcha. I will point out that our timer up on the top left is probably about 40 to 50 seconds fast.
Yes, that's true.
So we're currently looking at 7:52 right now. So it should be 8 minutes right now. So we're about 50 seconds away.
Well, and remember, that's live to us, but timing will also be about 20 seconds ahead of our live stream.
That's true.
On
That's
YouTube
true.
and on Facebook.
Yep. It might end up okay because we're looking at like 20 seconds.
Yeah,
it'll be close.
We'll call it here on Race Hero. We'll use Race Hero to count down the number of laps remaining. Like you say, Ryan, it's about 7.5 minutes now.
Yep.
According to Race Hero. And keep an eye out for that Aston Martin.
There it is, 191.
So 7.5 minutes. I think
Stratus is staying. Ooh, that's 4 seconds now. So I think they're.
So the one. There's a catch-22 here for the Aston Martin. If the NP01 is marginal on fuel, if the Aston pushes hard, he can squeak in a 4th lap at the end of this race.
I don't think he needs to.
No, I don't think he needs to either, but if he doesn't, maybe then the NP01 has enough fuel to be able to run it to the end.
191 sets a personal best lap. Aggressively not chill.
227.762 on his 173rd lap.
Interesting.
Yeah, that car's being pushed hard, Ryan.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't be shocked if they go for that extra lap. I think it's marginal, and frankly, I don't think they need to, but I think they are. As out comes the Braunschweig Corvette.
Let's go.
The number 117?
Got to make an appearance at the end. Got to be running to be classified. I know
That
they don't
car's
do that
done
here.
20 laps.
Why not? Why not get in there at the end?
That's fantastic.
You already
Good
paid
them.
for it.
Good for them. I hope they come back out tomorrow. Maybe this is them shaking the car down to have it ready for a full race tomorrow.
Make sure we're good to go. Everything's fully functional.
That is remarkable. Good for them. So, as we approach, into the final 6 minutes now, and what should be the final 2.5-ish laps.
Yep. Give or take.
So 124 comes through, still in 3rd.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I like how Joseph wanted to stay away from the broadcast today, but then has also messaged us the whole time.
Yeah, or Discord. Yeah, very good. Very good, Joseph. Join us tomorrow.
If you'd like to make your bad jokes, you can make them on air.
Backseat commentating. Yeah. Says the producer. The assistant producer. No.
Assistant to the producer.
He's just Tanner. Another that's very confusing. It's not a PB. It's a 228.9 from the automatic Aston Martin. And that happened it was basically right at 7 hours and 55 minutes. So here's the other aspect of this. I don't know how closely we're timing the white flag of this race. Right? And anyway, predicting the last lap is an inexact science, even for IMSA and your professional endurance racing series. If this is borderline, they may not push the extra lap.
I don't think they're going to.
WRL may not push the extra lap.
I see what you're saying.
They would throw the checkered with 2 or 3 seconds left if they thought the automatic car was going to back it down.
Right.
On the last lap, now that it has a 7.3 second margin back to the MP01.
Yep. Got about 4 minutes to go now.
It is, yep.
As of when I said it, though, and then there's about a 20-second delay.
We have a good eye on the starter stand here out of broadcast booth, so we'll be able to pick up the white flag when it waves to start the final lap of the first 8-hour race.
Yep.
Joseph makes a point about the marshals and whether or not they need to be done by a certain time. I'm sure it's just the end of the session, which could be 5 o'clock, could be 5:02, depending on lap times here. Ooh, late pit call is this the Honda Civic, the 178? It is. He kind of got trapped on the outside of the exit of turn 14 there and had to dart back across the track into the pit lane. It wasn't unsafe, but it was sudden.
Right.
And the starter not in a hurry to display a flag here, but if we don't see this lead Aston Martin, is this it coming off the final corner here? It is not. White. Is there a white flag in here?
I don't think so.
I think this should be the white flag.
There we go.
There it is. White flag waves over the number 191 Automatic Racing Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And now with just under 2.5 minutes to go, we begin our final and 176th tour of the 4-mile Road America circuit.
Where has the 59 gone?
He's just dropped time immediately. It was 7.3 seconds last time around.
Right.
Well, the 19 has just gone. Here it is, into the pits.
Wow.
So everything wound up being true.
Jeez.
Out of fuel for the 59. We knew it was going to be close, and I had thought it was going to be within a lap either way. Maybe that extra lap, if the number 29 was going to, or the 191, excuse me, was going to push it. That would be the difference in the 59 not being able to get home on fuel. As it turns out, it was actually a lap before that. The 59 did its best to save fuel. Obviously, in doing that, had nothing to fight the 191, especially at the end of the straightaways where you can do the most fuel saving.
Right.
And the 191 just blew on by. And unfortunately for the Stratus car, not enough to make it home. And, I think for its own sake, it will probably end up still coming out ahead of the number 124 tons of gas BMW. So something to salvage there is a P2. But I'll tell you what, even without this fuel drama, Ryan, the last half an hour of this race, 25 minutes to 30 minutes of this race, has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we've been having people be chased down. We had good production, tracking our battles. That was fantastic. First time I've got to commentate on something that had that level of, we had the right cameras.
Yeah.
Everything was working.
We should be able to pick up the 191 coming off the final corner, and then if we still have our start-finish camera, we can use that as well.
Yes, we can.
But here in a couple of moments' time, ironically, his lap timer and the race remaining timer are virtually in sync because it's a 2.5-minute lap. So with 25 seconds to go, car should be somewhere around the exit of turn 12.
He's got the checker in hand. And it does look like they'll stay ahead of the 124.
It does. Checkered flag waves.
191.
The automatic racing Aston Martin V8 Vantage, against all the odds from about 90 minutes ago, is your winner on Saturday at Road America. Overall and in GTO. Stratus Racing, we expect to come home second here in a couple of minutes' time. But on its outlap from the pits from a one-lap splash and go, almost lost it all to the 124 Tons of Gas Motorsports for the second step on the podium. Montgomery Motorsports is going to come home first in GP1, beating home the Rennsport KC car and the number 777 Ronnie Phelps BMW by something like 4 laps. Rennsport KC is going to end this race with about a 38-second margin over the number 777 Orange and Cream BMW. GP2 this afternoon will be won by the number 21 North Loop Motorsports BMW 328 ahead of the round 3 racing number 601 Porsche Boxster. The podium there rounded out by the number 525 Fat and Furious Racing BMW. GP3, TC Klein Racing by 5 laps over the 605 round 3 racing Porsche Boxster, and another 4 laps out in front of the number 15 AOA Motorsports MX-5. Amazing to think that after all the mess we saw down at AOA today and all the busyness and all the work they've put into their cars throughout the 8 hours today, that they're going to salvage a GP3 podium out of this. Credit to the AOA crew for all of that.
Yeah, that crew did quite a bit of work today to make sure all those cars, as many cars as possible anyway, were kept up and able to stay out on track. They had lots of issues. I think they've had up to either 2 or 3 cars not finish the race today for AOA. So a little bit of a handful, I think, at one point, but able to salvage a good result.
They got the GP3 podium out of it, which I think is at least some justification for the amount of effort they poured into their cars this afternoon. Interesting to note, we did not get crews up on the pit wall for the checkered flag this afternoon. That is missed that a little bit, actually. Yeah, on the other side of the pit wall, it is a more frequent thing to be able to, for car teams to be able to welcome their cars home at the end of a long distance endurance race, but unfortunately not today. Maybe tomorrow, the last 8 hours race of the weekend.
I think so as well.
Joseph suggests that timing knows last car here. So, have we had the final? Nope, checkered flag's still waving. Here comes the number 8.
The 8.
And is this the 191 in the pit lane? I think it is. All right. So,
perfect.
Having started 76 cars this morning. Excuse me, 77 cars this morning.
Jeez. Close to 80. Look at that. The 191 coming down pit lane here.
59 hasn't come through, according to Joseph. Did they try and fuel the 59 and not put enough in it to get it back around the last lap?
That would be foolish. Or perhaps because they had the lap in hand, they opted not to finish?
No, it says they did a 310.9.
Oh, okay.
According to Race Hero. So I think they're okay there. They did come through. So
perfect.
Put that to one side. 191 Automatic Racing beat Stratus Racing in a dogfight at the end of 8 hours at Road America. An absolutely fantastic scrap between the two of them that ended up, I'll say this, I'm glad the battle itself wasn't diminished by the fuel woes on the 59. I'm glad we got to see that play out on track before the 59 had to duck into the pits for fuel.
Indeed.
So I appreciate that at the very least. Shame it didn't work out for the 59, but it's nice to see the 191 Automatic Aston Martin Vantage back in victory lane. Of course, all the winners will be dynoed and teched at the end of the race today. And a winner will be declared for certain. The results will be made official within the next hour or so, and then we'll have podium ceremonies at 6 o'clock. That being said, DriversEye Live will not be streaming the podium ceremonies because we have a lot to take, not just we, but the series has a lot to take care of between now and then. The dyno process is what it is. And we will sign off here to allow the series officials to do
their business.
Their business.
Their business. Sounds real nice. That was bad. Okay. So, yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Same event, 1 hour earlier, which means it'll end an hour earlier as well. But 8 hours again. I'm really curious to see where we're at as far as attrition tomorrow. We had quite a fair bit today. There were very few cars that got away without an extra pit stop. And I think there were a lot of cars that spent a lot of time in the pits that came back out. So I'm interested to see if those return and are able to continue running, or if they're going to run into the same kind of issues again. I'm really interested to see that.
And so many of them were cars that were competitors either in class or, for that matter, overall. I mean, like we said, about 5 hours in, 5-6 hours in, nobody wanted to win GTO today. And it ended up being sort of last man standing that got the automatic racing Aston Martin into victory lane. The 0-2 went by the wayside. I mean, we just saw car after car there for a couple hours give up its spot at the top of the field due to mechanical issues. So I'm interested to see how that shakes out tomorrow. I think the Hammer car will be back strong. I hope they get the number 1 repaired, the car that was involved in the incident at Canada Corner. It would be nice to see the TCRs fighting for a win today or tomorrow again. And for that matter, we've got another 60 cars that are going to take the green flag tomorrow on top of, our podium finishers we called home today. Probably a 65-ish car grid for the green flag tomorrow morning, and it'll all be here live on DriversEye Live. 7:45 Central, 8:45 Eastern, give or take some minutes. We'll be out setting
5:45 Pacific.
That's very true.
Trying to start this new thing where if you give the central, you give the Pacific instead of the East.
I don't like that.
Everybody gives the East Coast every single time.
These are WRL's
East Coast bias.
We do.
East
These
Coast
are
bias.
WRL's primary time zones. Anyway, we'll be live on YouTube and Facebook tomorrow morning and invite everybody to join us again. Thank you so much for your company this afternoon. Really appreciate having you all along for the ride. DriversEye Live, I'm Brendan Kazmarek. That's Ryan West.
Woo!
Layla Kazmarek at DriversEye Live on Instagram and, of course, on our Facebook page. And Tanner Johnson, our producer, up in the Great White North. Fantastic work all day, and we get to do it all again tomorrow for 8 hours from Road America, the Sunday race to come on DriversEye Live, 7:45 Central, 8:45 Eastern. Join us then. In the meantime, have a great night, and we'll see you bright and early first thing tomorrow morning for the last 8 hours from Road America.